Hello there. Hopefully you're around there, Charles. I'll see what's going on here. Everybody's on. Good. Yeah, like I said, Charles, not doing anything amazing or everybody else. Hold on, I'm just going to go and grab another slice of pizza. I don't think you need to watch me eat, but I'm rather hungry. Yeah, so thank you for everybody that shows up now or later on. Here, I'll pop on my thing. I didn't really know what to do about, because I'm going to be all over the place today. Sorry, hold on. Maybe I should go and sit on the couch for a little while or something. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Hold on. I'll point it on over here. And let me know if the microphone and whatnot is a bit wonky and everything. I need to know what's going on. So hold on here, guys. It's going to be one of those days. Like I said, I've got nothing scripted. I'm just doing whatever. Obviously, I want to talk about Der Weltkrieg, the game, whatever the hell, but no idea how long I'm going to be on. I'll probably be on and off. You know, take a break, that type of stuff. Hold on, I gotta move my monitor so I can see what's going on. Hi, Mandarin Mike, and I'm gonna say this. I hope to God that you do want to pop on. I hope I can invite you for a little while, just to chit chat. And like I said, I've got absolutely nothing scripted whatsoever. Flipping ever. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off my music. Oh, good morning, Zoe. Good morning, William Aarons. William Aaron says, hello from Kitchener, Ontario, Canada. Zoe Dufour says, good morning. Mandarin Mike says, morning, Zoe. Well, you guys can read your own stuff, but just in case people don't, whatever. Hold on. I'm going to turn off my music here. Like I said, I've got absolutely nothing nothing planned. Talk about whatever. That's basically what I'd like to do. Obviously, I want to do a lot of my... a lot of the gameplay. That's why I've manipulated a lot of the living room so I can go into the dining room and play my game and be able to see, you know, comments and so on and so forth. But yeah, throughout the day, I don't know what the heck I'm going to do. Maybe, you know, zip over to the other wall and start talking about Albania and you know, so on and so forth. Obviously, it's a lot. Oh, there we go. There, tell me if you can see me or what. I don't know what the heck you can see. Yeah, I'm going to probably have to take this flipping. Oh, Charles Torres says, morning, Mike, Zoe, and William. Yeah, I'll probably have to take off this birthday hat. It was a good idea. I'm pretty sure Mandarin Mike doesn't have one of these, at least, I would hope. What did Charles Torres say here? We had to toss 2 small frying pans because some people only know how to burn stuff when they cook. And Lord, how many times they put the heat high to heat the pan and then stepped out of the kitchen. Yep, that's interesting that you mentioned that because I was cooking, I tried to make my own birthday cake pancake last night. Wasn't very good because I'm trying to low sugar. Anyways, let's not get into that. And I was down to my last good pan, and I was like, the other 2 are like toast. Well, one I just use for flatbreads and whatnot, but anyways, yeah, I'm not going to be keeping this birthday hat on for... It's just a pain in the butt. I'm knocking into things and stuff. It's the candles, primarily. Also, what did I just mention? That I think I mentioned in a previous post that you probably wouldn't see Leo much today. But the reality is you will, because I don't know. Well, no one's going to be popping over. Unfortunately, I did mention to Rob, which is a bummer. I said to Rob, like, you know, I'm going to probably be doing this. I don't think I'm going to have time to do the Civil War. He said, look, you know, I've got other stuff to do too, so that's cool. I'm going to say though on one thing, Mandarin Mike, about your the playthrough with Quatre Bras and the way the game is set up with, you know, the CRT and everything. I was just like, oh my god. Would Rob ever love to play this game? I'm pretty sure, and I would love to play with Rob that game just because of the little nuances, and I would love to see him hopefully forget things such as, oh yeah, and by the way, you're not allowed to advance, or that type of stuff because your morale was broken. Just those little things. I was like, I could just see us having, and he loves always trying to figure out all the. Oh God, like I said, Rob's got this. Well, he loves to beat me. He's got a good on him, man. Thank God he's a good sport. That's all I gotta say. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Yeah, but I'll tell you, you gotta put on your A game to play him. But like I said, when I was watching that Quatre Bras game, your playthrough there, I was like, wow, that would be a game I'd love to see. So what I said also, yeah, I think maybe a good idea when I go to do something, and I'm like, well, you guys are not going to stare at Lord knows what. I'll maybe put on maybe one of my old videos. And what do you think of this? I don't think, I'm going to give it a shot. I don't think I'm breaking copyright per se. If, let's say, I put on a Pershing lecture, because I listened to one, I think it was the second time or third time I listened to that one. It was the evolution of battlefield communications with the U.S. Army in World War I. And the speaker is amazing. And the amount of stuff he talks about, I just find him absolutely compelling. And I was thinking, well, you know what? If I have it in the background as audio, and you guys can't see what is on the lecture, and I mention the speaker and put it in the link. In other words, I'm doing as much as I bloody possibly can. You guys can still hear the lecture, and I get to interact with you about the lecture. I'm hoping that kind of makes sense. Fingers crossed, because these are the type of things I want to do. You know what I mean? Oh, Fast Times is here. Good morning all from Mississauga, Ontario. Yeah, so that's it. And please let me know if you guys go, hey, oh my God, the camera angle sucks behind tit or whatever, or the volume's not very good, and so on and so forth. And like I said, if you guys got any suggestions or whatever you want to chit chat about, like I said though, I would love it. Meandering Mike's very good at it. We've done it a few times. When we kind of stepped in way back when our Wolf was away, I think with his wife, to Seattle or something, and couldn't do one of the counter clipping shows. And I was like, oh God, I feel like I'm going to be in withdrawal symptoms or something. So I just tried the StreamYard thing, and then kerploink, Meandering Mike went with me, and then we did a few meandering around the map episodes, and then both of us are super ultra busy, and then so on and so forth. But I'm going to send you an invite again, Meandering Mike, so hopefully, what is Meandering Mike, high heat bad? What does that mean? Oh, high heat, yeah, you're darn right for a pan, flipping hell. And there's a whole other thing, I guess. There's Leo, hold on. Come here, puss. Come here, you. What you want, you puss? Hello. Ah, gotcha, you little brat. There he is. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing him quite a bit because he's in, well, I haven't put away his, I didn't give him a little, oh, thanks, Meandering Mike, sure I can get online for, yeah, it's not like, I'll let you, look, I'm going to be on and off all day or whatever the hell, so it's more for you whenever you feel, no, I'm not using Leo as a enticement of like, look how cute I am, you should come online. None of that crap, it's just coincidental. So yeah, because I think you could also help me, Meandering Mike. There's been times we've chatted, and I'm like, oh my God, you really get the ball rolling with the intricacies of game design or the way things are structured, or so on and so forth. The history. Anyways, it's just good interaction, for crying out loud. That's the way to look at it. So. Yep, what things would I like to talk about? Well, like I said, about maybe that mini game, which is an ironic thing I was reading up yesterday when I was like, you know what, I really want to start delving in a bit more into the grand campaign. And so I was looking at which rules or rule sections I would like to incorporate first, and which ones I'm like, no, that's way off. And like tanks, I'm like, good, I don't have to deal with tanks for a while, that type of stuff. But Dave Schroeder, man, wait until we read the section on Greece. That guy knows his flippin' stuff. I think I mentioned a few weeks ago when I was like, you know what, I want to start finding out a bit more about Greece, because there's a lot of backstory going on here. There's a lot of weird stuff going on here. And he's got this whole section that's got doesn't have anything to do with gameplay or any of that stuff, but for the Grand Campaign. And he talks about, he just says in the paragraph, well, I'll get to it later, and he just mentions in that bit of the paragraph, he's like, you know, this Greece has got to be one of the most compelling stories of World War I. I'm like, you know it, buddy. So that type of stuff, obviously, I want, like I said, about like, is there a possibility that you could play almost like, you know, one of those, I don't know if you guys ever did those things where can you you know, mate in one move, you know, with those little mini chess puzzle, that type of stuff. I was thinking, when I was looking at that mini version of, with Albania and the two little Greek things, actually, I've got a saved picture over here. We can take a look at it later so we don't have to zip around all over Hell's Acres. Could we do something like that where you look at the rules for Der Weltkrieg and whatnot and have like a mini, you know, puzzle kind of thing of like, okay, how could you, you know, how could, whatever. And then I was thinking, boy, people like Meandering Mike and whatnot with their little brains being able to figure that type of stuff out. Willie Mayer says, Fast Times, good to see another Ontarian interested in the hobby. Yeah. Oh my God. There's the other thing too. Of course, we got the whole flipping day. Like, I mean, well, you guys, everybody can do whatever. We're, you know, here. I'm just gonna, like I said, be here, there, and everywhere. But I did mention to Zoe earlier in the week too. I found some really cool websites. Of course, I'd never clued in that with the 100th anniversary, everybody and their dog wanted to do, you know, a centenary special for World War I. Fast Lines mentions, I've never seen someone as passionate about World War I. Oh, cool. Thanks. And happy birthday to you, because this is the whole bloody thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, probably. Anyways, so the BBC linked up with, oh, darn it, why can't I remember her name? She's the one who did, she's the Canadian who sounds like a Brit now, because she does so much, she hangs out in England so much. Margaret, historian, Versailles, 1919. She knows World War I like there's no tomorrow. Why can't I? Margaret Macmillan, thank flipping God. She does a week by week podcast on BBC. You can go right now on BBC4, download the whole flipping thing. Unfortunately, they don't have it all zipped up, so I'm like, holy F, man. It's like clickety click. I'm saving every 5 freaking seconds here, but, or is it every... Yeah, it's every week, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, it's pretty cool. So that I'd like to show you that. I also found out on YouTube there's a guy that does, he narrates the entire 19 journals, I guess that it must be the edited version of the Louis Barthès journals, the French, oh shoot, what do you call those things? Barrel makers. Starts with a C. Cooper. He was a French cooper that ended up becoming a poilu. I think that's the French word for grunt or whatever for the French infantrymen. Anyways, and he survived the whole war. And anyways, this guy narrated the whole flipping thing, or at least the edited versions of this guy's journals. So I want to email him. He seems very passionate about getting the information out, and he's got barely any subscribers. So I was like, well, I'm going to email him and see if we can be allowed to put those on future live streams. That'd be kind of cool. There's also another place, another YouTube channel that I found that they've got a bunch of, I guess, film students, drama students, whatever students, that read out and, I don't know, act out, whatever, and they go some interesting places. I mean, it's low budget, but it's pretty well done. And they do, they read out a bunch of poems from people that were in World War I and whatnot. I'm like, cool. So I'd like to show you guys that. But obviously, really want to talk about this flipping game and about, there's just so much into this, man. Well, and also my whole narrative stuff that's going on. It's just like there's no tomorrow. Oh, Fast Time says, and I've been in the hobby for a while with a hiatus between 1995 and 2010. Yeah, it sounds like this seems like a common theme, eh? Fast times. This year I am back on hiatus because of life, work. Hope to resume soon. Yeah, this is one thing I keep bumping into is people saying, yeah, I was really into it as a kid. Other things got in the way, and you just did those few people that seem to have been able to zip through. I wouldn't say I really got back into hex and counter wargaming. I think I was mostly into, like as a kid, I played a few bits. I've always played what I call GEV. I mean, you guys call it GEV or whatever the heck. The Ogre sequel. I've played that off and on, but I yet again role played it to death. I'll bring that up. I think I'll do that on my proper first year. So that was at April 4th or something, or I'll have to check it out. It's a Wednesday. And I made a whole thing about where like the as the Americans were turning into the Combine, and they crushed the Canadian. Obviously, they took over Canada like that. But then I was like, well, screw that. We're also going to remember, I was like, I started like an offshoot of the PLQ called the ANQ, Armée Nationale de Quebec, and had them like little, blah, blah, blah. It was fun. So that was really it, I think, for Hex Encounters type of stuff. Not a heck of a lot. And I think I decided to get into Hex Encounter, a year, 2 falls ago or whatever, because my painting speed is atrocious. I like the way I paint, but it's atrocious, and I'm mostly a miniature wargamer. So I was like, okay, and the pandemic was coming up, or was around already, kind of thing, and I was going to take 4 months off or 2 months off work and stuff. So I was preparing. I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll start shifting into take a look at Hex Encounter type stuff. And then I think I'd also picked up earlier, but I guess that's not really Hex Encounter. Field Commander Napoleon. What a game. What a flippin' game. I haven't even touched the surface of that thing. Yeah, and then so I picked up Space Empires 4X. Started delving into looking at reviews on YouTube and so on and so forth. Found the Player's Aid. Then they mentioned they had a segment on lesser-known publishers, and that's when I found out about Conflict Simulations Limited and some other publishers that I didn't know anything. Like, trust me, if they had said GMT was a lesser-known, I would have been, okay. That's how naive I was. And then I also found, I guess through recommendations on YouTube or whatever, found Ardwolf's Lair counter clipping show, and I was like way behind. Started listening to that while I was painting my miniatures, doing whatever the hell I'm, getting back into the hobby kind of thing. Mandarin Mike says, "Hey Chris, do you have a link for joining the live stream?" Thank you. Sorry. Where's my bloody mouse? Invite. Copy. And then I'll put you, I'll give it to you at your BGG thing, Mike. And then Ardwolf's Lair in his counter clipping show had like a little segment of lesser known people, like you should check out these channels. And then I found in combo Jezza 1 and Dad versus Son, and by then I'd already picked up, I was already getting into World War I, due to the fact of, hold on, I gotta send Mike Anthony a proper message, yes, and paste, and I'll just give him a silly name for the whatever, and there you go, Mike, hopefully. Let me know if you're in. And then what else? Yeah, so by then I was kind of starting to, so I picked up The World Undone, 1914 East Prussia. It looked, it was affordable, and it looked relatively easy to play based on the reviews I'd seen on YouTube. One of them was from Matt White. So I picked it up, liked it. Rob came over, wanted the game with me as well. By then I had a bazillion games upstairs. We looked at the GMT Tannenberg one, but I hadn't played it yet. Hey Chris, we'll find out. Hopefully it's working. I don't know how he appears. We'll see. Hopefully he'll just magically appear. That would be nice. Yeah, and then I wanted to kind of get into a monster game, and I looked at Dad versus Son, and he was playing Stalingrad 42, and I went, oh, and it looked beautiful and big, and he was into these little cubes and he had all kinds of extra little play aids on his board, and I was like, this is the kind of stuff I like. And there's Meandering Mike, thank the Lord. And then I have to add you to the stream. You're there, and tell me how to, if you want me to shut up or not shut up or whatever. I don't know how it's. You there, Mike?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you beautifully.
All right.
Can everybody else hear you? And okay, I'm going to put you on or both of us here. There we go. That's much better. Hello, Mike. Thank God. Yeah, and then so I ended up getting Stalingrad 42. I'd already played the introductory Tannenberg once. Didn't really get into it. I think it was the procedures. It was still a bit new for me, and so there was no narrative. I was just like, yeah, this is kind of whatever. And there's always now Mike can do all the much better stuff than I can. Yes, you can. And like I said, I'd love to talk about the whole development. And yet again, when we get down to this level of scale, with that map with the Albania thing, is it really worth moving a counter 3 hexes on 20 kilometers per hex with? But then I'm thinking, well, maybe it is if it's more like a chess puzzle, where it's not a full-on game. You're just trying to figure out, okay, can you secure the position, have a line of supply, and not suffer so many demoralization points or something like that? I don't know. Is that a maybe? Does that make?
Well, it sounds like you're trying to add some whole new elements to the game. So something that's attaching to the diplomacy system of the Grand Campaign to involve decisions by various other countries, whether they're going to join, which side of the other stay neutral. But how you do that or tack on to that for your own
hold on,
purposes.
They say they can't hear you.
They can't?
No, why can't, no, bit of an echo from Mike. Okay, is it, what should I do? Is there anything I need to do on my, I'm going to mute myself temporarily, and let's go one step at a time here.
Making a mess. Screen chats. Let's see here. Hang on a sec. Ooh, it's short. Oh, goodness.
All right, so can you hear me normally, hopefully? Anybody, I hope. Device is not connected. I guess that's Mike doing Lord knows what. Okay, I'm going to move the camera over to the game thing. I hope you don't mind. Hold on. So anyways, and I did pick up Stalingrad 42, and I have Stalingrad 42, and I had it set up in the living room. And I started reading the rules, and I just went, whoa, this is too much for me, man. So I decided I'll give Der Weltkrieg, like the mini, I'll get I'll go a bit beyond the introductory game. And the inspiration for me was Jezza 1. I mean, my God, when I saw that guy having the Dervell Creek maps all over the freaking house and so on and so forth, I was just like, wow, this is impressive. So if that guy can do it, maybe I can do it in a smaller scale. And it just so happened that lucky for me, I ended up picking up what I think was a very smart move, which was I decided to go with the Tannenberg and the Galicia mini game, like link those scenarios up. And that was that. Hold on, I got to move the screen over so I can see what the hell anybody's commenting on. So you can hear me normally, good. All right. Yeah, so what else? And then I decided, like I said here, I'll move I got to figure out all this thing. And like I said, this is going to be an ongoing thing today. I don't know. There's no whatever. Like I'd like to, like I said, turn on one of the lectures while I'm maybe doing some gameplay. Here I'm with the clients. Maybe I should move it this way. Hold on. Yeah, and I've only had one copyright blast. Yeah, tell me if you need me to move whatever. I've only had one copyright blast from someone, and that was like, yeah, I can see the glare. Maybe I'll have to turn that off. Will that help? Hold on. How's that? That seems a bit better. I think so, eh? Or it's not. No, it's a bit better. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna switch my hat. This is driving me up the flipping tree to keep hitting things. And I also want to turn on, get my kettle going. So anyways, and then, yeah, I decided to start documenting like I'd done before when I was talking with a friend of mine, Brent, doing stop motion, and I decided I wanted to use YouTube as like a file transfer thing. And see what I can do until Meandering Mike's back. What's going on with Meandering Mike? It says I am backstage. Hold on. There you are. Oh, thank God. Now, what? Hopefully everybody's happy.
All right, now let's see here.
Okay. Oh yeah, my coffee. Oh, Zoe, did you take that coffee? By the way, did you end up taking that? Oh yeah, you did. You take that coffee home. How was it? That was the one I told you. I was like, I wasn't too impressed with it. I thought it was a bit muddy. And I'm really surprised that what is it? The Folgers one, that blonde silky one. I'm rather impressed. Still not. I'm not full on impressed with it 100%. I like it as a blend. Right. I hope I can put the window blind back. Like I need to leave the stream, then rejoin. Okay. Yeah, I'd kind of like to put that back on. Anyway, like I said, I've only had one copyright strike when I did the Great War week by week. Yeah, it was a bummer, Zoe. It was called Family Coffee or whatever from Adonis. I was like, that just didn't do it for me. Whatever. Yeah, oh well. Or let me get the water on. Also, I think putting the lecture on later on will kind of get the ball rolling for some discussion, which would be kind of cool. Oh yeah, I wanted to read that little tiddly bit there about the Greek thing. Now I'll get the kettle on. This was the the thing that I was reading up on yesterday with Dave Schroeder there in the Grand Campaign. And it's in section 33.2, if you want to. Hold on. I'll let you see something half decent until he pops back on here. William Aarons, Nanguea, clean-shaven face makes you seem younger by years. Yeah, it's always a thing, eh? Of course, that'll disappear in a couple of days. Yeah, it's, what do you call it? I use it as insulation because I bike all winter. Anyways, section 33.2, Greece had a treaty with Serbia that compelled them to come to Serbia's aid if Serbia was attacked by Bulgaria. This is from Dave Schroeder's rules. However, the Greek king adamantly wanted to remain out of the war, if not join the Central Powers. However, given Greece's debt to Britain and vulnerability to the British Navy, this was virtually impossible. His prime minister was in the opposite camp, and the country was politically divided. It is therefore plausible that Greece could have joined either side. Greece can also be slanted towards one side while still neutral. And that's the same thing I was yabbering on about with Charles Latour there, and saying there about trying to get, throw a sweetener in for Italy. Still saying, look, you're neutral, but can you let us maybe, could you open up a supply line maybe to Serbia so that way we can, give them some limited ammunition or something, whatever. Anyways, the political situation in Greece and its belligerent status involvement is one of the most complex situations in all of World War I. And I was like, wow, impressive. Another thing I want to look up yet again that I was saying, this is all when I started looking at the Grand Campaign and which rules I'm going to start slowly to incorporate and which ones I'm not going to look at right now. One of them I want to start looking at right off the bat, and it's from the Ottoman fronts, is depots. And it says depots represent the management of logistics in theaters lacking a friendly rail network. Depots may perform all the functions of a headquarters as described in the standard rule book, but can never move. I was like, that was something that's been driving me up the flipping tree, to be honest with you, while playing this game. I'm like, you just want to have this freaking man. Your mic says my webcam has totally stopped working. Oh, darn it. So that's it. I'm Mr. Solo Boy, unless someone else wants to invite. Hold on, I gotta pop in some coffee in my carafe. Hold on there. Yeah, I'll go over some of the rules that I'd like to incorporate, and like I said, please, anyone, don't feel compelled to hang out or whatever. I'm just going to be here on and off, and it's going to, Meander Mike says, I'll need to try to reboot. Hopefully that will do it. Awesome. And also, I'm not trying to say that I'm going to, hopefully I don't feel like a jerk or whatever, but I'm also on the flip side, not going to feel compelled to, perform for the day in the sense of like, okay, whatever. I'm also going to do my own thing. And so, in other words, we'll work together is what I'm saying. So, if you disappear for 2 hours, and both of us is what I'm saying, I'm happy with it. So that, like, I may vanish for a while and pop back on and so on and so forth and whatever. It's all good, I hope. Hello, puss. Oh, it's weird not having my headphones on and whatnot. Maybe I should do that soon. But obviously not if Meander and Mike's popping on. It's just so quiet in here. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, I wouldn't mind going over some of the sections for the Grand Campaign thing. I also want to show you. Oh yeah, I'll show you the other. I can do set up the other camera. So I can hopefully do a bit of a close-up here. There we go. I wonder why this one doesn't like, it has that weird green light. I can get it to go again. See, it does this. I can get it to do it right. There we go. And then it goes into this funky thing. Charles Latour says Italy wanted territory when they first jumped Ian, the only declared war initially on Austria-Hungary. Yep. And then, you know, this week, actually, thank you for reminding me, Charles. This week, the Italian whatever left Vienna, as far as I know, and I think that was to, as you know, to talk about, can you give us some territory? And Austria-Hungary balked at it, or dragged their heels, and that's when Italy went, okay, enough of this. From what I know, and this happened this week, so cool. Also, yeah, it was the 22nd of March that Przemyśl, the people in Przemyśl there, which was what I think way overloaded. It was like way more people than they expected to have there. They surrendered to the Russians after 133 days, and I was listening to watching the Great War thing about it again, and he mentioned something like it was nearly 900,000 casualties were sent to try to rescue the. I'm not saying you don't try to do it, but it was just like, holy cow, talk about a war. 900,000 troops, casualties to try to get about 120,000 troops out of Przemyśl, which didn't work. What was that? Yeah, 3 offensives in the winter in the mountains. Holy F. Jeepers jumping. Did I do my water? Nope. Hold on. I didn't put the coffee in yet. Lord have mercy. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going, obviously, with the narrative right now. That's the other thing, trying to incorporate the grand campaign with, like, you know, with my narrative. I'm like, okay, so what was going on start of, let's say, December, and then we go into the winter months where, you know, basically from what I've been reading anyways, that's where everybody started to plan stuff, except, of course, like I was saying to your Conrad, you decided to do freaking attacks in the middle of winter. Good Lord. Such is life. Yeah, so I wanted to find out what all those countries and also, you know, what the political leaders were kind of thinking about at that time. Hold on, I gotta get out of this. I want to go to the other one. There we go. Yeah, it does this wonky thing because I've got, you know, so many cameras there. Oh, come on, try again, please. Come on, you. You did it before. Oh, darn it, meandering Mike. All right, hold on. Well, I can still talk to you. You can be like a podcast. Isn't that what McMurray does or something? That would be fine by me. Like I said, I'll also pop on a lecture soon because I'd really like to do the battlefield. Well, all of them. That's for bloody sure. I was thinking, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but I hope, you know, they obviously have been spending so much attention on Germany and the Central Powers and all that stuff in my game. I don't want you thinking that I'm pro Central Powers for my game or whatever. It's certainly not the case. It just kind of worked out that way with, you know, the exam and thinking about that and so on and so forth. See if I can try this again. It's going to let me do it. You runt. I know what I'm going to have to do. Hold on. I'm going to turn this off. There we go. Then I'm going to go back to the camera. I'll go to there. Then I think it sometimes it'll click it in. Come on, you. You can do it. You can do it. There you go. Good boy. And now I can go back to this. Yeah, I'll put on, I wouldn't mind doing that, putting on a little lecture thing. I don't think we'll get into trouble. I mean, the bots or whatever, I think maybe they'll check for music and video, I'm assuming. I don't know. But I wouldn't mind, like I said, I would like to, that lecture was pretty darn good. Oh, what else can you, you can see everything. Okay, good. Yeah, so I've, for this movement, what the heck am I going to talk about? Oh, hold on. I gotta go and grab my forceps. That's for bloody sure. So Charles, are you? I don't know if you're still there, but if you are, is Tanga? Is that the end? Oh, you are. Well, maybe not. Is that the end of Tanga now? Are you going to do maybe one more turn or two? I'm just curious. Because I know you were saying that it was starting to kind of like bog down, and you were like, okay, I've more or less got the hang of it now. I figured it out. I don't blame you. Pop on a bit of music if you don't mind, guys. Hold on. Just let me know if it's too loud. I hope not. All right. There we go. Yeah. So I've, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you can see. Not too bad. So right now, all I'm doing for my, oh, I don't know if you can, yeah, you can't see this right here. Yeah. So this is the two spots. Why I'm just using these two little guys to kind of just remind myself that I've got to close this up for the Austrians. The Russians really screwed themselves over as far as I'm concerned. Do I have it too high? No. There we go. Hold on, you. There we go. You can kind of see there. So this spot right over here, that's the where the Russians were supposedly originally in November 01 turn. They were told to nail this spot and didn't. What was it? So hold on here. That's it's the 9th Army. The 5th Army here decided to make an opportunistic attack here. It didn't work. And now the Austrians can try to seal this spot up. I really need to get those double rail lines to make sure the Russians don't nail it. But what else? Yeah, I'll go over some of the. Maybe that's all I'll do. I'll try to get over. Hold on, I just don't want to move that map. Where's my grand campaign rules? I should show you as well. I don't know how to. What's that one? Oh, it always says, "Oh no," about the whatever. Yeah. And remember, I can invite. I don't. Well, yeah. Obviously, you'd need a webcam or whatever. I'm not just gonna. And also, I'm not gonna just invite randomly anyone here. But I want to see if I can try to alter the camera down. You can see what the hell I'm reading. I don't know if that's possible. Then I'll have to switch. Yeah. There we go. That's a bit. Tell me if it's too herky-jerky or driving you up the flipping tree. But you can see what this stuff I'm certainly going to be reading up on. I'm not doing the whole sequence of play right off the bat, though. Wait a minute. Shouldn't I have done a PDF thing? Hold on. Let's see. Maybe that way I don't do the herky-jerky. Come on, you brat. I think I have the grand campaign rules as a PDF. I may not. Hold on. Let's check. I got to see if I do or not. If I do, that would be a bonus and a half. Because that way I can kind of like show the map or whatever at the, you know what I mean? Yeah, I picked Zoe's t-shirt. I was like, okay, I wanted to have something that was like incorporating everybody as much as possible. Charles Latour says, Tanga update in the middle of 13. Both British forms recovered barely. Germans decided to bonsai hit a couple of the disputed units of one formation and permanently get rid of it. It collapses again. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was thinking, yeah, okay, you're probably going to play maybe one more game, and then one more turn, and then that was it. Okay, hold on here. I'll let you see something a little bit. What was that there? While I try to figure out where the hell where the goddamn rules are. If I can find I'd like to share it, and that way I can read at the same time if I can find it. I just don't know if I have it. I thought standard regulation. Or wait a minute, couldn't we just go straight to? I can go to the Decision Games site. I think they have it there. I wonder why I don't. Well, obviously I have it printed out. Okay, so I go to E-rules. There's PW. There it is, Grand Campaign. Now let's see if I can share this. I think I can. That should help, I hope. All right. I'm going to stop that screen. I'm going to present Microsoft Edge tab. And there, you guys can see it, I hope. Good. And then I'll try to I've got to do something wacky. I've always got to try to figure out how to oh, hold on here. I know what I got to do. I got to make it as a separate window. If you know what I mean. Charles Latour, I kind of forgot no zone of control in this game. And then Charles Latour says if a formation collapses twice, it gets removed from the board once it routes to the nearest beach. Hold on here. Yeah, I want to do a separate window. Now we go to that freaking whatever. Because there's just so much bloody stuff in there, guys. I'm like, what the hell? And like I said, I can't, there's no way I can digest all of that in one shot. There's just no way. So just take a little bit at a time and grab the ones that I want that make sense and incorporate it into, okay. So I've got that. Then I make this big. All right. This feels so weird, man, just talking by myself kind of thing with people watching. That's why I was like kind of hoping Mike could pop on for a little bit and get the ball rolling. Present. All right. How's that? You guys can see that, I hope. And that way I can I could read it with you kind of thing, but hold on. I can, as long as I see the comments, I guess we're good. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I know what I need to do, and I get rid of this guy. Ah, there we go. All right, that should be good. How does that look, guys? Does that look like, because I can't really see what you see anymore because this thing's so there. Hopefully that can you can see everything. Is that big enough, or I should actually? How do I make it to enter PDF full screen? Is there a better way to make it? I want to Fit to the width. Ah, excellent. Hopefully that will get you guys to see. So the things I don't want, I'm not going to add right away is I'm not doing everything for the sequence of play. Mandarin Mike says chops off the right hand side. Is everything okay there now? Or still bad? Can you see everything now? I hope. I'm not here. I'll take a look and see what you can. Is it good? But so, anyways, there's tons of stuff here, man. There's no bloody way I'm going to be doing this stuff. But what am I going to be looking at for sure right off the bat? Well, I'm going to be looking at what all these it's like what all the countries say. There's even some areas I'm like, there was spots I'm like, you don't even know about, for example. Okay, good now. Okay, hold on, I'm just gonna grab my coffee, guys. I mean, like, it's almost, I feel like this rule system or whatever, getting into this, it's like so dense. It definitely, there's you need like more than one person. I think I would need, well, I need you guys. There's no bloody way I could do this by myself. I think within a reasonable amount of time. There's just so much to figure out and so many intricacies, and oh my god. Yeah, it's just nuts, man. Hold on. Yep, so there's a lot of talk about the Lusitania right now there, Charles. I guess it's just about to leave Liverpool or something right now. We're getting awfully flipping close. Look at that on a side note. Charles, good, can read without awesome. So, anyways, so all this stuff, like special reinforcements, should Romania join the Entente? I mean, obviously, stuff I'm going to definitely want to do, and it looks like stuff that I don't need to like have incorporated right off the bat, but I need to be aware of it, especially like I said, during the winter months, trying to figure out, okay, historically, what the heck was going on, and then incorporate it with, basically everything but the Eastern Front. I'm going to look at and go, okay, so what was going on, and then from there, try to shape decisions over the winter with what is going on with my Eastern Front. Excuse me. So I think so that way I can find out, okay, what the heck was going on. With Serbia and Austria-Hungary during the winter of 1914-15. What impact would that have, if, let's say, everything is going pear-shaped with the Russians? Because, there's a lot of differences in my game than what was happening historically. And when you look at, we'll take a look later if you want, we should, with the Great Retreat at the beginning of the Galicia-Tarnów breakthrough, basically all of, okay, here, let's go to my map thingamajig quickly. Excuse me. How do I do that? We go back to my share thing. Now, do I want to? No, I don't want. Let's just stay here. Okay. Yeah. For now, and then I'll go back because I'm just going to get into weird. I have to start moving windows all over the flipping place and drive me up the tree. But so I'm certainly going to be reading up on all this stuff and the conditional reinforcements. But like I said, a lot of this stuff won't happen right off the bat. But it's things I'm going to have to learn, obviously, like I said, I need to be aware of when they do pop up. Yep, here again. Now, where did I start going? Okay, this is getting real. Hey, what the hell? No, StreamYard just freaked out. Hopefully you guys can see me. Little bastards. I don't know what happened. It just said something went wrong. So hopefully you guys can see me and hear everything again. You're good, hopefully. Please. Can you, how's that? Oh, thank goodness. Great. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just looked over and it said something happened with StreamYard. I went, okay. And that was probably just after I'd finished explaining the meaning of life. But, oh, well, you guys missed it. That's just the way it goes. All right, here we go. So, hold on. What are you doing here? I want to see the other thing. There we go. Awesome. So I don't know. So anyways, I don't know what you guys missed. Probably not a hell of a lot. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I pop you back to, there we go. So excellent. Charles Vittori says, hello again. Fast Hines says, I'll have to jump out. Take care all and be safe. Thank you so much, Fast Hines, for showing up today and the other times that you participated and said hello to me. Thank you so much, man. See you later. So I'll be looking at these things. Supply stockpile limitations, not right now. I don't think, I mean, maybe like what I'm saying is it may, when I start in January, like the January turns or whatever, maybe that'll be something to look at. International supply, not yet. That's not on my list. Like let's say my top 10 list, or if you want to call it that. Something to look at, but it's not something I'm going to be looking at right off. It's just like, okay, one thing at a time here. I'm not going to worry about siege headquarters. I don't have to worry about the Hindenburg line right now. Gas, don't really need to worry about it right now. So that's another nice thing I'm not going to have to worry about. Air power sounds exciting as hell. I don't know anything about it. So that's going to be really, I'm like, yes, please, let's pop that in. I think that'll be a great idea to do, to take a look at. Tank units, like I said, nope, not going to happen. Not for a while. Rail-based units, you're darn right. Let's take a look. I don't know when they started. Oh, here, this is the rail mark on the map shows around. Okay. Rail line construction. Yep, certainly want to look at that. I would love to look at foreign Entente units. Certainly. Entente frontline sectors. Yep. I don't think don't have to worry about assault unit creation and conversion. Special front rules. I'm certainly going to be looking at that stuff, but that will be, I think, mostly dealing with when I get ready to do stuff for January. And like I said, I'm not sure how detailed I'm going to be with all the other stuff, all the other fronts. I don't know if it's always going to be until the point where I just exhaust the narrative or whatever for the Eastern Front, where it just becomes a giant quiet theater. Excuse me, but maybe that's just going to be the ongoing narrative, and everybody else is like, you know, Also starring the Macedonian front and, that type of stuff. I don't know. So here's a whole chunk of thing here I was saying on Greece, and I was like, holy cow, this is impressive stuff. And this is all just rammed into the Grand Campaign. It's just packed and packed and packed. And then here we go with the Ottoman fronts, and then talking about supply depots coming up somewhere around here, I do believe, and building rail line. So all this stuff, obviously, I would look. There it is, supply depots. I want to look at that, all this stuff, obviously. Yeah, yet again, more fronts. What else? There's the good old Albanian front, eh? And that was one thing it started getting me thinking of, maybe trying to transform. William Aaron says there was no interruption in your stream on my tablet. Oh, interesting. What the heck was I going to say here? The Albanian front here. When I was looking at that it's in the Ottoman scenario. So they're just talking about it here. But I was thinking, boy, wouldn't this be interesting to incorporate what he says about the Albanian front? Go and take a look at the order of battle in the Ottoman. What's it called here? Hold on. Might as well try to the Ottoman fronts on the side panel, but the box is called Osmanli Harbi. And look at the order of battle for the Austro-Hungarians and the Italians in the Albanian front, and seeing if there's some way of transforming that, like using that as a template to make Italians versus Greeks fighting for Berat, which I'd love to show you on a map later in a minute here and see what you think. But so anyways, these things I would, but you see what I mean? There's a lot of stuff to read, guys, man. This is this is a huge amount of stuff. And I'm thinking, how do I incorporate this stuff about like playing to the detail I want to? I'm not going to be able to, because I'm telling you right now, I was even thinking, I didn't mention it to, it's been going on for ages. I didn't mention it to Meandering Mike last weekend, and I don't really think I mentioned it much to Zoe, or I may have alluded to it, but there's a chunk of my narrative is screaming out to just be let loose. It's going mental. Like I really need to sit down and start reading, like making, I have a pseudo persona for the postcard thing that I want to do. I think I mentioned originally I wanted to start, was going to be a nurse. Then I was going to do a engineer for the Russians at the Third Army near the Bug River Bridge. Then I found out Zoe got in nursing, and I was like, well, screw that. I'm not going to do an engineer. I'm going to do a nurse, obviously. Then start looking up that stuff. Then I've got Zoya Popova. I love saying that name, and I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Zoya Popova. I say that so many effing times, poor cat, around here, or maybe my neighbors think I'm hanging out with some Russian people. I don't know. But anyways, I just love that name. So I've figured out hold on, I've grabbed some of her stuff. I just got a very basic bits of her bio so far. And I can show you too, yet again, I'm using the sticker stuff and blah, blah, blah. I'll see if you can see what you see. Hold on, I'm going to pop you on here for a second. And I'm going to go to full on. There we go. So here's Zoya Popova. I don't know if you can see her, but I put her on, there she is. So you can see her as a nurse there with her little smock looking down. That's unfortunately the only picture they have left of her from way back when. And that's that. Place of birth is Saratov, Russia. And she went to Saratov State University, which was founded in 1909 under the name of the Imperial Saratov University by the decree of Emperor Nicholas II. And it became, listen to this, this is where it gets into crazy land as far as I'm concerned. Remember, I just randomly picked her city. And I was like, oh, I found out there's a university there. Cool. Hopefully the university was founded before World War One. It was. Then it became the 10th university in Russia and consisted originally of just the medical facility. Hello. I was like, oh my God, this is perfect. And Professor V.I. Razmovsky became the first university rector there. And he was considered to be the founder of neurosurgery school in Russia. And I was thinking, well, this is perfect for a little bit of a narrative. Maybe he started after finding out about all the horrible things that happened to soldiers and everybody else from World War One, that he started up a neurosurgery clinic and so on and so forth. And anyways, I'm going with it. So that's tough. So Zoya Popova, that's all I have for her. She's young. She's writing to her younger sister. She was taken. She hasn't fully finished her training. She has finished school, but she certainly hasn't finished training. Yeah, I found a little bit about Saratov. There's a beautiful double bridge thing there or something. I'll have to look it up there. So I'm trying to figure out, like, when I start talking about, like, her reminiscing about hanging out near the river or whatever, that type of stuff. It's right near the Volga. You guys want to look it up in that area. It was a pretty important, or it probably still is a pretty important port area. So that's that. I wanted Yabber on that. Let's get back onto the Grand Campaign thing. I'll show you what I want to look at. There, you guys can see it. And then I have to go back to my crazy thing. There we go. All right. So be looking up all this stuff. And yet again, it's just going to be take me time to slowly incorporate this in. There's no effing way I can do this right off the bat. I mean, good Lord. Strategic movement. Oh my God. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this one. This was the first time I was like, hey, let's start reading the entire flipping Grand Campaign rules on live stream or whatever. And the first thing I grab is strategic movement. And I think it was the first paragraph or two, or 36.1. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And I was like, this is not a good sign. Well, it still isn't. I'm like, no, we're going to stay away from strategic movement for now. We'll wait a little bit, one thing at a time. Let's see where all the fronts are come December. Let's see what the politicians were thinking about historically back then. How would they be thinking? We now have Charles Latorre as the political push and shove going on in Italy. Let's see how I can maybe get them to go which way, for the Central Powers, or that way for the Entente. We now got Meandering Mike as a deposed king if he decides to become King William. Or does he want to go in and join the Imperial army with the Germans and fight in the front line? If that's what you want to do, go for it. Or maybe we'll talk to someone else and say, you know what, we'll start for the tribals, some tribal leader there will start like an independent Albania or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying there's that. And then we got 3 left. So, oh yeah, by the way, William Aarons, why don't you pick a country, for goodness sakes? You can pick Greece, Romania, or Bulgaria. It's not much for you to do. All you have to do is just keep an eye on them, like what was going on back then. And then I'm going to come to you someday as the Central Powers or the Entente or both and say, hey, come on over. And you'll say, nope, or yep, or no, I'm undecided. Or we'll do a secret little thing. Like, that's one thing I'm trying right now, is to try to figure out how to get some freaking troops, or not troops, supplies from Venora or whatever the hell it is in Albania through up into Serbia, and not even have to worry about the Dardanelles and all that crazy nonsense. But early days, man, early days. So that would be interesting. So I'm not, I'm going to do obviously the victory conditions still. That's no big deal. Historical game setup. I don't think we have to worry about that right now for everybody else, because I'm not doing any of them. And, so it's going to be, I'll look at what was happening. I'm sure there's enough maps and everybody else. I mean, my God, just go to the YouTube channel with the Great War. guy, the Great War Channel, week by week, and he's probably got like little quickie shots of all the fronts. I've got a bazillion books here anyway, so I can find out what was going on in especially with like Crowns in the Gutter, the Ted Racer book. Each year or whatever, he'll be like, okay, 1915, this is what's going on, and he's got all the fronts, shows you all the maps, blah 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 blah. William Aarons, you've got the choice of Greece, Bulgaria, or Romania. Those are the three left because everybody else is kind of either been picked or has already taken aside. For example, Meandering Mike originally wanted to grab Montenegro, but when I started looking at Montenegro, they were already helping out the Serbs right from the get-go. So they're obviously put their hat in, whether or not they still want to be whatever. Charles Lattora, I had to give him, obviously. Right of first refusal for Italy. My God, that would be just, not a good thing to do. I'd have bad die rolls for the rest of my life probably. And so he's got Italy, and Meandering Mike picked Albania. William Aarons, Greece. Excellent. Oh my God, we've got some crazy. Yeah, well, we've got all you guys stuck together, which is beautiful. And Greece has got to be one of those. I would say, other than Romania. On a side note, I don't know if I mentioned it to you guys. Maybe I did. The Ivan Kolev, the Bulgarian general. So he was a general a cavalry general. Well, he was from the cavalry, and he was one of the few. Well, he supposedly reinvented the cavalry tactics, and was so successful that Charles Lattora would know the guy, and maybe Meandering Mike would as well. Guderian or whatever, some World War II tank guy. He said his tactics were inspired by Ivan Kolev, the Bulgarian general. That general also received the Iron Cross personally from General Mackinson. Imagine that, Mr. Death Ride Horse himself. One of the most successful Gorlitsa Tarnov, hello. Anyways, he was one of the most successful. Anyways, he got the medal, the Iron Cross, personally from Mackinson. And Mackinson supposedly said, I've told other people what you've done with cavalry. And other people have not believed me. And I've had to reiterate, yeah, this guy really did what he said he did. And supposedly later on, Mackinson compared him to Frederick the Great. So holy F, that's pretty impressive stuff. So look up Ivan Kolev if you want. He seems like a pretty cool dude. But anyways, I mean, maybe Romania would be the only other country. I think that would be maybe a bit... Yeah, see you later, Meandering Mike. And if you're great to see you, man. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you. See you later, man. The only other country that I can think that maybe have a bit of an interesting, I mean, let's be honest, Bulgaria, you know where they're going. They hate Serbia's guts. And then you got Romania. That's maybe they want to. Yeah, it's just an interesting. Anyways, we'll go look at the map. Do all kinds of stuff later. Let's take a look here. What else do I want to not go into yet? I don't know yet about this naval transport points. I don't think so. I think we're going to stay away from all that stuff. There's just so much flipping stuff. Like Jesus, Murphy. Yeah, the timeline of rules. I don't see anything wrong with that. Because I will only be up to this spot here, January 1915. During this year, artillery may be used to overcome trenches. So that's okay. And then, so that's got nothing to worry about there. Mobilization schedules. Reinforcements. I think this is for everything. Yeah. Reinforcement schedule. What else? Yeah, here I would like, this is something, this is, I guess, the next chunk I really want to get into is the industrial economics bit. I think this is where so I would say, okay, find out historically what the hell's going on with everybody, politically, what they would probably want to do, and then start incorporating this is what I want to do, and slowly get into, then we can worry about overseas transport of supply, and then start worrying about strategic movement, I think. But I think I can deal with factories. I think that's something I could deal with. Resource centers, and like I said, that's just going to be yet again, I think that's something that could easily be done with the other fronts. Just count them up and just go from there, kind of thing, and then I can just focus on the eastern front for this type of stuff here. And then I didn't see anything wrong with that so far. And now it's interesting, nations may save resource points for later use. So you're not allowed to, I guess, stockpile actual ammunition, but you're allowed to stockpile resource points. Interesting. So that'll be, I think, something to think about later on strategically. Manpower. Yep, obviously that's part of the other thing. War economics. Production begins with the October 1914 monthly special turn. So I guess that means, yeah, I guess they've started cluing in that the war is not going to end in 2 minutes and we got to get going. So I have to start looking at that. Wow. Whew. But at least, I don't know about you guys, but at least now I'm starting to feel like it's not so, I guess maybe because I'm breaking it up into chunks, and I'm not like I said before, sometimes I have a problem. I look, put my head up and I'm like, oh my God, it's overwhelming. There's just so much going on at once. Now I'm like, okay, just put your head down and just grab the little bits at a time, the ones that make sense. And then hopefully things will start linking together. So if I can do the factories, start producing resource points and all that stuff and converting them into ammunition and people with the city centers or the agricultural areas or whatever it is, and then, like I said, go to the next bit. I think I won't be so freaked out, and perhaps maybe not make so many mistakes. I don't know. I'm sure I can still make a bazillion, but like here, production process. Players determine the total of production points their factories produce during the production phase. They do this for each of the factory networks of the countries they control. Players may use the production points to produce new or rebuilt units and supplies, save them till the next production phase, or use some and save the rest. So yeah, that I can, but it's going to take a while. Well, obviously the read just to begin with, but and I don't have to worry about tank production. I don't have to worry about any of that yet. I don't think I have to worry about special unit production yet. Good. Oh, no. Gosh, I would really like to say I could deal with the naval war yet, but let's one thing at a time, man. And the food. Yep. But then, you know what I mean? You can see where it's like, okay, well, if you're gonna start doing that, you also have to, we're looking at the historical bits for the for the blockade and whatnot. Then I'm probably gonna have to start incorporating the naval war. Or is there some way I can abstract it for now? And it's like, I don't know. Ports, and then the resource shipping. Yeah, like I said, that's something that'll maybe dovetail with the other stuff, and I don't have to worry about it right now. So all this stuff in it. Oh, short this. No, don't have to worry about it yet. Hopefully. Oof. What the hell does this mean? Units operating outside of their home country and who do not have a viable overland connection to their home country must be sustained by merchant. Oh, Jesus. Nope. I'll worry about that later. I have two. Nope. I'll worry about that later. And that, look at this. This is just huge amounts of stuff. Evacuation. Oh, and that's the other thing I would love to, when I pop on that lecture and you can just hear it while I'm playing the game or whatever. The guy was mentioning that part of the miracle on the Marne was due to the fact that the French were able to start listening in to, what did they call it? He'll tell you, open line or something like that. Eventually, they were able to easily they weren't using decoded messages, and they were able to know where the Germans were showing up. So, and that was yet again a limitation of early wireless communication. I was like, okay, I'd love to discuss this with people. So here we go. This is all this other stuff. But we don't have to worry about the variable belligerent start dates, because you guys are the variable belligerents. Charles Latoria, Meandering Mike, and William Aaron. So that's cool. And there's that alternate history thing I was mentioning before, where it's nice to see this happen. That he mentions this, but he also does say you've got to be careful. That realize that I've set up the game to try to stick with the historicity as much as possible. So the more you start screwing with it, it may start to, eventually break, not just bend. Where does he say this? Correcting any of these monumental mistakes would have significantly altered world events. Der Weltkrieg is meant to model World War I, and the further one deviates from the historical, the less accurate the model becomes. So there you go. All right, so I'm going to, what should I pop on now? I'm going to put you back onto the, hold on, I'm going to get rid of this. Put you back on here. And I'll present a window. Oh, I don't have it on there anymore. Hold on, I got to get the camera. Oh, that's right. It doesn't see it as a window if I have it maximized. There we go. And there. And then I'll pop you like this. There we go. That looks good. Yeah, I'll pop on the lecture in a bit. I hope we'll see if the glare is not too much. Maybe I'll just move the camera. No, you can't really see it like that. I'd like to get I want to get some light in here on the back. I gotta admit, guys, it is really weird talking by myself for such a long period of time with no, you know what I mean? Like backwards, whatever. But it's like it goes. I said eventually I'll just go with it. That's why I was like, okay, I'll just start playing the game or whatever and doing so on and so forth. I also want to, go over the narrative a little bit. So when I get to that point, well, there's not too much glare. Oh, you can't even see anything. You can just see the ceiling. Sorry. How's that? There. That's not too bad, I think. Oh, Zoe24. Thanks, Zoe. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do eventually. That's, like I said, I've got to get to the get away from the feeling of it's weird because I feel like you guys are waiting for something to happen. You see what I mean? It's a strange, it's an odd feeling. So yeah, I'm just going to get on with whatever. You have to eat something eventually. But I do want to put on the, like I said, put on the voice of the lecture soon. But I think I will also maybe just slap on some of my ye old videos. Oh my God, I did put on a little tiny bit of the my very first video there with the digital camera. And look, I'm not gonna, I was like, oh, like it looks like shit. And I'm like, yeah, well, back then that's all you had, Chris, and you should be darn happy. Oh, Zoe says just scrapbooking it away. Good. Oh, on a side note, I did notice that YouTube is allowing podcasts now. So I was going to try, which I think I would love to do, is a bike cast. I'll just pop my mobile phone in my pocket, and then I guess I'll have to wire a microphone up to my mouth or something. And then because I would say the most of the times biking to work, that's what I'm doing. I'm thinking about Derville Creek and the mini game and so on and so forth. So um, that I might as well it out, articulate my thoughts sometimes because I'm like, gosh, I'd like to. I'm like, well, maybe other people would like to hear about it, anyways. Um, yeah. Also, I'd like to maybe I'll pop on some videos while I go. Do things like maybe go to the washroom or whatever. I mean, and then like I said, also maybe while I'm down here, I will put on background. So it won't be background music; it'll be background lectures. And if you guys want to say something to me, then say something to me, and then we'll just hope to God that I don't get a copyright violation. And if I put it in low enough, maybe you guys volume. We can practice. How about we try one practice now? Okay, hold on. I'm going to put on the lecture I really want. Oh, I just heard it again. Like I said this morning, I'd love to hear it again. And like I said, okay, here we go. They're the Pershing lecture series. They're done by the National World War One Museum and Memorial in Kansas City. They're freely available on YouTube right now. All I want to do, guys, is I'm going to put the volume, I'm going to put the audio in the background. You're not going to see, so you can't see his bloody pictures or whatever. But I will put the link in later, and I'm going to also have it in its entirety. I'm not going to edit it in any way. So I'm going to let it run. It's about an hour and a bit. The guy's fantastic, and hopefully that's not a copyright violation. I'll find out because YouTube will probably have a conniption fit later. But like I said, I've only had one so far, and I think 3 after that you get destroyed or something. I don't know, or 3 within a short period of time or whatever. I don't know, and I'll take it down right away if that's the big. Goodness gracious, I'm not. No money is involved. I never want money. No money, no. Okay, so here we go. Let's see if I can do this. Oh yeah, I turn off my music. And let me know. I don't want it blaring, so we don't get into trouble. But boy, is it good. Like I said, he's such a good. He's just so freaking good. And hopefully the volume is. The microphone's okay. I don't sound kind of because it's only in one spot here. The Pershing Lecture Series, The Evolution of Battlefield Communications, Dirk Rinnenberg. Hold on, it was done two months ago, and there's nearly 4,000 views already. It's only an hour. Hold on, I got to put it right back to the beginning. Is that too loud, guys? Because I don't want it too loud, and I get into trouble. But can you kind of hear that, or you can't hear a thing? Oh, maybe it tries to make sure you can't hear it because it's not my voice or something. Hold on, I'll put it up a bit. Boy, it's pumped. How's that? Can you hear anything now? you hear anything, Zoe? Only me, eh? Wow, it must really be able to knock it out or something. Interesting. How that happens. Um, Weird. You'd think it would pick up my background. I'm back. I hear nothing. Darn it, meandering Mike. Let's see if that seems so strange. Like you think it would pick up my the background thing. That's so crazy. Echo cancellation, automatically adjust the mic volume. General. Maybe I'll put the hold on. I'll put the speaker a little bit closer. Maybe that'll help. Hold on. He hasn't spoken yet. Well, he has. He's just about to really get into it. But boy, is he a compelling speaker as far as I'm concerned. Ugh. Hey, you. What are you holding on to? There we go. Now let me know if you can hear this better. I hope so. Yeah, it looks like so far we're dodging a bullet, guys. We were supposed to get really hit hard with snow today. I don't know if it's still going to happen. Okay, so let me know if you hear this now. Very faint, eh? Okay, hold on. Well, I'm checking to see if it was. How's that? Nothing now. I wonder what I'm doing wrong. Ouch! Darn it. Oh, I hope did I knock? Oh, it's my keyboard. Hold on. I'm freaking. Almost said Marley. Oh my God, our old dog. Uh, Leo. I wonder if it's got some way. I think it's got something to do with guys. You know the way the computer wants. Because before I remember meandering Mike mentioning in one of my videos that the audio, my music was distracting. Anyways, I want to make sure that I stop the lecture because that would suck. But you guys are going to miss all that. So hold on here. Wonder if it's got something to do with the microphone itself. Okay, I'm going to turn off that cancellation. And then let me know if you hear it now, guys.
Good evening, everybody. It's a distinct privilege to be here, and on behalf of the Command and General Staff College, I would like to thank everybody for attending tonight.
How's that?
Specifically, I'd like to thank my wife, lovely wife Michelle up there, Colonel Josh Gaspard, my colleagues who've attended, and certainly my mentor, Dr. Sean Faulkner. Thank you all.
Anything?
It's such an exciting topic that we're going to be talking
Faint,
about.
but better. That's maybe better though. Hold on. Because the speaker is way far away.
Signal Corps prepared video that they did, because the Signal Corps handled all the photographic elements within the Army, and that showed a lot of the tasks the Signal Corps was doing. And curiously absent were some of the critical ones that we're going to get into as we talk about this idea of command and
How's
control
that?
and how it evolved over the 4 years of the First World War.
What about now?
So what I would like to do is I would like to dig right into that idea of command and control. Now, I know that's a phrase that didn't come out until after the war, but it's known well enough of what that encompasses. C2 is how we would say it, that I'm going to use it throughout the briefing, even though it is not necessarily
So you can hear him now?
a phrase that would have been used during the period. We had to create these systems that we're going to talk about in a little bit. So we'll cover that first. Then we're going to get into what exactly was the signaling, the communication that was happening
Just
there
let
at the
me know
beginning
if
of
you
the
guys,
20th
if I
century
can do
and
something.
into the First World War. I'm going to follow that by talking about the European experience. Remember, they had 3 years ahead of us that we were watching, and we were learning lessons, some of them not so well,
All
and
right.
some of them very well, and we'll cover that. And then lastly, we're going to talk specifically about America's entrance into the war and what they brought.
See you later,
and
Charles.
how we really tackled some of these major problems that were
So I'm
engulfing
still here,
the
guys. I'm
commanders
just
on the
going
Western
to do
Front
dishes
specific.
and that type of stuff. Just over in the kitchen. Here, I'll...
Now, if we look back in the history of humanity, commanders up until the 20th century put themselves in a position where they could control their armies really visually, that they could issue direct orders to subordinates and carry it out. The armies were of such a size that they were able to do this. On about the time of the U.S. Civil War, we start to see the growth of armies and the inability of commanders to control their soldiers in battle, and the need for systems to be implemented and doctrine to be written and practicing and all these other aspects of Army life when it comes to controlling these formations in battle. Certainly by the beginning of the 20th century, armies are so large at this point that mere commanders being on the battlefield, as you see here, is not going to be possible. So how is that going to be influenced? This is going to be one of those problem sets that's going to engulf commanders during the entire period of the First World War. And they come up with some very novel ideas and practices and technologies to help solve this problem. Now, I brought a few little treats to show you. One of them here is a typical signal flag. Now, these were used in that visual aspect of controlling troops. Signals were sent from one point to another, visually sent. As you can see up here, there is a large subset of devices that commanders have at their fingertips. But they all have really one thing in common, minus the telegraph that we'll talk about in a minute. They had to be witnessed by a receiving element so that that message could get across. You can see real quick where the problems come in and challenges that we're going to see on the modern battlefield. Absent are a few things that we're going to talk about, such as motorcycles, balloons, these other things that we're going to get into. But by and large, this was the package going into the 20th century that commanders had to convey their messages from one point to another. And as armies grew, this conveying compounded. What we have represented here are those items that are from the closest the soldiers are at to the farthest based on line of sight. We start down here at the bottom with simple whistles. very innocuous, common piece of equipment, but issued to the soldiers through the Signal Corps and used for various signaling techniques. Now, obviously, once the battle starts and we get explosions and noise and things, we're going to have to search for another option. As we go farther out, the flags start to come in. The semaphore was very popular and was used both by the Army and Navy to convey information. As you can see, the soldiers standing, sending messages, coded messages. The problem being, if you're out on a battlefield, you're a pretty conspicuous target when you're doing things like this. And we find out very quickly as we get into the First World War that a lot of these, what we would consider standard signaling apparatus, are not going to be very practical on the modern battlefield. Certainly, the heliographs where you're shining a light and it's reflecting and you're trying to get someone to see it, limitations, what if it's cloudy, what if things are happening? We really quickly find out that these peacetime or small conflict signaling devices are going to be almost useless when it comes to the battlefields of the Western Front. I mean, you have a signaling device on you right now, and certainly mine gets activated frequently in my pocket. If you've ever had your flashlight come on inside your pocket on your iPhone, that's similar to the signaling lamp you have up here in the corner. You just need to then cover it and flash out a Morse code signal. So the thought behind these items were that we can spread the force out and we can still be in touch with one another because we can see each other. That quickly is not going to be the case as we develop on the Western Front. The other thing is, the messages that are sent take a long time to learn. The soldiers picking up the Morse code that's used, and this is going to be a common theme as we go through both the European and the U.S. experience in the First World War. There is a subset of skills that is needed to convey information, and on a large scale. And this is not readily repeated by new soldiers that are coming in. And as we start getting into this attritional fight, the commanders are going to find out very quickly how things break down. There are technological tools that we could use to convey messages. The Very pistol or Very flare was used quite a bit in combat. If you combine the different colors, meant different messages that could be fired across, but you could then see real quickly how if you don't have a certain color, you're not going to be able to send a certain message. And is that a signal, or is that a flare, or is that an incoming errant artillery shell? Again, the Western Front is going to show that for signaling and communication purposes, several of these devices are not going to have the staying power or the ability to convey detailed information. Now, balloons have been around well before the First World War, and we're going to talk about balloons more when we get into this idea of wire communication and wireless communication. If you were watching the video earlier, a lot of aspects using motorcycles. Harley Davidson, Indian motorcycles provided tens of thousands of motorcycles for the Army to use. British, the French, Germans all used motorcycles.
Reason being why I'm stopping the lecture, hope you don't mind, it's because both Charles Latorre and Meandering Mike are not here anymore, and I really want those two for sure to listen in on the lecture. So if you don't mind, what I'm going to do is I'll put on, since you guys, because I'm pretty boring to just, I can't obviously keep talking forever on end. What I'll do is I'm going to put on my Let's put on my stupid playlist of my videos, and we can go backwards that way, I guess. I'll put them off to the side and you can barely see, but at least it's something better than nothing. And I'll just occasionally talk. Maybe it'll remind me of what the hell is going on with my with my narrative anyways. Good Lord. Let's see if I can sort. If I can sort from oldest. And then I can just play all, right? Will this work? Yes. All right. Haven't. Now, why are you not? I thought you said you were going to sort. Or maybe I did it. I should have saved it that way. So I saved. I sorted to oldest. Oops. So I just finished turn 1. Wasn't a heck of a... Hold on here. Of course. And what am I thinking? Because I'm not worried about copyright. Zoe Dufour says, now I can hear you. Perfect. And you know what the weird thing is, Zoe? It just dawned on me. Since I'm not worried about copyright infringement, Nanguea, what do you want me to do with Greece? William Aarons, all you're going to have to do with Greece right now is just be somewhat aware of what the heck they were up to or thinking about, I guess, at around December 1914 going into January 1915. And I'll let you know what's going on with my narrative, with my game. And eventually, I mean, if Meandering Mike ever wants to chit-chat with you privately or Charles Latorre, but I'm going to be representing the Central Powers and the Entente. Can't hear you talking very well. Oh, sorry. That's probably my microphone here. Hold on. There we go. How's that? And then I'll get rid. I will have to put my volume back down to normal. There we go. Because I'm cranked. So anyways, and then eventually what will happen, William Aarons, is nothing amazing. I'm just going to come to you and maybe show you, give you some sweeteners. Maybe I'll say something like, hi, I'm the Entente. Can you let us use Salonika as a port? So that way we can bring supplies up to... I mean, you may, based on your decision making, because this is what happened historically from what I know, from what I've been reading, I may be wrong. Still not great, eh? Hold on, there's something funky going on then. Okay, let me check. Got my echo off, full on. No, that's my headphones. Got that. Got that. Maybe we'll go back to my original settings with the echo cancellation. Okay, let me know if you hear me properly, Zoe. Am I okay again? No? Audio. K66 says I'm okay. How's that? Not too bad, I hope. What I'll do here, yeah, and then I can play... Okay, then settings. No, all right. Oh. Okay, and then I'll say, yay. Okay, thank goodness. It must be the echo cancellation, Zoe. Okay, and then I'm going to add. This ought to be interesting. So we'll get rid of my. You won't see my. I wonder how I'm going to do this. I'm not allowed to share multiple whatevers. Hold on. Let's see if you can. Okay, I'm going to play the in the background. What should I do? Hold on here. See what you guys. Maybe you guys can watch my videos, and I'll be in the background. That makes sense. All right. And if you don't, you can switch. We'll switch on over. Hold on. Yeah, makes sense. Share screen. But like I said, you may not be able to hear what I'm. Well, of course you will, because I'm sharing the screen. Hold on. This to try to remind myself what's going on, basically, because I think I'm probably not going to write down everything that I would like to remember. So, anyways, this is going to be. Well, this is the opening setup for the link scenarios of Tannenberg and Galicia. I decided to use these colored blocks for several reasons. One, because at the beginning, anyways, I want to identify who belongs to which army. So this will help me out at the beginning. Anyways, I don't know if I would have used it for Does everything
I was
sound
doing the
good?
Western Front, because I think everything's kind of like super
Let me know,
compressed
Zoe.
there. And anyways, here it's like everybody's so spread out. So anyways, you can see that I've used shades of blue for the Austrians. I've got the Austrian 4th Army here, 1st Army, 3rd Army, the Coves Army or the Cove Army or something.
We're good.
And so what's happening with these guys? Well, somewhat ahistorical, but I think it's going to be somewhat historical in the sense when they start to engage, because the Russians are going to be doing an historical approach, or anyways, that's the way they're going to go about things. I randomly rolled for each side. It was basically, are they going to go historical, or are they going to go like a scenario or an approach that I would like to do? So anyways, the Germans and the Austrians are going to start cooperating a lot sooner than they normally did. So right off the bat, that's what they're going to do. I don't know if you can notice, but the black cubes for the Germans are, even though everybody is under the control of the 8th Army, for the Germans at this point, the black ones are going to be sent towards the 2nd Army here, the Russian 2nd Army. And eventually what I'm trying to do for the Germans is eventually start marching towards Warsaw, hopefully get into a siege situation by wintertime. Oh, and I'm super duper happy because I just found out that, yes, I can actually still convert Russian rail lines at this time of year, I think until the end of October. So anyways, I'm going to try, as the Germans,
still here, Zoe?
to we'll advance along here and hopefully develop a nice supply line to keep everybody hopefully well supplied with ammunition or whatever. But anyways, get ready in preparation. So I want to be here somewhere in preparation for a siege on Warsaw by wintertime. And the Austrians, the 4th Army and the 1st Army are going to try to march towards Lublin here. And then if everything is successful, then go across the southern bank of the Vistula across here. And by wintertime, hopefully meet up as well along here. I've actually got to check, because this isn't directly north. I think north is kind of like over here. So I'm going to have to like maybe put in a compass. Wouldn't mind, yeah, putting a true north somewhere off onto the side of the map here. But anyways, hopefully we can try, as the Central Powers, is to isolate loads or lods or whatever. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing things properly. That's the way it goes. So the rest of the guys are going to be ahistorical, these Austrians anyway. So what they're going to be doing is forming a defensive line from Lemberg all the way to Czernowitz, using the Dniester River as, well, it's basically a front. So anyways, just a nice defensive line here, hopefully. And then waiting for the 2nd Army to arrive. And then, so that's what they're going to try to do. There's you'll see like a slightly darker gray, those 2 units underneath. Those are going to be assigned to the Austrians to also go towards this way. And then we've got the Russian 1st Army over here. Russian Army 2nd Army, that's the 4th, I do believe, the 5th, the 3rd, and the 8th.
And like I said, the Russians are going to be historical, doing the historical approach. So I can show you basically from what they're looking at, I hope. So yeah, they're going to be doing an historical approach. The First Army is basically just going to go follow the major rail, the double rail line towards Königsberg here. The Second Army is going to go try to bypass, obviously, the horrible Masurian area here, and then go up towards and try to take Allenstein, and then meet up with the First Army near Königsberg. The Fourth Army, I do believe that's the Fourth Army. They're going to actually, so everybody down here is going to be marching basically to the left, shifting over to the left from the Austrians' point of view. So the Fourth Army is going to try to hit Krakow. That's the Fifth Army. The Fifth Army is going to go towards the fortress of Swemsil or whatever. And then the Third Army is going to go towards Lemberg, and the Eighth Army is also going to go towards Lemberg. So you're going to have these two dudes going that way, that guy going that way, and this guy going that way. Of course, like I just said, the Austrians are going this way, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. So why am I? Yeah, so I'm using the blocks for a few reasons. One is, like I said, so I can identify the each army right now. Anyways, I don't think it's going to make so much mean so much later on once everybody gets stuck in. But that's just the way. For now, I think it'll be fine. Secondly, I just love the look of them. I'm like, wow, I can actually just visually, yeah, it just looks neat. And thirdly, because I am playing this solo, I decided I think it's going to actually work out well in the fact that I can't remember what's underneath the blocks for the other side. So when I go to move pieces for one side, I'm going to have a difficulty remembering who's on the other side. So I think that's going to be good for Fog of War or whatever the heck you want to call it. I like that idea, and I think it's going to be nice. What else can I say? Yeah, I'm just about to do my opening move. Each turn, I'm also going to roll for initiative, so it's not just going to be automatically Central Powers go first. I'm actually going to do each bit a roll each side, so it'll be like I'm just going to do like a six-sided die, like 1 to 2 will be like maybe the Germans, 3 to 4 will be Austrians, and 5 to 6 will be the Russians, and that's just the way it goes. So I even actually rolled for initiative for the very first turn, even though on this game starts off on turn 3 of August. I did roll to see if the Germans go first or the Russians second, which is what it normally does, and that's the way it worked out. So, but I have no idea what's going to happen for turn 2 because everybody, at least some of their units, will be mobilized. Because actually, right now, only a few of the units for the Germans they're big boys, actually, the 8.5s. So like way over here, the First Corps with Francois, the 1st and 2nd Divisions. And he's probably not, historically would be pissed off right now, actually, about what's going to happen because I'm, deploying him towards Second Army. And historically, he actually, around this time, I think, actually, in the time scale, more or less, disobeyed orders and advanced a little more towards the Russians, and because he was just horrified by the fact of abandoning part of East Prussia to the horrible Russians. But anyways, that's what I'm going to do. I'm also pretending that I guess to fit in with the bit of the ahistorical bit of like the cooperation with the Austrians and Germans right off the bat is that I'm pretending that Prittwitz is not even in charge anymore, or never was in charge, and Hindenburg and Ludendorff are already in charge of 8th Army, and Conrad, for whatever reason with the Austrians, has, I don't know, maybe they've somehow satiated his war lust or something, and just said, look, keep a defensive perimeter here, keep everything mellow, stick with us, and we'll advance towards Warsaw and completely obliterate this entire
Russian salient in Russian Poland, and by wintertime, all this will be ours, kind of thing. I guess that's the point of view. And for the Russians, it'll be like, screw you.
It'll be interesting to
We're going to
see how
drive
many
drive the
how many hours.
Austrians
Is it like 2
back into
hours
the
worth of
mountains,
video,
and
or don't know?
with
Find
any
out.
luck,
More
we'll
from
be
my videos
renaming
are only
some
like a minute
of
or
the
two
towns
long.
in East Prussia
Or, well, 2
in
minutes.
favor,
Not very long.
of some nice little Russian names. Okay, that's it. Thanks. All right, so I just finished turn 1.
Which would be
Wasn't
good.
a heck of a lot going on due to the fact that
rundown of my whole flipping narrative.
most of the units have not been mobilized. So basically all the action, if you want to call it, movement occurred up here, up north, with the German 8th and the Russian 1st and 2nd. The German 8th, I started moving. I'm just going to grab my tweezers. So I did actually start moving. Like I said, I'm using the black cubes here to identify for me which units are going to go down south towards here to engage the 2nd Army. And they've started moving in that direction, the ones that can move. And oh my gosh, and here's Francois with his 1st Corps and 1st and 2nd. Oh no, not them. They've moved down already. So, oh, I thought they were. So, yeah, he moved right by them, and sorry. Yep, and the headquarters are over here, so hopefully I can get things all nice and stuck in here. Basically, I don't want to attack the Russians. I want to, as the Germans, wait for a counterattack along here, right along the border, and then hopefully engage in. As for the Russians, for the 2nd Army, since that was the only thing I could move was the cavalry. So I moved them up. I moved the cavalry up to here. I think there's one over here. Yep, I moved them way. He was way the heck over here, and I brought him across here in the most amount of spaces I could get with the least amount of train penalties. And then I also put the other cavalry here. I think it's not the 1st Division. No, it's the 15th. 15th Division up here at a little agricultural spot right along the border there. And for the 1st Army, I brought the one of the Russian cav way the heck up here, and that'll try to help out with the right flank whenever is needed. So we'll see how it goes. Geez, I'll tell you one thing. When I looked at it afterwards from the German perspective, because with these blocks, one thing I'm really enjoying about the blocks is, one, it's being used as a placeholder. So basically what I'm doing is, for example, if these guys were going to move, I can just grab the black cube and then start figuring out, okay, where am I going to go here? And then I don't have to go, no, where was the unit? As well as when I am starting to move the units around, when I do take the blocks off, I just leave the block off after they've moved, so I know that that unit's moved, and so on and so forth, and then I put them back on. But as you can see from the German perspective, I'm like, oh my God, look at all those brown cubes coming towards me. But yeah, I kind of like this hidden unit thing, if you want to call it that or whatever. But yeah, it's working well, I think. Next turn is, just around the corner, really. There will be, I know some of the Austrian units will be mobilized. It's from a certain hex row. All the Russian cavalry for these guys will be mobilized, but none of the infantry. And I think all of the 2nd Army infantry will be mobilized. All of the 1st Army will be mobilized for sure. And I think that'll only leave the headquarters for 2nd Army not mobilized. And the 5-5, I think almost all the infantry for the Germans are going to be mobilized for the 2nd turn, due to the fact that I'm kind of trying to coordinate it with what it says the Germans are mobilized for the Galicia scenario. And in the Galicia scenario, it says like on turn 4, which is the 1st turn for the for that scenario, the 2-4 German units I guess they're ersatz units mostly, I think. They, or maybe landwehr, I'll have to check. But they would be mobilized for the Galicia one. And they're over here, the 2-4. And technically, they are part of the 8th Army. So I'm like, you know what? If these guys are mobilized and they're 2-4s, I don't see why the 2-4s for these guys should have to wait one more turn. Because technically they should be for August 5, which would be the 3rd game turn. Because this the next game turn 2 will be August 4, which is here. Yeah, I don't see why I'm saying this. I'm just going to let them all go. It just, to me, just it doesn't really make sense. So that's it. I'm about to start off turn 2, which should be hopefully a lot. Well, I'm expecting something to happen. Like, I mean, here you've got like, get the cav right beside these guys. Oh, that's just another cav. So cav against cav, or no, it's not. We've got some infantry there. That'll be interesting, I hope. Probably the German cavalry will just run away. Okay, so that'll be that, and off to turn 2. Okay, I'm partway through. Well, I finished the Russian movement, and I've decided I'm going to do some combat right over here. Yeah, I just finished reading up on cavalry because I wanted to find out if I could like automatically retreat or whatever, but no, because I'm doing a combined attack with infantry and cavalry, so the German cavalry will have to sit it out. Plus, I wanted to find out also about supply.
There, if you can hear me.
All the cavalry are considered in supply due to the fact that they're at full strength.
Sausage, pretend chicken
so,
sausage
and I'm not going to waste my ammunition on this cavalry unit. So
I'll make it.
Trying to think here. Really, 1, 2. Yeah, those guys would be in supply if I wanted to expend some points, because that's where my headquarters are.
Oh,
but
my God,
no, I'd rather just wait. Thank you very much.
What they had
so that's about it. Otherwise, I've moved.
That's got to be.
I think I mentioned
in the stars. Remember, it's been months.
That I could only. The cavalry were
Rocco blueberry cheesecake.
Where are my tweezers? Oh, there.
Oh.
I could only get the cavalry to move down here.
I said, look,
that's exactly what we've done. Russians have moved
you know me, man.
as much of their cavalry as possible. Like, I don't know if I'm using cavalry properly, but we'll find out later, I guess. I'm basically just pushing them up in front of the infantry and trying to do a little bit of flanking. I can, but
we haven't played in a month now. Goodness gracious.
As you know,
terrible.
4th Army here are supposed to move towards Krakow, so I'm using the cavalry here to kind of, I don't know what you would call it, basically interact with the Austrian 4th here, and the same thing, over here, and then I'm just allowing the infantry to be able to move, and the Austrians want to attack the cavalry, fine. I'm not so worried about losing them, or maybe I should be, but we'll find out later. And yeah, the Germans really massed along here, right just south of Wallenstein, and the Russians the same thing. Headquarters are moving out of. Or haven't moved out yet. The next turn, they'll be mobilized. So Samsonov can get the hell out of Warsaw and move up there. And that's about it. And like I said, I'm just about to do some combats. So that's a heck of a lot of infantry, but they're all unsupplied against that German cavalry. So we'll see how it goes. And then after that, I'll be having to read up exactly to make sure which Austrian units are allowed to move.
Yeah, right now in the present.
And that'll be that. All right.
I'm just making some core HQs and transferring.
So I just finished
the supply points over.
August turn 4, and we did actually have some combat. So the a couple of the Russian units over here ended up attacking the German cavalry over here, the first, is it the first division? Yep, the first division. They were over here actually. Couldn't retreat because there was combined infantry and cavalry attack on the German cav, which resulted in a 1 strength point loss.
Hello, Dufer Days.
Resulting
Glad I
in the
looked
Germans
up,
with having to
Japan,
retreat.
in other words. Hello.
I think they're still allowed to
First time I
retreat
go,
here,
just another. I'm trying to figure
even though
out
they're in a
what
zone of
country you are, if, like,
they're in a enemy-controlled zone
like, wait a minute,
here.
you're just from Ottawa.
But I think they're okay. Anyways, I ended up getting, and they would have been here as
Good
well
to see
because
ya.
those cav
Hope
never
you're doing
moved.
good.
And after the combat, I got the infantry and the Russian cav that also helped with the combat here. They all advanced into the spot where the Germans were. So the Germans are the first ones to accrue some demoralization points. So they get 2, as far as I know, for 1 strength point loss for the cavalry. What else? Yeah, and then there was some movement here for the Austrians finally. The 4th Army between 15 and 20 of the hex rows here, or actually hex columns, were able to move somewhat. They can't move column movement until next turn. The Austrians are not allowed to use column movement on the turn that they become mobilized. So that was a bit, but at least I'm going to try to remind myself of that because I have not been really considering that. And at the beginning, when I started moving, even like the Russian units over here, I kept thinking to myself, my goodness, it's going to take forever to get anywhere. But it's like, yeah, wait a minute, you can use column movement. So I'm going to do that. Yep, so we're about to go to August turn 5, and I'll have to roll for initiative and see who ends up starting first, because I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not doing the Central Powers first and then the Entente, which, well, for us, it's just Germans, Austrians versus Russians. So that's about it, I think. Yep, as you can see, there's a lot of movement here. There's a lot of concentration here with the Germans and the Russian Second Army, just south of Allenstein, near the Masurian area here. Well, I would like to know what river that is. I don't know. I'll have to take a look. Anyways, that's it. Or could it be the Passage? No, it's not that river. All right, so I think that's about it. Yeah, I've used a lot of the cavalry, hopefully the screen. I think I talked about that in the last video. So, see what happens. All right. Oh, darn it. Unfortunately, well, at least I found out now. Anyways, I went to go do the list for the mobilization for this turn. And when I was looking at the Austrian side, I was like, what in the world is going on? Because they're like, the rules are indicating that I had to start moving some units here, but then it also said that all of First Army was mobilized, and I was like, X going on here? It doesn't make any sense because this is First Army, and so why in the world would you say all the units here are mobilized and then specifically start talking about hexes here and here and here? Anyways, I clued in. It was my mistake. All this time I thought this was Fourth Army, then First Army, Third Army, and the Coves Army. And in reality, this is First Army, that's Fourth Army, Third Army, Coves Army. So now it's making a lot more sense. So the First Army is here. It's fully mobilized now for this turn. And a few select units for the Fourth Army are now mobilized. So, okay, everything's making a lot more sense now. I'm just going to have to change a few things in my book, but that's really about it. And then I'll have to alter this because I have my little color code, and I'll just change that up. Yep, that's about it. I just wanted to remind myself that I screwed up with the army identifications for Austria-Hungary. And yet again, like I said, I'm rolling for initiative each turn, so sometimes Well, there's a very good chance that whoever the force that goes first will change from turn to turn, and this is the case. Normally, for
there's no such thing as
each turn should be the central power is going first, but like I said, I'm doing each side. God, you know what? I'm even thinking maybe I would like to activate each army independently. Wouldn't that be neat?
Damn right.
You know what I mean? I could say, okay, the first army goes first, second army, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, maybe I'll just keep it simple for now. So anyways, I rolled, and the Russians are going to go first, then the Austria-Hungary, and then Germany. So it's kind of like in reverse. Excuse me. So that's just the way it goes. So even though Russia just went at the very end of the last turn, they're going again. So I don't know. This ought to be interesting. All right. All right. Just finished doing the Russian move. Hopefully the glare from the light isn't bothersome. I'll find out later, but I find it too dark. Maybe I'll keep it for now, but later on at least it'll be nice. I won't have to use the light. I'm using these cross sword markers to show where I'm going to do a battle. If I can just
Danelle Mason, happy
hold
birthday!
them on
Thank
properly.
you so much. And in a weird way,
Because I
happy
often
birthday to
step
you
away
too,
from the
just
table
letting you know
anyways,
part
like
of
to
it,
go
man.
do things, and
William Aarons, goodbye.
so later on I can go, okay, that's where I want to do my battle.
Thank you
So
so much.
like I
Thank
said,
you,
I
man.
finished doing the
Like I
Russian
said, I'll be
moves.
on and off. I'm just going to do whatever.
Gosh, you know what sucks, and I
guess
can't
the best
wait
way to go about it is,
to obviously get them going,
yeah,
is all the
each one look
headquarters
up at
have
comments,
not
and hope to God I
mobilized.
don't miss some,
And I just,
and
you know,
someone
I've
thinks I'm
rushed
thinking,
everybody ahead more or
like I
less.
said, I hope
Okay,
I'm
I've used a
glad I'm
lot
not.
of the cavalry,
Okay, there we go.
like here and here.
Making some more core
here.
HQs here.
Well, no, that
I'm a
would be
core
infantry, but I
HQ
think I've got some
fanatic.
cav
I
in
love them to
there.
bits.
Nope,
I found
just
out about
infantry.
them.
But a lot of the front guys here
Let's go.
are all cavalry. I can't mobilize him. That's the 4th Army. But yet again, there's the headquarters way the heck over here. Oh my God, the worst for sure. And that's why I'm doing an attack, even though they are unsupplied. The Russian 2nd Army here, they're going to be trying to gang up on
attack.
Those Germans over there, is because, my God, the HQ Samsonov is still in Warsaw. I can't, he's not mobilized until next turn, and he won't be,
I think
and well, he's never allowed to use column movement,
oh my God,
because he's an
HQ. Stupid move.
I know for a fact, if I'm the German player, which obviously I am because I'm doing both sides,
ended up happening with the 2nd Army.
This is a perfect opportunity, even though I wanted to wait for to do a counterattack as the Germans. I'm in favorable terrain, I'm supplied, life's wonderful.
The Russians were all up at the border, and now
right now the Russians
now the Germans
are unsupplied. I'm supplied. So why not take a chance? I know I may, get some, take some damage as the Germans, but this is probably one of the best opportunities for me to really do some damage to the Russians. I would actually want to go for these guys right here, right on the flank. So I'm going to try and move some of the Germans over to here. But it's not their turn. They lost the initiative. And so that's, I think, going to kind of save the Russians bacon. Even though the Russians do not want to attack right now, they might as well, because at least they're dictating things. That's the way I'm looking at it. So they're going to gang up on these guys and just go with it. They're going to be unsupplied. Life sucks. But this is war, right? I mean, you're not going to sit here and just yell at each other at the border. And I moved the cavalry over here just to kind of freeze these guys a little bit more. But as the Russians certainly did not want to be attacking right now, but I got to get going. Here, yet again, we're going to be attacking this poor little cavalry. I expect him to melt away. And hopefully, as the Russians not take any damage.
Grab something to eat, guys.
And my God, if you look back here,
you got my little.
The Russians have really advanced across the border. Holy smokes. It's just nuts. Anyways, that's it. I'll go and do the combats
I really appreciate everybody.
Yabber on about the results, and then after that, it'll be the Austrians' move. Okay, doke. Well, I finished doing the combat for the Russians. What a bloody disaster. Pardon the pun, but oh my God, what a disaster for the Russians over here. Well, this is what happens when you basically attack a force in a well-defended spot and you decide to attack unsupplied, and they are supplied. So the Russians, with a huge amount of force, like a ridiculous amount. I mean, I think like something like 10 divisions to 2, inflicted 1 hit, and they suffered 10.
See this, but
So what a disaster! Oh my God! Like I just right now, I'm just like, well, that's it. The Russians are toast.
Like I told you, I should.
I'm like, yeah, I'm just yet again,
diabetic or maybe diabetic.
I'm just the worst general you could possibly ever want.
Pick this up for my
Make bad
birthday.
decisions,
Oh my God,
and then I overreact afterwards.
The Chapman's.
Anyways,
jumping.
so yeah, the cavalry, the German cavalry's gone here. The Russians advanced. They didn't take any hits again. The Russian Third Army attacked the Austrian Third Army cavalry against cavalry with some infantry. Both cavalry on both sides were eliminated, and right here is where the infantry crossed the Bug River. That is so cool. And yeah, they're deep in there. Yet again, I have to remind myself, like, smarten up. The Russians there were in good defensible terrain behind a river, and they're out of supply. Now they're out in the open with the river to their backs.
Oh my God!
And still out of supply, so they're right for the picking. It's just like, come on, I gotta like mellow out here. Anyways, well, it's a learning experience. Yeah, and I'll go from here because I'm just loving this game. Just having an absolute blast. Anyways, I'm now going to start making the Austrian moves. All right. Okay, just a quick recap before going off to the German turn, which will be the last group to go, and then we're off to August turn 6, which will be great because now, gosh, there'll be some reinforcements coming. Also, I think the Germans will start being able to use the rail line. I'll have to check the other people, but I'm pretty sure they get to. Anyways, let's get to the Austrians. So there was not too bad, I would say, for the Austrians. I mean, so this attack here on the cavalry, the very first one, the 14th, with these two Austrian units. Was completely indecisive. No hits on either side. I went unsupplied. I'm not going to waste supplies here. Or did I? Yes, this one I did actually use supplies because they're so pitiful. Yeah, if you look here, they're only like a strength of 1, 2, another 1. So I was like, well, I might as well just use one supply point, supply them. Take a chance, didn't work. And then over here we also had some cavalry, and we actually had, it was 3 separate spots here. There was here, no, hold on here. How did that work? There was somebody here. Anyways, everything worked out okay. Like everybody advanced nicely. So yeah, that was the second attack, and then the third. Oh yeah, here was where where I did some advancing. So yeah, so we had for the 4th Army, the Austrian 4th, I had some guys here. The Austrian cav the Russian cav were here. They were eliminated, and then I advanced the cavalry here, and the Austrian infantry here. I was going to bring this Austrian cavalry up here, which was also part of the attack. I was going to advance them over to here, but I thought, you know what?
Take a while to
let's keep it here so I can control the zone of control there. And yeah, that's about it. So now, like I said, I'm going to go next next bit is the Germans, and this is going to be interesting. Yeah. Well, if anything, I'm just going to like reposition them and get them ready. But next turn, boy, oh boy, they're really going to have to start using some rail to get some people up here because my, oh my, oh my. The first army is just going mental.
Oh, I don't know if
Yep.
you're still
So
there,
we'll see what
Stefan, but if
happens.
you
But
are,
yet
I'll
again, I
send
mean,
you
the Germans had no
pick up by
choice. It
email
was
or
like pick or
whatever.
choose. Because I mean, if you got your headquarters
I'm
over
going to
here, there's
need to
no
get
way I could have
pocket battles,
adequately
orcs versus
supplied
elves off you
um,
before
all the German
hanging.
units
Well, of
that
course, it's not
spread
for a long
apart.
time.
So
May
basically, it
19th.
was
So if you can
yeah, it was
find where
first army or second army and stick with it, and then try to crush one army as quickly as possible, and then send the rest of your army off by rail to help out. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just going to hope to God that, as the Germans, anyways, that they can keep the Russians back. But that's an awful lot of Russians. Yep. Okay. So that's it. Like I said, the Austrians are finished here, and we're going off to the German move.
That's a good. At least now it's not so glary.
Okay. I'm just about to do the first German combat. And I'm glad I stopped anyways, because I'm like, geez, am I going to, well, first of all, I think it's a stupid move. I should have stayed where I was. But I was like, oh, I'm going to attack. And it's like, God, I'm just a 5 strength unit going out. I mean, you're thinking, yeah, that's okay. But I'm going up a cavalry unit who's still going to have, who's automatically supplied and is going to be, attacking me, counterattacking with three strength points. The max I'm going to get is 5. I'm going to supply, so I'm already wasting, or it's overkill. I'm using 1 supply point for 5 strength points, so that's overkill. Then the cavalry is going to, so I'm attacking across this hex side, right? The way I'm looking at it with the rules. However, excuse me. However, the cavalry gets to choose which hex side it wants to defend from. So it's either this one, as you know, or the adjacent ones. Now, the adjacent one has a river, but according to the rules, it says that I only use the river if all the attacking units are attacking from a hex side that contains a river. And that doesn't. I mean, these are 2 different things. Him attacking across this hex side, but this guy deciding to choose to defend with this terrain. You see what I mean? Like, they're different. So anyways, I'm going to check the rules, and that's how I'm going. So the river's not going to count, but the swamp is. If you look here, it's so. Sorry, buddy, you're going to have a bad die roll, but not as bad as it could have been. Anyways, and yeah, I've got to mellow out, man. Like, I'm going to take some hits here, but I also do want to push this cavalry out of there. Like, I really, really want to get things out of there. And then I'll be going off to the second combat, which I'm trying to see if I can get the Russian 22nd and the 24th Infantry Divisions out of here. Yeah, and they'll be fully supplied. I mean, these guys have taken half a strength point each. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna I'll deal with the strength points. I just didn't want to have one full and one. It's the same thing, at this point, anyways. And there's the headquarters. Yeah, I'm actually going to go up to another game that I have upstairs for the decision games game for the Battle of Tannenberg, because the scale's different for the map. And it's all down here. It's just dealing with the Second Army. And I want to find out, because I know that because it's at a different scale, I should be able to find some rinky-dink little towns or something just below Allenstein, because I'd love to find out what the name of this area would be, because, man, this is going to turn into, well, I'm sure the Russians are not going to want to talk about it back home. anyways, yeah, and I'll see what's going to happen. Yeah, so I'm going to go with it and gonna mellow out. But anyways, it's going to be, yeah, there's a lot of action. When I pull back from the map here, I'm like, holy smokes. Well, of course, the Russians and the Germans up here got to go a lot, a turn more before these guys did. So obviously there's a lot more action, but holy smokes, can you ever see like everything's already getting jammed up here, even with this small amount of counters right now. Mind you, I've starting to consolidate like a few here. I've got multiple divisions. So if you go back here, like I'm using those pretend or those made up counters that I did here, the little force things, and then I've got my little made up cards and stuff like that. The Germans don't have anybody all masked up enough. I just stacking drives me up the tree. Basically, it gets to the point where so I'd rather just not deal with it. As I know I have to deal with it up to some point, but basically anything after 3 counters, I'm like, okay, enough. I've had enough. So like I said, I'm going to finish up these combats. I'll chit chat about it later, and then we're going to go off to August turn 6. And like I said, there'll be some reinforcements and some rail movement. Woohoo! Okay. All right. So I'm just starting the German moves. Okay, I moved. I'm going to grab my tweezers again. So the 2 German groupings, these guys here, God, I need my reading glasses. I think they're ersatz. Anyways, they're all brigades. These guys did start using rail to get to Katowice or something. And these guys made it to Krakow, and eventually they are going to join up with Austrian First Army. They're just so far behind, it's ridiculous. But the Austrian First Army are going to be engaged with the Russian Fourth properly anyways in a little while, so I'm sure these guys will catch up in no time. So I did move this rinky-dink little reserve ersatz German division from here to here. So that costs 4 movement points, 2 movement points to get out of the zone of control, and then 2 movement points to go, into another one. But what I'm trying to do is slowly move my guys, to concentrate them a little bit more here. But I really want to get rid of this cavalry unit. So even though, fully supplied, I'm going to, almost fully supplied. Yeah, that would still work. It'll cost me one supply point to do 4, and then anyways, you get the idea. But that's still like a small strength, strengths against that, but tough. I really want to get rid of these cavalry, and then I'm going to rail these guys. I think I still have enough. Yeah, because those were only brigades, so that would have the equivalent of 2 divisions, because there's four brigades there. So I still got 4 divisions worth of rail I can move. And so I'm going to move these guys for sure up towards here, just to try to help out these poor guys. They're in a lot of trouble. But I think I'm going to keep these guys here, well, for 2 reasons. One, it would cost me so many points just to get out of a zone of control. Then I still have to deal with this wooded area. Anyways, you get the idea. It's just too much. But now's the time to try to keep hammering away, due to the fact, remember, this is a new turn now. That's why I can use rail movement. And the Russians are about to get some reinforcements, but they're still out of supply because Samsonov is way back here. So they've got to, what I mean? Like, now's the time for the Germans to really hit again. So they're going to try to hit all across the line here, even though it's, they don't have like a huge amount of build up here. As you can see, it's 16 here, 16 there. These guys took a hit. They used to be 16, but now they're down to 14. That's not too bad. No, 15. That's not the end of the world. And so anyways, you get the idea. So keep hitting the Russians and try to, none get eliminated, but hopefully they'll be so severely affected or reduced in strength points, that there won't be much bother. So we'll see what happens. Anyways, that's what I'm going to do. Just going to get the movements ready, and then. But right now, I have to remind myself, take my time. Like I've got, well, all the time in the world, short of something weird happening. But yeah, so I think I'm going to like read up a little bit more on some of the rules, make sure I'm getting every little thing hammered into my head, kind of thing, and I don't know, go from there. Oh gosh, the sun's out. Awesome. My gosh, I should go step outside for a little bit and enjoy the sunlight. Okay, that's it, and probably next time I come back, it'll be post-German combat. Oh, I also think I figured out basically where this area is. If you can see, here's Allenstein, and there's a little river here, and there's like the forested area here. Anyways, I went and checked the Tannenberg map for the Decision Games version. And if you look over here, I'll try not to go too quick. But like I said, it's a completely different scale. But here's Allenstein. And here's, if you go over here, there is a river and there's the woods. So I'm going to say that my battle over there up on that thing is probably around Niedenberg. I may be wrong, but I'm going to go with that. And what I find kind of neat, so anyways, I'm going to call it the Battle of Niedenberg. I don't know if it is, but like I said, that's what I'm going with. The thing that I find interesting is that when I was playing the Decision Games Tannenberg
great to see you.
Game, one heck of a lot of, I would say the most bloodiest of the battles in that game was around Allenstein, and it was just horrendous for both sides. Yeah, they ended up, I think it was like the Germans lost at least maybe a corps and a half. I think the entire second corps was almost completely wiped out. I had to send in like a lot of the forces from, well, 8th Army proper kind of thing, like their own headquarters corps or whatever the heck it is.
How's the con going?
Yeah, it was a mess.
I guess we'll find out
in that game, the Germans lost substantially. Like the Russians just went mental. Yep. So that's it. So I think that's like I said, the Battle of Niedenberg. There's my oatmeal. All right. So we're at still the month of August. It's now turn 5. I did the initiative rolls, and even though the Russians were the last to go, the previous turn, they won the initiative roll, so they're going first. I'm going to do, well, what I will consider the easier bits first. I'll leave the first and second
you can't hear me
army
talking
alone
over the
at
video,
the moment
eh?
right now. Oh, goodness grief. Why am I saying that I picked the easier ones to do right off the bat? Because I think now... Hold on, I have to check, but I'm pretty sure the 8th Army, basically the 4th Army here, I can only move the cavalry.
Can you hear me at all, Zoe?
But everybody else here, the 5th, the 3rd, and the 8th, I can move everyone except the headquarters. So that's a lot of things to consider. Well, I'm just going to move as many people as I can, as close as I can towards the border, like towards their objectives, but I'm going to try to remember the mistake I'm making over here with the 2nd Army. I'll talk about it in a minute. I have to basically keep close to my headquarters so that way everybody's in supply. Otherwise, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Because that's what I think is about to happen with 2nd Army.
Okay, I'll try to be.
I still
so
don't get.
You can hear me when I'm up
do I
close.
get to move now?
So hopefully,
I think I do. Oh my God!
Other people I don't know
That's
if
going
other
to
people
save the
heard me, so
Russians
I did
bacon.
say hello, Danielle Mason.
If I can move
Thank you so
now,
much for
this
saying happy
turn,
birthday to me, and in
everyone,
reverse,
oh
you know,
God, they're
yours as
lucky,
well.
lucky, lucky.
And Wardrobe Plays World War
Because
II.
basically what's
Thank you so
happening
much for
is
showing up, and thank you.
these guys are
Um,
getting so far ahead of
how's the talk
their
going? If you
headquarters, they're
hadn't
not going to
heard me
be
saying that
able to
before,
be
and
effectively in
I guess
supply.
I also
And the
mentioned that I guess we'll
Germans,
probably find
even
out
though I was going to wait for a
next Saturday
counterattack, it
during the
would be
marathon.
far preferable for
And
them
all I'm doing
to
is just poking around.
try and make a huge attack when the Russians are unsupplied. Yeah, and over here with the First Army, I'm going to have to, well, basically I'm going to hit these guys unsupplied, attack the cavalry again. I don't think they're going to last. They've already been reduced. They're down to a 1, so forget it. And I get to move the headquarters up and up closer. So now these guys will be, well, they're still in supply anyways, but I, want to get a move on here. And these guys are going to do column movement. And yeah, I can't do column movement for these guys due to the fact that this is their first turn being mobilized. So yeah, I'll come back after I've actually finalized the Russian moves, and then it'll be the Austrians and then the Germans. So, okay. Oh my God, the battery's dying.
This is more or less, to be honest with you, just an excuse to use the video camera. I just want to make sure that I've got it upside down, right side up. What's going on here?
Nope, that was a webcam. The webcam.
Just needed to know how to orient the webcam because I don't think it was intended for what I'm trying to do with it. But anyways, I'll have to figure out a way of bringing the the PC, the laptop over. So anyways, like I said, this is more like just an excuse to use the webcam and make some mental notes. I also wanted to try to use the webcam during daylight hours and really see if I'm sure there's going to be a far better video quality than the old digital camera. Yeah, so a few mental notes. I'm glad I started rereading the rules outside. It was really sunny. And I thought, well, might as well read some rules outside and get some warmth. Anyways, yeah, I picked up a few things like, oh, darn it, forgotten now. But I'll try to remember. What the heck was it? Something a bit about rail movement that I've got to. Oh yeah, the biggie was the difference between column movement and column attacks. So it's weird that I can move normally because you're not allowed to perform any attacks when you're doing a column movement. But if I do, let's say, a normal movement during my movement phase, I should be allowed to do a column attack, which is pretty pitiful, but I can still try to do one. And then, do a normal attack during the combat phase. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, so I couldn't have done one with those guys. Oh yeah, the other thing I've got to remember about cavalry not having a 1 on them in the top right hand corner or a 2, which means they have to retreat at different times. Also, the Austria-Hungarian army suffer full losses even if they retreat. They don't get the 1/3 bonus. So these are all these things I'm going to have to remember. Coming up pretty close because now the Austrians are going to be engaging a lot more combat as the Russians and them get connected to a lot more. Yep. So still haven't done the combats. Hopefully tonight we'll see. But I work tomorrow morning, so I'll be focused on other stuff. And we'll also see if. Well, I guess one thing I'm probably going to be good with the camera is the fact that I'm not going to be using the thumb. Mind you, I'm going to try to figure out if there's a way I can. Like I said, I've got to bring the computer closer to the table so I can walk all the way around. And that's about it. It'll be interesting to see and how much memory this takes up and how long it takes to upload to YouTube. All right, I think that's it. Yep, I still need to learn how to use this bloody thing. Okay, I just wanted to go over the
German combats and the movement as well before I go to the Russian moves, because Russians are going to have some reinforcements and whatnot, and I just want to make sure that it's going to probably be more combats here, but so I did get this guy here was over here, if you remember. So the cav was there. They were forced to retreat, or no, they just retreated anyways. Went back here, and then I decided, well, if you're going to retreat, we're going to advance over to here, because remember, I wanted to get this rail line, or at least part of it, converted by wintertime to prepare for a siege for Warsaw. So I've moved them over here, and I'm using these cool little, darn it, where is this from? What game? Oh, darn it, I'll find it. But maybe Panzer Group Guderian, I'm not sure about that. But anyways, it's I printed some off because I'm like, this is perfect for the rail cut. And so there we go. The infantry is cut the rail there. And then I got these guys to attack the 37th and the 36th, I think. And the 41st, sorry. And they attacked the 16th and the 4th, pushing them back. And both these guys took a bit of damage, and so did they. Just one strength point, but anyways, at least they're pushing them pushing them away. So that's the great thing. And yet again, this cavalry here retreated rather than engaging in combat with the 1st and 2nd divisions when they were coming towards them. And then I had these two guys gang up on, or no, these. I'd have to look it up, but I certainly, yes. So I had some good, I'm happy. I mean, we're pushing people back. So that's the whole thing. So yeah, that's right. Okay. That's how it works. So these guys were here. That's right. There we go. So yeah. And then, so the 22nd and the 21st or 24th, sorry, which I feel bad for because I kind of like I don't know, I've got like a little bit of an affinity for the 24th and the 22nd divisions for Russia due to the fact that in another game that I'm playing with against Rob.
Yep. My two favorite
The World
Russian
Undone,
divisions.
1914
Sure.
is Prussia by Conflict Simulations Limited, CSL. The 22nd and the 24th, when I was playing them, oh my goodness, I did some amazing damage against the Germans with them. So I'm kind of like, oh, you guys are getting your ass kicked now. But that's the way it is. It's a different game, so that's the way it goes. So they're back here. They were forced to retreat. It was the amount of damage they took. And we're pushing people back, which is great as the Germans. So that's that. And then, like I said here, I'm trying to make some kind of a defensive perimeter here because I know the Russians are coming. Well, they're coming right now. So I withdrew the poor little Landwehr brigade over here that I had. Now and then I moved some more people up to strengthen their positions. I also railed the engineering unit to Elbing to, get them out of here to begin with, since they have no combat factors, and to prepare them to hopefully start converting some of the Russian rail, which takes a long time to do. And that'll be that. And off we go to the Russian movements. All right. Okay, I finished up the German turn and did have some combat back here. So these guys were going at it. So that was the 41st and the 37th. They got the defending swamp. So, even though they were down to 15 strength points, and I think I only supplied 12 of which, and then I just got one extra strength point unsupplied to add to it. I mean, you're getting into basically, close to 40 strength points counterattack, so it's pretty impressive. So the Russians, I think, had 2 hits inflicted to them, and the Germans had 3. They're still in there. Both have now been reduced down to 6 from 8. And the Russians took a bit of damage, like I said, but everybody's still hanging in there, but a little depleted. But it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening as everybody kind of gets really stuck in and the reinforcements start to arrive in a little bit more. And here again, the Germans, the Russians just moved up. They haven't really attacked. They're just going to wait for the headquarters to come in and then go from there. So now it's the Austrians' turn. And I'm just going to go one army at a time kind of thing and just take my time to figure out, okay, what's going on here. But I know the first army, remember the 1st and the 4th are going to try to take Lublin here. And so they're going to coordinate their attack on the Russian 5th Army here. The Austrian 1st are going to use, I might as well just remove some of the cubes so we can see here. We're going to use the cavalry to try to hopefully screen a little bit what the Russian 4th Army is doing here. And probably leave some of the weaker units here, like that Landwehr Brigade here behind the Vistula. Just leave some of these, but I think I'm also going to, since these 2 German units here, a bunch of Landwehr, but they're not like very strong. They're just a bunch of brigades here. I'll use them to defend the flank here against the Russian 4th to see what they're up to. But these guys as well all yet again are going to try to use their near Sremsil here are going to try to use their cavalry to screen off a little bit here, but yet again are just going to try to concentrate and coordinate both their forces on the Russian 5th here. So again, I feel sorry for the Russian 5th, but that's the way it goes. All right, and I'll come back later and I guess maybe discuss a bit more of what the heck I've been up to with these guys. But I think, yet again, they're just going to form a defensive line along here, like I said they're going to do, and hang in there. I think the 2nd Army comes in next turn, so that'll be nice. All right. All right, there it goes. I'm just trying to just record a bit of my thought processes. I guess maybe it should be a quick video then, but anyways. So here's the Austrian 1st Army, and I want to get them to attack, the Austrian 1st Army attacking the Russian 5th here. So, but we've, got the Russian 4th right over here. So I don't want to get them into trouble by, popping out this way. But yet again, look at this, eh? Their ultimate objective is Lublin. I'm sure from the Austrians' point of view, it's like, what the heck's going on here? It's almost like the key to paradise, like straight through. I mean, they don't know what the Russians are up to, right? I mean, they have no idea why the Russians have moved this way, and but I mean, this is the way I'm going to try to play it. So how am I going to try to do this? I want to try to protect, I don't want them to come around behind me while I go against the Russian 5th. So I'm thinking of using a bit of the cav and some of the weaker infantry and put them behind the river. And then with these Germans, they're not also very strong either. They're only, you can see, like 2 4s, 2 4s. That's a fortress. So yeah, they're nothing amazing. It's just brigades. So I'll bring them up to help support here. But yet again, they're going to be out of supply. So God, this game is just about supply so much. Not a bad thing. It's just like you always have to think about it. It's like, holy cow. So what I would like to do is maybe bring them up here as close as I can to keep them in supply or relative supply, maybe not optimum supply of 4 movement hexes, because I really want to start concentrating the attack here, and then secure some kind of area here, and then start moving up. So try to coordinate the attacks with 4th Army, but they've got their own thing to deal with. So I think I'll use a bit of the weaker, some of the cavalry and the weaker infantry, go behind here. So if the Russian 4th does decide to go after the left flank, at least we've got something to delay them before I can reorient. And yet again, try to keep these guys in some kind of supply. I'd love to keep them actually behind the Nida here and protect all this area, but they'd be too far out of supply, so too far away from the headquarters. So that's it. Oh my God, my back. Okay, I'm going to try to do a combat and record it and see if that works. I don't know, because I'm not that great. Oh yeah, my tweezers. So I'm getting. So the Austrians are going to be attacking a component of the Russian 5th Army here. So that's oh God, I should get my glasses too. The 3rd Division and the 35th. The Russians are going to supply 8 strength points, so that's 2 supply points, leaving the other 2 unsupplied, so that's halved. So they're going to go in with 9 counterattacking strength points, so that's tripled. That'll be 27. And then, and they're also defending with the woods. And the 4th and the, yeah, I really do need to get my glasses, my goodness. 13th, I think. And then here I'm using these make-believe, but they exist, obviously. Made up force counters here, 6 and 4. So I'll go back onto my little table. A lot of people, goodness gracious. So you can see here the 6 and the 4. So there's a lot. It ends up coming up to 41 strength points due to the fact that what am I doing here? Anyways, yeah, I'm using, I can't remember what I'm doing. They have 43 strength points available. I'm supplying 40. The other 3 are unsupplied, which means you need to divide in half. I'm rounding down, so they get 41. Oh, and I got my fingers in the way again. Okay, here we go, and I'll give it a little roll. So yeah, they're in woods, so that'll be -2 to the die roll. So here we go. Doot, doot, doodly doot. Oh my goodness, that's not going to be good. So 1 and what did I say? -2 to the die roll. And they're running, doing it on the 40 column, was it, or 41? 41, I do believe. Yep. Okay. So 41 with a -2, but it's really, -1. So, oh wow, they still get, not bad. They still get 2 hits. Holy smokes, I'm really surprised. Mind you, oh wow, they could have done some monster damage there if they got higher up. Still, it's not bad. 2 hits. And then for the Austrians at 27, a 2. So 27 on 2, they do 3 hits. So yet again, we're looking at the way a lot of the World War I games that I've been playing. It's attacker beware. Okay, and yeah, and I'll finish up some stuff. So I did, as you know, the combat here against that couple of Russian divisions there. And I did make 2 mistakes. One, I forgot to add the +1 die roll modifier for the Russians counterattacking. So instead of doing 3 hits against the Austrians, they did 4. As well as I forgot that, thank goodness it's early in the game, that counterattacking supply is 2 strength points per supply point, not 4 like the attacking. So I'll have to add, this will cost a little bit more for Russians, but not a big deal. And then now I'm going off to this second attack. Maybe I should turn on the light. See if this helps a bit. Oh gosh. Yeah, so these guys are going to battle it out, and not very big, but it's, I think practically with the counterattack, it's going to be almost the equal strength, which is amazing. One little 1/6 or 1 strength cavalry against those guys, but they're only going against 1 cavalry division, a weak infantry division, and a little brigade. So nothing amazing. Okay, the main thing for me is I just wanted to remind myself that I made a couple of mistakes in the last combat, but nothing major, thank goodness. Okay, so I just finished turn 6 August. So we've only got 1 more turn to go, and then it's a new month. Oh boy. And I will do a recap of what happened, especially with the Austrians. But this recording for me is mostly just to try to remind myself of a few things. For example, I've been a bit sloppy with the record keeping. When I went to start calculating the total supply points used up, the total hits, and the demoralization points, I realized, I think mostly for the demoralization points, I wasn't doing as good of a job recording what I should have. So I'm going to be a bit more meticulous, which is ironic due to the fact that I'm been a bit OCD over this thing. I've got just stuff, got my little journal here, and then like I said, I've got my little forest things here, and then I've got all my bloody colored blocks, and it's just an excuse. One thing I've got to admit about playing this type of game, it's not only just for me, just the gameplay. I also get off on making all the little play aids for myself, and reading the history books. And for example, I wanted to, which I did. Oh, where are my tweezers? With all the different armies for the Austrians, I went and looked up the commander names, and same as with the Russians and stuff like that, just to get a bit more of a background. For example, I found out here, the Russian 5th here, this guy ended up getting sacked shortly after. I'm not sure if it was shortly after this battle or something, but he got blamed for the destruction of his army, and I think some other army. I have to look it up again, but or not him. Sorry, these guys here. He was actually considered competent. Sorry, Jeepers jumping. I am butchering history. Well, I'm sure I've been butchering history like there's no tomorrow. The 3rd Army here. The 4th Army. Yes, the 4th Army. This guy got sacked. I can't remember his name, Saltz or something. I can look it up. I wrote it down. But he got sacked shortly after this battle, I think. And I'm not saying he has some kind of foresight or something, but the way I was playing it is, or the way I have been playing the Russians generally anyways, is, which is different than the Austrians and the Germans. I'm playing the Austrians and the Germans a bit more their armies are far more intra-connected, so there's a lot more communication going on, versus the Russians. I'm making it each army commander is got their objectives, and they're okay, I'm going to go about it my own way. However, with the reinforcements, I'm doing it that the main headquarters or whatever for the Northern Front or whatever here, or this entire area, I can't remember the name of it, I have to look it up. They'll be in charge of directing the reinforcements. That way, for example, when there was 3 blocks I had of reinforcements here, 2 of which I sent off to the 1st Army, and the other one I sent off towards the 2nd Army. It's going to take them a little bit of time, but I think they get some rail pretty soon, next, not this upcoming turn, but in September. so they can get to Warsaw or up here to help out the Second Army. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to do the Russians. So, when I get to here, yeah, they're going to be far less coordinated, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think I'm veering off again. What else? Yeah, I know this camera is not the greatest video quality, but I did try to use the webcam again, but I don't know if it's because it's connected. I'm using USB. It's not like Wi-Fi or anything like that. It's just I just found it like not easy to manipulate while I'm doing things. Whereas this digital camera is in my right hand. I'm a left-handed person, so I can still use the tweezers quite easily. And the webcam, no, it's just far too jerky. Maybe I'll get a 720p camera someday, but not right now. So I'll try to, oh well, that's the way it goes. And yeah, maybe I'll try a bit of editing and so on and so forth at some later point. But yet again, this is all just a massive learning experience for me. So yeah, I just remembered to do a bit more record keeping. I will do a turn recap, especially with the Austrians. And also I want to do, I guess, a viewpoint from each. I'll do maybe a separate video, a quick little separate video for each viewpoint. So, the Germans, the Russians, and the Austrians, and go from there before I do the next turn. Because we're getting, now things I think are going to really start getting cracking, especially when I'm like looking here. It's like, holy moly. Yeah, some pretty neat stuff going on here. What I find really cool is the way they've seemed to line up, like almost like straight across here. It's really weird. I don't know how that happened, but well, I know how it happened with the Russian Second Army in the sense that I felt like they were getting their asses kicked on the left flank here. So I was like, well, rather than reinforce it, I don't know, throwing bad money or good money out of bag. I don't know all those sayings, but anyways, I was like, screw this. I'm just going to collapse the whole left flank and go to some better defensible terrain and reorient. So it's weird that we were pointed that way, and now it's like, well, we're kind of pointed this way. But yeah, just to try to protect for a little bit and go back. And I don't know, maybe that's kind of like the way the Russians were in some ways, the way I've been reading up, in the sense that they kind of used their land as territory. They were kind of, kind of okay about the fact of like, okay, we'll give you some of our land for now because we'll come back after you've exhausted yourself. So yeah, I guess. Anyways, I said like I'll do a recap for and then a viewpoint from each one. Okay. All right. I wanted to, well, this is about, to start August turn 7, but I want to do like a perspective for each army before I proceed. And the first one I'm going to do is, in my view anyways, the most pessimistic view of going ahead anyways. I think they're in the worst position. And I rolled for initiative for the next turn, and they're first. Second will be the Russians, so I'll do their perspective next, and then the third is going to be the Austrians. So the reason why I'm saying, well, I'm not as pessimistic as I was when I first was looking at it at the end of the turn. I was just like, good Lord, like what is going, like it just, and then I looked at the reinforcements coming, and it's not very good. I think they've just got a few brigades coming in. I think after that, that's it. It's like, geez, man, like, I don't know if I was them, I would be like calling Germany HQ proper and say, please bring some, people from the Western Front on over. Because, one of the reasons for me anyways is just the fact that they've only got one HQ. So it's, everybody's spread out so far apart. So, and I think maybe if I was going to play this again, because I'd love to do it again. Okay, first of all, I can see why Pritwitz wanted to, it seems pretty severe in one way, like that he wanted to fall back behind the Vistula, I think, way back, if I remembered correctly. That does seem severe compared, where they were. I'm sure now I can see why Francois was like, what the hell? But if I was going to do this again, I think I'm going, which is kind of what I was doing with some other games, but I would do it much quicker, is start to build a defensive line behind the Prego River here a lot quicker. And now it's too late. I mean, the Russians are past it, and I would love to entrench now, but yet again, I think the Russians are just too close. So I don't know. Maybe I can get some entrenchments here. I don't know. But I do know for a fact that I'm going to have to like bleed off some of these units here. Like this one here did have a black cube on it, so it was identified for this for the Second Army. But there's no way. I just can't, especially with these guys not being on supply. They're just going to get run over. And the engineers just going to stay back here, and I can't believe that the Russians are so close to Königsberg. Holy smokes, it's just nuts. But why am I saying I'm not as pessimistic as I was at the beginning? Due to the fact that I'm like, okay, wait a minute, you still got a couple of months before winter time here. And my main objective was to, get a supply line, like convert this rail. Oh God, you have no idea how much I just want to do silly little things like convert rail and so on and so forth. It's probably one of the reasons, even though I am talking about the Germans, like I said, but one of the reasons why there's like so many cut rail things here is just I just love doing it. Same, and there's the game upstairs there I'm playing with Rob, The World Undone, East Prussia. I've mentioned it before. One of the things you can do is cut rail, and oh my goodness, it's just, just becomes addictive. But I have to like slow down because I'm like, wait a minute, if you want to like convert these things, into rail for Russia or whatever. That kind of sounds like a T-shirt slogan, but anyways, maybe not now is not a good time to have that one on. But anyways, yeah, let's go back to Germany here. So I'm not as pessimistic in the sense that, like I said, I think I'm still kind of in a good position, especially due to the fact that the Russians have like really pivoted over here. Maybe I can secure this, up to about here by wintertime. That'd be kind of nice. And I'm just going to have to like go with it. I think just be determined and get my headquarters here. And if I can, if there's some way I can like maybe make some kind of defensive line here and get them relatively close to HQ to maybe they won't be an optimum supply. So, they're not going to get their full, they won't be like 4 movement hexes away or movement points away from HQ, maybe 5 or 6. At least they'll get some, they won't be like at half strength when they go about attacking and counterattacking and all that. I hope. We'll see what happens. So that's going to be the German perspective. I'm just going to hang in there and keep trying to go. But yes, I do have to bleed some off, and that's just the way it goes. So that's the end of the German perspective. And then the next one I'll do the Russians and then Austrians, and then we'll go on to the German move. Okay. Okay, I'll try to do the the Russian perspective, but I may have to chop it up into 2 videos due to the fact that, well, there's so many armies, and to be honest with you, they're having a lot of different fortunes or whatever happening right now. Like, some of them are not in such good shape, and other ones seem to be doing great. Anyways, yeah, I'll go, in advancing numerical order here there. So what did I write down for the first army? Hold on, I'm going to grab my little notebook. There's one thing I'm doing. So I never have both armies, like opposing armies with their blocks off at the same time. The only time you would ever see blocks off for opposing armies would just be for combats. And so I take them off when I go to do my moves and so on and so forth, but for one side, but I just like that yet again for, I don't know what's on the other side. And if my memory can't, there's sometimes I'm like, okay, I know for a fact that's a cavalry and whatever, but for the rest of it, I'm like, well, I can't remember how damaged they are and what their strength was exactly. And I like that. It's, it's enjoyable. Okay, so what did I say for the First Army? Yeah, very positive outlook, that's for sure. I'll tell you that much. There's reinforcements coming from Kovno and Grodno, and hopefully more on the way. That's one thing I'm noticing about the Russians right now. I'm kind of like, geez, like let's the party keep going here, and more reinforcements. It's lovely. All the units are in supply. I can't believe how close we are to Königsberg, and most of the resistance has been pretty light. And yeah, I feel like the First Army is getting their way, so not too bad. The Second Army, I would say cautiously optimistic, not as I was probably more pessimistic at earlier on, especially when that horrible unsupplied attack around Niedenberg went. Oh God, what a mess that was! But I feel a little bit better now that everybody's more or less in supply, I think, and we're getting into better defensible terrain. And there were some reinforcements that arrived from Warsaw, and well, they're not going to be so happy to find out in the long run when that 2/3 of these reinforcements that were supposed to go to Warsaw and then to them were actually going to be peeled off and sent to the Fifth Army over here, because they're in a lot of trouble. So yeah, that's those guys. Now we'll go off to the Third Army, which is over here. These guys, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about these guys as well. I mean, they've got some great defensible terrain. Everybody's in supply. Okay, maybe it's not so nice that the Austrians got around the left flank here, but it's not the end of the world. In that we do still have some cavalry here, and moderately worried about my left flank, I guess. But if everything goes pear-shaped, we do have a nice little here. We're very, very close to the border. We're behind the river, not the end of the world. I don't think we're going to go gung-ho towards Lemberg right off the bat. I think that's what I said. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I think we're going to progress towards Lemberg. It's just not going to be like, in like 5 seconds flat kind of thing. So that'll be that. The Fourth Army are way over here. And I'm feeling relatively good due to the fact that, I mean, we're behind the army. We've got a fallback spot of Radom there. Nice big double rail line for supply. Our eventual destination was Krakow. I don't know if we're going to go that way because I'm obviously worried about this First Army. And let's be honest, this is a gaping hole. Holy smokes, their left flank is just, massive. So I think what we're going to do is kind of hop, skip, and jump over here, completely over onto this side of the river, and see what happens with the First Army here. They're going to come up towards here, but I do not want to engage them. Sorry, but that's just the way it goes. Like I said, what I'm doing with the Russians is that I'm playing the fact that, to each his own kind of thing. There's going to be far less coordination with the Russians than with like the intra-army whatnots. So that'll be that. Fifth Army, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I feel sorry for them. I mean, they're getting encircled. Oh my gosh, what do you do? Yeah, I thought about this for a while. I may change my mind again, but I'm sorry, but you can forget Schremschild or whatever. There's no way in hell I'm even considering going south. Like that's over with for Fifth Army. We're just going to try to save our bacon. There's no way I want components of the Fourth Army and First Army getting behind us, cutting off our lines of supply, and being heavily engaged with the Fourth here. Forget it. So what I'm going to do here, let's see if I go backwards. Maybe. Oh, sorry, you can read the things, or like I said, the camera's so bad you probably can't even see the writing. But yeah, so I'm going to try to skip over onto this side, and we're going to try to fall back a bit and see if we can at least secure Lublin or Lublin. And yeah, it was like, okay, I got to pick which way I'm going to go here, and I don't want to go this way because it seems no, forget it. We'll go here and yeah, stay this way. I think that's what we'll do. So we'll go up here, but sorry, there's no way. Shremshill's fine. There's this historical thing of being, of that fortress area being surrounded and a whole army being stuck in there for months on a time. It's not going to be happening in my universe. I can tell you that much. Unless something bizarre happens, and I don't see that. No, especially with the Austrian Second Army coming. So here we go now with the Russian Eighth, Brusilov's army. Kind of neat, actually, and maybe I don't know if it's going well with his personality in a sense, but it's kind of a bit brash in a sense. But I think some of it was due to the fact that it was dictated. With the Austrians deciding to stay and fight in Czernowitz, because all I wanted to do originally for the Russian Eighth Army was to, secure this flank here, their left flank, even though we're looking at it from the Austrian side.
Sympathizer.
But the Austrians decided to stay and fight, so we'll have to deal with that. And before proceeding to Lemberg, wanted to deal with Stanislaw first. So this is going to be, we're going to have two big fights going on here, but there's the headquarters, so not too bad. Yet again, I have to relax here with cutting rails. I don't think there's engineers all over the place here anyways, but I want to get into that whole aspect of converting rail, and I like all the little minutiae of whatnot. I love this operational feel, I guess is what I'm saying. I think I've found my sweet spot for this type of games, even though, I love playing less intensive, I guess I wouldn't say less complex or whatever, because the game upstairs I'm playing with Rob, we're still finding other layers of, I don't know, strategy or tactics or whatever the heck you want to call it. And, I'm sure most people would be like, oh, that's a beer and pretzels game and, whatever. But it's a ton of fun, and we're still scratching our heads over things. So it's the way, that's how we're enjoying it. So yeah, I guess you can see these, this 10 thing and 9 thing. Like I said, these are just my homemade force markers. And if you look over here, oh my goodness, have the Russians got they've got some cracking good stuff going on here. Some really, that's a lot of guys. Like I said, I don't even know if this is coming out focused or not. Maybe someday, like I said, I'll invest in a better camera, but for now it's just not going to happen. I think I don't want to. Well, maybe I should just read the manual or something. I don't know. Okay, so that's it. I think I'm really surprised I was doing the whole thing here, but yeah, I guess it's kind of like a mixed bag for the Russians. The northern sector, if that's what you want to call it, I find is relatively positive, and I guess, and then the Fourth Army's not too bad, but a bit hesitant. Fifth Army, oh, I'm sorry. Third Army, feeling really good, and the Eighth Army, yeah, not too bad. But we'll see what happens when the Austrian Second comes in. And boy, I'll tell you one thing, when I do the perspective, it almost seems like that should be like a theme song for them, when the second comes or something, because it's going to change a lot of things. Okay, that's it. Okay, so now I'm doing the Austrians' perspective, and personally, I think they're in the best shape, for sure. I don't see anything bad happening. Maybe it's a bit maybe dicey with the Koves army in the sense that, they're a bit split up here. But we'll talk about them in a bit. But yet again, the second army is, I think, coming next turn. So, and this is the end of turn 6, so it's turn 7 coming up for August. Anyways, let's go to first army here. Yep, I'm feeling pretty optimistic. We've got reinforcements here. The Germans, the Germans that are being assigned to them, and the way I'm doing it now is they're for now on are going to be moving when the Austrians move. I'm pretending that now that they've reached Krakow and Katowice or something, I'm pretending they've now received new written orders saying that they're now to take their instructions from First Army headquarters, and they've been told to I'm going to go with a bit of role playing here or whatever, you know what I mean? So anyways, they're going to go, they've been told to take the rail and go up this way rather than follow the border or whatever. They're going to stay behind the
Billy, I can't wait
border,
for you
but
to try
use
this
the rail
creamy ice
line
cream. It's
and go up
amazing.
here to, I want to get them in supply, basically. And super duper happy that we've got some cavalry, just on the outskirts of Lublin, and not worried about our flank because we got the right flank anyways. We got the Fourth Army here. We're in a good position. Everybody's in supply, and our main objective, remember, was to put the squeeze on the Russian Fifth here. And so we're just going to put a little bit of a screening force or a little bit of a delaying force on the Fourth. We have no idea what they're going to do, and that's going to be that. So that's them for now, and I'm going to pause it. I don't know how to pause it. Maybe it's just going to be several videos. So I want to put the little block. Okay. I might as well go left to right rather than in numerical order or whatever for the army. So now we're up to the Austrian Fourth Army. And, yep, I'm feeling pretty good even though they're stuck in with the
unless you wait too long, there'll be
Russian Fifth here. But their flanks are fine. We've got the first here and the third.
Cheesecake for you oh, my God.
We're in good defensible terrain. Everybody's in supply,
I will say they're
and we're kind of like creeping up a little bit here with some cavalry around the Fifth.
Creamery ice cream,
and of course they don't have no idea
in,
the Russian Fifth's panicking right
there.
now. Oh my gosh, my battery's going, so maybe this is going to be a quickie.
Oh my God, it's
for these guys. So yep, I'm feeling pretty good. Like I said, the Austrians, I'm like good. All right. Okay, I'm just going to finish up the Austrians' perspective and do the Third Army and the Koves Army here. So, with the Koves Army, the Third Army, I'm feeling pretty good yet again. Both flanks are fine. You've got the Fourth Army protecting the left. The right over here, you've got some of their cavalry in it. The Russian Eighth are so far away, and they're dealing with the Koves Army. They've got other things to deal with, and there's a couple of nice rivers here and whatnot. So, just snaps you can see here they're going to get stuck in pretty good with
for the whole year.
The Russian Third, I do believe. Yep, and but we've managed to pop over some. Some of the infantry here, the 16th and the 35th, have gone around the Bug River here. So I don't know. I'm pretty happy. And yet again, the Second Army is coming to help out with reinforcements. Yeah, I'm optimistic. With the Koves Army, I just felt bad. My original plan was to fall back, get everybody in supply near Stanislaw here. But, at the end, I just was like, you know what, I just can't leave Czernowitz undefended. I just felt, I don't know if you want to role play this, let's say somebody with some decision making has some relatives there, I don't know, but I was just like, I just can't do it. So yeah, and I guess here there's a big rail line going into Austria proper or whatever.
I think this is
So
where you
maybe
start
that's
sending the
they would have
97th
done it
Line
anyway.
Division
So
over.
yep, that's what the Corvettes are, and they're just going to hang in there. There's not like they're not like extremely lot of them and very strong, but yeah, just hope for the Second Army to arrive and help them out. That's about it. I think that's
actually just made a
the end of that, and now we're going to go to the German
but I
move,
screwed it
and
up a little bit. I made a little one. I tried to
yeah,
put
they
the
get
thing. I'll
some
show it to you.
rinky-dink little
Tried to make it
reinforcements.
over
The crest
with
I don't know.
my heart.
Should only
But
be
I moved
talking
it
about the
way to the
Austrians if
left,
I'm doing
so
the
I'm gonna
Austrian
do another
perspective,
one.
but oh well. Yeah, I'm going to replace now all the black cubes with just gray ones because it doesn't matter anymore.
No, I'm not even using.
It's kind of like all one big thing now. I'm really going to try to compress the Germans here to try to get them as close as possible to the HQ to try to help out with supply and some counterattacking, because I'm not really going to go on the offensive. I can tell you that much with the Germans up north anyways. Like, forget it. Just going to try to hang in there. Okay. I'm just going to do a quick recap of the German movement, and there was one combat
we're
before
in
I go
trouble.
off
You
to the
have to go to
Russians
work,
to
so you'll
discuss
be
them.
fine.
So
We're
they
in
did get
trouble.
a
That said,
tiny
Doug
little bit
said
of reinforcements, the Germans,
I have
over here in Bromberg. There, I
6.
think a couple of brigades, and I railed them up front. I'm trying to do as basically, this is it. This is the line. I don't want the Russians going any west of here. Like, this is it. This is as far as I want the Russians to go. Like I said, originally I would have enjoyed having them done a front there, but it's too late now. I mean, the Russians are like way past there. So let's hope that this can, this will work. They're unsupplied. I mean, you can see the headquarters is way the heck over here. So I'm hoping that maybe there's some way I can kind of partially supply some of them. Excuse me. And then because I really do want to focus most of my supply direction on the Second Army here and keep these big boys like my 8.5s and whatnot. I mean, these used to be 8.5s, but they've been depleted. So we did do there was I did have that unit over here that was attacking this cavalry, but I've redeployed them over to here because, like I said, I need to get as many people as possible up there as I can. And the thing is, I'm just kind of like, you know what? You're in it now. Keep going. So even though I'm like, I feel pessimistic for the Germans.
So I can turn off the
just
videos for a while and just chit chat with
trying here. So still got a couple of months to go. We can, secure this whole area. Maybe, I don't know. But anyways, we did a combat. It wasn't too bad. I think it was yet again with the counterattack. So the Germans inflicted 2 hits on their attack. And the Russians with their headquarters just over here. I'm now using these little counters I just made up, so I'm doing them for all of them. So that way I can locate the where the headquarters are very quickly. Anyway, so they inflicted 5 hits on the poor Germans. These 2 guys went up against them. So that's just the way it is. So, okay, that's the end of them. And I'll go and... So, yeah, that's the best I can do for the Germans as far as I'm concerned. Is just hope to God the Second Army can disappear rather quickly, and these guys up here can just hold a fort. Cheapers jumping. I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right. I haven't moved anybody yet for the Russians, but kind of just want to go over in my head what I'm planning. And there's so many different armies and so many different things going on with the Russians. I mean, everybody seems to like have their own little agenda here. For the First Army, yet again, things are going well. Not receiving any reinforcements, any of the reinforcements that were like at Grodno here and whatnot. I'm sending off to Second Army or to Fifth Army. So First Army's fine. As far as I'm concerned, they're doing fine anyways. But what I am going to do for the attack of, obviously, I'm still going to go towards Königsberg, so close. But I'm like, okay, fine. If the Germans want to use the ocean as a protective flank, well, we can do the same thing too. So I'm going to get the First Army here to concentrate their attacks on the northern part of the double rail line here, and then just kind of try to, protect the left flank here. But this is where most of the concentration is going to be. First Army headquarters is right over here. So 1, 2, 3, we're okay here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a little off. He's only one off of a supply, but it's not the end of the world. Gosh, I wish there was some way I could pause this thing rather than zip on over here. But anyways, we'll go with the Second Army. I'll try to, you can see here I've already split off. Like this originally was supposed to go all to Second Army, these reinforcements, but 2/3 are now going to the 5th because it's like, come on, no choice. What the heck am I going to do with the Second Army? I think we're just going to keep sticking in here. I don't really know about moving all that much. Okay, there are some. Let's go back a bit. Even though I like to look at it from the Russians' perspective, I tend to find I'm always standing over from the Austrians' bit, just because that's where all my paperwork and everything is here. God darn it, I really wanted to try to the second bit to go up here and try to help out the First Army. Maybe we can, but I think we're just kind of stuck in here and have to just keep smacking each other back and forth, the Germans versus the Russians. I can't really see anything else. No, but there's one thing I'm loving being the Russians right now. It's like, oh my gosh, look at all the reinforcements. They just keep popping up. I'm like, all right. And that's the main difference now with the Fifth Army is, let's just go straight to the Fifth. Why not? So, I was so insanely pessimistic at the end of last turn. Well, no kidding, because the Fifth Army was getting surrounded and didn't seem like they were going to get any help from the Russian Fourth. But now things are looking a lot different because holy moly. So these guys are new reinforcements. Like I said, these ones I'm redirecting down. So that's 2 more units coming. That's a big walloping amount of people here. If I go over to here slowly. So yeah, number 6, like they're all, I don't know how focused that is, but anyways, they're all going, that's them. And so all those extra troops are going for the Fifth Army. So I feel a heck of a lot better now. Like I'm sure the people in Lublin are a lot happier than I would be because here's some Russian cavalry, and now their bacon's being saved by all kinds of Russians. Like there's no chance. Like, don't worry, guys, you're saved. So what am I going to do with the Fifth? I'm all right now. You know what? We're going to go back against Schremschild, and I'm just going to try and see if we can secure this river bit here, and then this rail line, and then get down there. So I'm quite happy. Fourth Army, sorry, like I said, we're just going to continue doing. I'm not going to try to engage the Austrian First Army here. And we're not getting any reinforcements. So the way I'm looking at it is like, okay, fine, our left flank is going to be secured due to the fact all these reinforcements popping in. So, and remember, their objective was Krakow, which is just over here. So, yeah, we're just going to continue avoiding any contact, the Fourth Army here, and see if they can slink on down to Krakow. I don't know. Let's see what happens. The Third Army, same thing. They're just going to, they've got some reinforcements coming here from Kovno. So not too bad. And there's not much they can do about it here, right? I mean, let's look at it from the Russian perspective. Yeah, they're just going to, I'm going to try to continue to get rid of these units here, which I think I can do because I've got some reinforcements popping up. So, yeah, we'll try to nibble away here, but I'm feeling confident. And yeah, it's ironic that the Third Army for the Austrians are feeling the same way. But yeah, with these reinforcements coming in here, I'm not so worried anymore about my right flank as the Russian third. So yeah, no worries. I must admit, though, I think the most exciting bit for me right now, just because it seems rather intriguing, is the Eighth Army. So I'm really interested to see how this whole thing's going to progress. This Eighth Army little offensive here, like these two little mini offensive or whatever.
Very well.
I'm not so much on the military lingo and all that stuff, so I'm still learning all this. Yeah, so like I said, originally we did want to concentrate everybody on Stanislaus, but wanted to, get rid of any potential problems with our left flank. And the Austrians decided to stay and stick and fight. So that's what we're going to do too. So we do have some reinforcements popping up. I'm going to send those reinforcements towards Stanislaus, which is where the headquarters are. Oh, sorry, they're over here. Well, that means I was a smart little cookie, hopefully, and tried to keep people in supply. So I'll continue trying to keep this guy in supply. I'm hoping that these guys aren't. That's the other thing which I'm loving about having the blocks on there. I can't, like I said before repeatedly, I can't remember what the heck is on the back end of the underneath the blocks. And I'm finding it very intimidating. No matter what side I'm on, I'm always like, geez, what's under the cube, And I like that. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, you take guesses, but I'm like, what would happen in real life? I'm sure they were, sending out scouts and getting reports. Maybe some of them were not correct and so on and so forth. And I don't know. Anyways, and then you get down to the point of like your personality. Like I'm starting to find out that I'm fairly timid personality. So I'm trying to also curtail that a little bit for a bit more role playing when I'm playing, both sides. It's like, okay, from what I've read, Brusilov didn't seem so timid. So I'm like, okay, like go. So there's some of them I'm trying to like go against my nature, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I personally am rather intrigued with this whole little Eighth Army Cove thing going on, especially with this big, that's a major river, not a minor river. So I really would like to obviously keep this cavalry. Now I'm starting to clue in of why cavalry are important. Obviously, one, for the most part, you don't have to worry about them being in supply. 2, they move like the wind. And 3, yeah, you can get them across, like, on the other side of the river and stuff like that and kill that river bonus. So these things I'm like, at the very beginning of the game, I was like, whatever, you'll lose the cavalry. And now I'm like, oh, darn it, I wish I had them. But I think, I'm not sure which guy, but I know that one of the Russians is number 6. So where are you, number 6? Oh, here you are. So you've got 2 cavalry. So that's great. And that's exactly what I want to use, is start using the cavalry to get around the rivers. But anyways, I'm really intrigued to see what's going to end up happening with, of course, the Second Army's coming in next turn. So I don't know. I think they reinforce these guys quite a bit. I'll have to read up a little bit more. I also want to find out about how to strip off fortresses and turn them into units, because I'll tell you one thing, that's what I'm going to be doing with the Germans. Oh my goodness. Because I can't see how in the world you're supposed to be able to, deal with the Russians. It's like, well, they've got headquarters left, right, and center. So it's like they're always going to keep their guys in supply. Germans only have 1 HQ and they're spread apart. So I'm like, you know what? The only other way I can think of, and they've got a ton of forts, let's be honest, holy moly. And from what I've been reading, that's what they were doing anyways, was stripping a lot of the garrisons or whatever and saying, okay, sorry guys, you're off to the front. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do as well. Like, there's a lot of forts back here. I don't know what the exchange rate is. It's probably not 1-for-1. I'm sure of that. It's probably like welcome to converting Canadian money to American money. You get basically nothing in return. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Start stripping these forts like there's no tomorrow, and basically just leave the janitor, and everybody else is going to go up front and fight. And yep, that's it. Hopefully when I get back here, I'll talk about the Russian movements and combats, and then we go off to the Austrian thing. Hard to believe I've only been playing, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just about to start turn 5, and I've like 25 videos already. So boy, talk about beating or stretching this out beyond belief. Considering I'm also, I expect to be playing this most of the spring and summer, to be honest with you, at the rate I'm going. And with other things going on in life. This would have been a good winter event to do, but oh well. I don't know. Maybe I'll be still playing in the winter. All right, I was just about to, I've been making my moves for the Russians, and just about to start this combat, and I realized I don't want to start doing this, and I'm already starting to veer towards that way of doing things, which is counting every little number, like becoming like a little odds troll or whatever. And I'm no longer playing the game in a sense, if that makes any sense. I'm now like playing the rules, and I'm not playing against another person. Like, maybe if I was in a convention or something, I'd be like, okay, move this infantry division over here so I can get 2 extra points, and so on and so forth. I'm going to really try to stop doing that, and it's still really, really early in the game. So I'm going to stop doing this. I just want to try to make it a bit more less gamey and a bit more realistic, and stick with the role playing aspect. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I mean, if I was playing against another human being, okay, that's different. Like I was saying, okay, you're, I guess a bit more competitive or whatever, that type of thing. That would be more for a convention. If I was playing, let's say against Rob, I don't think I would be, even though upstairs that game is really where, every little number seems to count. Anyways, that's about it. Okay, I finished turn 7 for August, so just about to go to September. Gosh, where are my tweezers? I keep doing this. Under the book, I hope. Nope. Oh, darn. Oh, there they are, thankfully. Anyways, quite a bit of stuff happened, and I'm very happy that I wrote, I think, everything down, because there's no way I would have remembered. For the Germans, I don't know how I'm going to go about this. I'm trying to record, or at least vocalize all my and visualize, I guess, all the stuff that did happen. There was one combat with the Germans. Basically, I tried to reinforce this area with the northern bit. I think what I've decided to do, and I hope it's going to work, because we're doing, I think, relatively good success here with against the Russian Second Army. I get what did I call it? The Battle of Niedenberg. But these guys are in pretty good shape. If you go over to here, German 1. So everybody to the right there is -1 strength point, but so they're pretty strong, and they're in great defensible terrain. So the way I'm looking at it, like I said, it's just like rock in a hard place with the Germans, I find, anyways, because such a spread out area, 1 HQ, it sucks. I think they're going to get an HQ at some point, which would be wonderful. Oh my God, just to be able to, start supplying stuff. So anyways, what I'm going to try to do with the Germans, of course, I don't know if they're going to win the initiative. So let's say they get to do whatever they want. I'm going to start actually moving the 8th Army HQ more north, because I want to start helping these guys out, because they're just going to start taking a beating from the Russian First Army. And since these guys are in great defensible terrain, except for this guy, so I'll just move him back. That's what I think I'll do. And just give ground, I think. I don't know, like maybe I'm being, you know, I don't know, too whatever. But I think it's, where's this guy supposed to go? Did I miss a spot? Oh, the engineer there. So yeah, I'm going to try to help these guys out. Yeah, I'm just going to take until maybe that ninth, until I think it's called the 9th Army HQ. I'll have to look it up. But until that one shows up, or 11th or something, anyways, till that one shows up, even though I think it's supposed to show up way the heck over here, I don't care. I'm railing the bloody thing over to here. Yeah, until things look better, I just want to kind of keep it easy and ration my supply points. So yet again, oh darn it, counterattack is so expensive, but boy, do you ever do a wallop. So anyways, that's what I think I'm going to do with the Germans. Just, yeah, I'm still pessimistic with them. For the Russians, I think things are going great. Well, yet again, there's multiple armies, and so there's multiple stories. For the First Army, though, here, I'll move the blocks. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Anyways, what I'm going to try to do is the main objectives here. We didn't do any combats up here. I don't think. Maybe we did. Yeah, we probably drove somebody out here. I'll have to take a look. But what I'm going to do, this is, I guess, the objective for the month for the First Army, is to rid all German opposition north of the Pregel River. So these two guys, see you later, and have a free access of this single rail line to Königsberg. And a bonus, if that could happen, would be to also have no German resistance north of the Ale River here, which connects up with the Pregel, I guess, over here. So that's the objective for the First Army. The Second Army, jeepers jumping, man. They just took such a beating on the left flank. It's just nuts. Like, they are paper thin. Look here, I don't know. Like I said, this camera is just brutal for focus, but you know, that's not, I mean, -2 on these guys, that's total strength points of 4 there, 2 divisions. Like, that's just brutal. And these guys are not that much better off. And this guy's in woods, but this guy's out in the open. So I'm not, so what I think I'm going to try to do is stream some, anyways, I'm going to try to get this guy over to here and try to start isolating or surrounding this unit here, this German, and try to take the pressure off my left flank and wait for reinforcements. So that's what I'm going to do with the Second Army, I'm hoping. Anyways, like I said, it doesn't, you know, you have to figure out, you know, do you win initiative? Because that's going to force other people decide what's going on. Third Army, the Russian Third Army. I feel sorry for them. Well, I'm finding it fascinating. There's so many little stories going on. It's awesome. But they're having a tough time of it. Let's be honest. Because the Austrians. Yeah, let's go the other way. Even though I kind of like looking at it from each their point of view. It's not the shadow's going to drive me mental. So yeah, you know, it sucks that a couple of turns ago, the Russian Third Army had control of this entire area here along the Bug River, but the Austrians were able to take advantage of, you know, they were able to just get a little bit of a toehold around the bend of the Bug River, and anyways, they, you know, used that and now are well established over, like, I mean, it's game over kind of thing in that sense. So I don't know what I'm going to do as a third army. I'm like, want to get, do like I maybe make like press over onto the on my right flank and try to get over onto this side. But anyways, all I know is I've got to get my third army HQ out of here. Like, like all of a sudden, that's what's happened. He was safe, but after a combat here with the Austrians attacked here, and even though they took a fair amount of damage, were forced to retreat, and they took advantage of that. So good on them. I mean, what do you want? The Fourth Army are doing exactly what they're probably considered the SOBs right now of every other Russian army's viewpoint, because I'm just purposely trying not to engage them with anybody. Yet again, their objective is Krakow, which is down here, and everything's fine. They've got a nice supply line here, and yep. They're just going to keep on trucking down here and see what happens. But no interest in interacting with anybody, which sucks for the Fifth Army, because they would certainly love a bit of help, or some TLC from the Fourth Army, for crying out loud, because they're going up against two armies right now, and they're hard pressed. Both flanks are in a lot of trouble here. And yep, we'll see what happens. Anyways, yeah, we'll talk about the Austrians in a bit, because they've got they supposedly have a little surprise in store. We'll see what happens. And then finally, the Eighth Army, which I'm loving this story. Oh my gosh. So yeah, this is Brusilov's army, and yet again, like I was saying, I'm trying to role play a little bit and get away from my version of a comfort zone, in the sense that I'm doing things I normally wouldn't do, like I'm trying to be less timid or whatever. So I was able to I managed to strip off some of the forces here and cross the Dniester, which is a major river, so it takes a lot of movement. Goodness, so I took off some of these guys. Managed to move 2 divisions over here, the 48th and the 49th, cut the rail line, and have now effectively isolated the Austrian troops that were in and around Czernowitz. They did have some cavalry here, but the cavalry decided to during their turn to move into Czernowitz rather than stay out and have a chance of being removed from play, because every little bit counts right now. Yeah, so really super duper happy to get some units. So these are precious. These two divisions here are going to be my key for the Eighth Army. So what I'm going to try to do now is attack them in detail, in a sense. So we're going to focus our attack on Czernowitz, get rid of them, keep these guys occupied so they can't help out, try to relieve, or I don't know, whatever terminology you use, but to help out the units in Czernowitz. So we're going to try to keep an eye on that, make sure these guys can't do anything. Yeah, so exciting times, I think. This is going to be really interesting. I guess for me personally, these are the 2 biggie stories. Well, there's lots of little stories. Lots of stories. But yeah, like this turnaround around the river, Bug River. Can the Austrians continue press their advantage? See what's going to happen here? I just don't know. Same here. Like, what's going to happen with these guys in Czernowitz? This is like just a big story for me right now. So yeah, okay, I'll do the Austrians pretty quickly. So the First and the Fourth Army are doing what I'm calling the September offensive, and they're going to do a joint. They're going to really coordinate their attacks and try to crush or drive out here. But anyways, they want to be at, they want to secure this rail line and take Lublin by the end of the month, by October. They want to be here. So this will be fascinating to see. But yet again, keeping an eye on, they have no idea what the heck these guys are doing. So I've kept the two German units or stacks. They're actually on trains right now. I've kept them entrained due to the fact that I don't know what the heck where I want to put them. I'm not sure what the Russian Fourth Army are going to do. Like, so, you know, I'm like, do I need to bring them up here for the September offensive, or do I need to keep them down here because they're going to threaten my my flank and also my supply lines down here, like, you know, just all these passages down through the Carpathians. So yeah. I think yeah, and so like I said, these guys are going to try to coordinate their attacks here against the Russian 5th, see what happens. The Austrian 3rd, the way they did it, we're able to like wrap around is I stripped off, like I streamed off some divisions, some strengths. So these guys are paper thin. There's not a lot here. And if the Russians find out that what the Austrians have been up to, they can possibly be able to they may be able to you know, take advantage of this, because this is just a minor river, so you can hop over that relatively easily. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm just what I'm using is the good defensible terrain as a counterattacking option in my favor. So even this one strength point unit, you know, will end up 3 if I supply them, and with, you know, behind a river, and so as long as you don't get anybody here. So that's kind of, you know, what I'm trying to do. I'm, you know, playing the pretend game or whatever, taking, you know, calculated risk, and it worked in the sense for that last turn. I was able to, like I said, get the Russians to retreat from this space, and I was able to advance some units. Not all the units I wanted to, because as according to the rules, you've got to send the troops that take hits. They've got to go first. So, and that's what I did, and I wanted to keep some troops here and so on and so forth. But hey, man, I mean, not too bad. And for the poor Second Army, I'm just trying as hard as I can to get the HQ into Stanislav, and you know, be able to supply any, you know, counterattacks properly. I think I'm okay here, but like out here, I'm going to be in trouble, and this is causing me a big headache. I don't know if I'm going to have enough troops to do it, but I would love to help out the poor guys here in Czernowitz. So if there's some way I can get some troops south of the Prut River to help them out, that would be wonderful. I don't know. We'll see. This is exciting stuff. So, oh my gosh, I'm telling you, talk about value for money. This, especially the Eastern Front series, like, it's just, I mean, at the rate I'm going to, it's like I've got years worth of gameplay. Sorry, dropped to, boy, maybe I'll have to edit that. Yeah, I want to read up on trenches, like the special month and all that stuff. My DMs, oh yeah, that was an interesting thing I found out. I mean, I just wanted to, there's my thing here. Just wanted to look at like some of the stats, if you wanted to call it that. They're just all the notes, trying to prepare for that. So at the end of August turn 7, the total demoralization points, just that turn, it was Germany 10, Russia 32, Austria 14. And the total supply points used, Germany used 17, Russia used 34, and Austria used 16. And I looked at it for how many demoralization points were accumulated per supply point. used. I know it's like not or whatever, but I just wanted to see like how effective that turn was for, whatever. Germany was the best. They had 0.59 accumulated per supply point used. And Russia was the worst, as you could assume, 0.94, and Austria were in the middle at 0.88. But, at first it's like, oh boy, Russia's doing terrible. But you have to remember, at least I'm trying to remember, is that they're going up against two opponents. So if you add them up, it's roughly about the same. Like in total, I think the total demoralization points right now, Russia's got 67, and Germany's 30, and Austria-Hungary are 30. So, that's pretty close. So that's why I'm looking at it. Yep. I don't know when I'm going to start September turn 1, but I am super duper ultra excited, especially if I get to start doing things like entrenchment. I don't even know if that's practical, and like it's practical to do anymore, but I just want to try it out. Okay, that's it for now. Anyways, I think that was a long one. Goodness gracious. Okay, this is just, I think, more or less, oh God, the camera's going to go, the battery's going real fast, so I better talk fast. I think there's a possibility I may have come up with not the best solution, but I was reading the rules again and I missed it. I remember reading it and it just didn't click in my head. Is the formation of core HQ. They're allowed to keep a total of maximum of 10 supply points, and they can supply a maximum of 2 attack supply points or 4 supply points for a counterattack, like per attack or per counterattack. And they can get those supply points transferred over land in the turn they're made, but they can stick around and get transfer of supply points by rail any other turn after that. So that's something to remember. I can maybe, bring an HQ up, a core HQ up here just to kind of help them out a little bit, or maybe a core HQ down here. But I think up here, because they're so limited anyways in like their strengths. So, geez, I'm going to, and I can do that. And from what I can see, you can create that core HQ without a movement penalty as long as they don't have any supply points with them. So you can make a core HQ with 0 supply points, right? And both that army HQ that made it and the core HQ could run around, as far as I see. But if you make the core HQ and then give them supply points, both that army and the that core HQ can't move that turn. Big deal. That's pretty cool. So that's what I'm going to do on the German turn. Is I'm going to I'm going to go and make a core HQ. And I think somebody on BGG made some core HQ markers or something. So they're like, they look pretty professional compared to mine. So I'll use those, and they use Roman numerals. So I'll use those as the core HQ markers and keep my other ones as the force markers, where it's kind of, you could have German 11 here beside German 4. It doesn't matter because it's just, according to my sheet. Excellent. So this is another thing to figure out. Yep. This is going to be like, obviously one of these games where you don't just play it once and it's like, wow, I understand everything. No, not even close. Not even close. Well, I am going to go over everything again, but right now I'm just down to the 10th battle. Boy, there was a lot of battles for Russia, the Russian turn in September, turn 1. The last one, the 10th battle, is going to be the Battle of Czernowitz right here. And At first, before I actually started to calculate everything, I thought, oh, geez, this is going to be a lot quicker than I expected. I really did think that there was going to be like I don't know, some kind of like protracted battle here, like they were really going to get stuck in
Hi, Mandarin Mike.
Cernowitz,
I'm just
and, you know,
talking
it
to
was going
Zoe
to
on the
cause
phone.
Brusilov a bit of some issues, you know, trying to like focus on Stanislaw here. And it looks like that may actually be the case, because at first I was like, oh my God, the Eighth Army in the last turn there were able to like bring out lots of troops. And the reason being is the instant the Austrians in the last turn, they had the first cavalry division right here, and retreated them back across the river into Cernowitz. At first I thought, geez, maybe this isn't such a good idea, because you're giving up all this area here. But then I was like, look, I want to keep the cavalry, so you know, rather than just constantly sacrifice them, bring them back here and use them. And now it works out in the long run, because at first I was like, oh no, everybody's like now, because once the cavalry was gone, I was able to start bringing people across like there was no tomorrow. And yeah, so that'll be the only attack here for the Eighth Army. They're just going to try to like stall around here. Once Cernowitz falls, as far as they're concerned, then they're going to try to bring the infantry in tandem along the river here with the Eighth Army on the other side of the bank, and keep them fully supplied, and come and attack Stanislaw. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. But when I was doing my calculations here, I noticed that Cernowitz is actually an urban area, and so that means the attackers' strength points will be halved, and they're still attacking from defending from woods. So as far as I know, like this is all cumulative. So the attacker's strength will be halved. So that's going to be a major, even with fully supply attacking, that's going to suck for them. And then I think, if I remember correctly here on my little cheat sheet, urban, it's a +3 the die roll, and he's going to get the woods. So that's another plus die roll. And the other guy gets halved and -2. As far as I'm concerned, that should, I'll take a look at the rules again, but I don't see why you know, the woods would be negated just because they're in an urban area. As far as I know, everything's cumulative. So that'll be neat. Yeah, and like I said, I'll go over later on, because there was so many battles here, but I really wanted to just hammer home in my head there about the urban area and the half combat. So I guess things are going to maybe, you know, take a lot longer than I expected here, which is a bonus, because I really wanted this to, I don't know, it was starting to become a good narrative, and I wanted it to continue for a bit. All right.
Which is weird. I was kind of thinking about that.
Okay, I thought even though I just finished doing the Russian turn for September turn 1, was just about to do the Germans. That's due to the fact that I rolled for initiative, and the Russians got first crack at September turn 1. Anyways, before I go to the Germans, I wanted to, I don't know, do I guess a quick recap of all the major battles that are happening. Basically, I think there's 5 going on. I've named them. I mean, some are maybe silly names, but oh well.
Oh, it is. And that's
So we've got, way up here, we've got the Battle of Pragel River,
you're saying something, right?
where you've got just a horrible ragtag group of German units
Did I tell you
just holding out right now against, well, I guess as they say historically, like a steamroller of the Russians. They've made a lot of headway in the last turn, in that they didn't do any attacks down here. They did one here, which wasn't that great. I mean, what do you expect when they're, you know, attacking across the river with, well, everybody is, so you're in trouble.
She's so musical.
But they did manage to drive back
People taking
the Germans out of here, except for this spot. So there's a tiny little German
she's so musical, it's insane.
unit right there that's by themselves.
Do music, man.
So anyways, that's the Battle of Prego River, and then we go on to basically the Russian Second Army, which had been just getting beat up.
So anyway, she'll
and they're going up against a well-supplied and in a very good defensible terrain, like well-positioned area for the Germans. So, you know, not good, but that's the way it goes. So they're in it. So yeah, they've been trying to attack like crazy on this left flank here of theirs, and did some. Over here they did some work, but then they also moved their 22nd and 24th divisions back here just to give them a rest near the headquarters. But I better pop them on here once we get some replacements or whatever, how it works. But that's mostly because I did want to get some fresh troops to the front, and I would feel sad seeing the 22nd and the 24th go, because I've still got a soft spot for them. So that's the Battle of Niedenberg. And then we go down to the battle along the Somme.
Such a sweetheart. It's hilarious.
And these are elements of the First Army with
I learned how to snap my fingers.
and Fourth Army that were having a good go of it against the Russian Fifth
Go for it.
until last turn when the Russian Ninth showed up as reinforcements, reassigned some troops that were on this side kind of thing. And they drove away the cavalry that was near Lublin. And yeah, so I gave some of the reinforcements I reassigned to the Fifth Army, like we're coming along from here. And yeah, it did some work. I mean, we were able to, I think, if I recall, I can look at the combats later, but I do believe we were able to drive some of the units here away. Obviously didn't do any damage there with this 5-4. I think that's how it worked. And so yeah, the Ninth Army came out here and was able to also drive away some units that had to retreat back to the First Army headquarters and spread out a little bit. And we were still paper thin in the middle, so it'll be interesting to see if the Austrians clue in, because when it is their turn, they were supposed to start the September offensive, where it's going to be a coordinated attack of the Russian, the Austrian first and fourth here, which, you know, not, like I said, just paper thin off the side because we didn't know what was going on with the Russian fourth. But yeah, so there's going to be a lot of reinforcements, I hope, or at least, well, anyways, there's going to be some fully supplied attacks. And yep, okay, we've got some people across the river, good. But darn it, I think it's just going to be taking a beating here. But yet again, we don't realize that the Russians are paper thin. But maybe we kind of could see that. I don't know if, you know, in the fact that the Russians attacked on both flanks but didn't attack in the middle. I don't know, like, you know, how these things work. Anyways, here's the one I guess people will probably laugh at, but I'm calling it the Battle of the Bug. So it's the Bug River, I know, Battle of the Bulge. But one thing I do like, if you can see that nice pattern. Oh, it's so symmetrical. Anyways, it reminds me so much of a pattern that I love to cross stitch as a border. And it's like, oh my goodness, so there you are. So yeah, the Russians were able to make some good headway. They got across, from the Austrians' point of view, they got across the Bug River on the left flank here very well, and have secured themselves. Well, I shouldn't say secure, because the Austrians thought they were too, and they lost this hex here. And yep, so that's the Battle of the Bug. I'll show you the Austrians. Oh boy, I got some work to do afterwards, putting all these flipping cubes back. Anyways, yeah, so that's the Battle of the Bug, and then the fifth battle is the Siege of Czernowitz, I guess, which is Brusilov's Ninth Army going up against some resistant, and now that I realize how hard it is to attack troops that are in an urban area, they're going to be there for a while, which is cool. It's the 41st and the 35th Landwehr Brigade. So not a lot there. There's only 4 strength points, but they're in an urban area, and there's some woods there too. So not bad, and they got river all the way here. So nice. Anyways, and yeah, so that's the Battle of or Siege of Cernowitz. So there we go. Yeah, and also I'm going to just kind of try to take a pause, even though I've only been playing for a little while. Well, I should say little while in game terms, but certainly a long amount of time in real life. Yeah, I just want to kind of, think about things and make sure, like starting to clue in about, okay, are these actions, for example, helpful in the objectives that I laid out? You know what I mean, for that army. Like, am I starting to get lost in the trees or whatever? You know what I mean? Am I losing focus because I'm so focused on, I'm going to do this and that and the other thing, and it's like, yeah, but you're doing this and time is going by, and have you, thought about you should be, maybe severing their rail line, to hinder their supply, and have you been thinking about your own supply? What else? Yeah, I can say, okay, if things go pear-shaped, I'm going to fall back to this position. But how detailed is that in my head? Like, how am I going to fall back? Have I kept any cavalry? Have I been a maniac with my cavalry? So, now it's like, oh, geez, I wish I had some cavalry to help when I'm falling back to, protect some certain hexes so the enemy won't be able to, zip across and freeze me out or something like that, and stall me for my retreats. Like, anyways, I'm trying to start thinking like that, I guess, and finding this, I don't know, complexity of a game or whatever seems to allow me to, explore that realistically. I'm sure you could do that with a lot of, I don't want to say simpler games or whatever, but let's say less rules, or a more abstract or whatever the heck the lingo is. I don't know if you could still make it realistic, but I've role played things all over the place and throughout my life, so I'm sure I could have done it anyways. But anyways, I find this game system seems to facilitate it quite easily, so it's great. All right, that's it for now anyways, and I'll put these cubes back and then start the Germans, which are, that's going to be, I get to put up some core HQs for them and start helping out the poor guys up north in the Battle of Prego River. And like I said, hopefully we'll not become the siege at Königsberg. All right. So I'm about to do the German move, and I know you're supposed to do the trench construction during the special month phase or whatever. But the thing is who cares, really? I mean, no one's moved yet. No one's done anything. So, I mean, the only thing that's happened is the reinforcements have occurred for the Germans. Yeah, I'm starting to think, after rereading the trench rules, yeah, I don't know why. I guess I thought, like, for an entire month, you needed, like, one of your infantry units to do the entrenchment, but that's not the case. All you need is a unit that can actually build, like, entrench, like, start digging, basically. So it doesn't matter. So that's great. Which means, you know what, I'm going to risk it and start entrenching like a maniac around here, because that's basically where I said I wanted, I didn't want the Russians to go any further. So I'm going to give it a shot, and maybe, maybe some of the trenches will be eliminated if I have to retreat and there's, no friendly unit left there or whatever, but we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, the massive amount of reinforcements. I put them all on rail here. There's so many of them that there's no way I can, even now with Germany having 10 divisions of rail, there's no way I can move all of these guys in one turn. So I've split them up into 3. 2 of the 3 are going to go this turn and next turn. I might as well just keep them entrained. and because it would take them so bloody long anyways to get where I want them to go. So I'll just leave them entrained, and the next turn I'll pop them on because I can't see them. They're not going to be used anyways. So I'm going to send one train load of people up to Königsberg to help these guys out, thank God. The second one's going to go in here. And what I'm going to try to do is, like I did with the Russians, I'm going to start trying to get rid of some of the units that have been sitting up in the front line and just taking a battering. And I'll try to replace them with some of the fresh guys over here. Also, I'm going to make a core HQ, give it 10 supply points. It'll have to stay there because it's received supply points. But what I'm hoping for is the next German turn, because I'm not doing any attacks. Trust me, this is just going to be counterattack. If the Russians want to attack, go for it, and I'll have a nice triple strength counterattack on them. So yeah, I'm just trying to get ready for 2 turns for now, I guess. So I'll start supplying. I'll make a core HQ, give them the 10 supply points, bring them up. And so we may take, anyways, I know I'm going to get some reinforcements up here this turn, so that's good. They'll all be unsupplied for counterattacks. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. And lots of cavalry. Holy smokes. I'll show you what. So I ended up getting quite a bit of cavalry here. There's, and they're not like 1/6s, so they've got 2 strength points. That's awesome. So even though I don't think I need a lot of cavalry up here in the sense that everything seems to be getting pretty jam-packed, I don't know. I've got 6 cavalry to play around with. Yeah, okay, obviously I want them mostly around here because of there's so much open space. But yeah, with 6 cavalry, I might as well just give some of them to that and then go from there. Yeah, so it's not going to be a major thing for the Germans. I'm just going to, like I said, maybe attack here. I'll take a look. I'll see if I can, like I said, start bringing in some fresh troops right into the front line. God, it must feel so weird, but I guess that's what you kind of know what's going to happen. I mean, hey guys, let's hop on a train. We're going to the Eastern Front, and odds are you're going to see some combat, but it's like right away. Holy moly! Yep. So that's it, and yeah, I'm going to start digging trenches like there's no tomorrow. Okay. All right. Just finished doing the German move, and I wasn't going to do a combat, but now I'm thinking, looking at everything, I'm thinking, yeah, I might as well. So we did have quite a bit of reinforcements, and now the Germans have full rail capacity, which is 12 divisions. Anyway, so I split up the reinforcements into 3 chunks, and now I'm calling these, like these things here, the force markers, the one, just for the narrative, I'm calling them battle groups. I know it's not a real name, but I can't use corps, obviously, because that's a specific unit size, and it means something. Like if you said the German 1st Infantry Division in World War I mean, people would know what that meant, you know what I mean, at a certain time. Anyways, so I was able to rail 6 divisions worth up towards Königsberg, and due to the fact that movement restrictions once you try to enter a zone of control, anyways, it was, I think, 21 hexes to get to Königsberg from here, so that's 3 movement points. Anyways, I was able to, yeah, I can't bring everybody in that I wanted to, but I was able to at least get the 23rd Infantry Division to help out these poor guys, and also brought in the 36th, I think, over here. And I shuffled up a couple of, just shuffled them around a little bit that I could to try to, I don't know, spread out the strength points. However, I did notice that only this guy in movement point costs is 9 movement points out from the Army headquarters here. So as long as I just focus on counterattacks and don't do really attacks up here, I should be able to optimally supply everybody here, since it's 8 movement points for counterattacks and 4 movement points for attacks. So I think I've done, in the long run, now that the reinforcements have kicked in up here, I think things are not too bad for the Germans. Now, I mean, even though before I used to be so ultra pessimistic. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll focus counterattacks here. And if there is any opportunistic attacks, fine. I'll try to take them. And that's how I actually made a core. Is it there? Did I leave it there? No. It's part of the 5th battle group, I guess. Battle group 5. So I did make a core HQ. I did give them 10 supply points, so they can't move. But I'm going to put them up here, and if there is an opportunistic attack, at least I'll have supply points within 4 movement points of them, so that'll be good. I also did manage to replace. What I did was with the second train that came up here, I was going to bring them straight to Allenstein, but if I did that, I would have hurt myself movement point wise because of the forest. So I actually dropped them off here, detrained them here, which is kind of, all right for, I guess, a narrative. You can kind of say all the soldiers detrained before they got into Allenstein to allow, I don't know, the remnants of any refugees to get the hell out of there. So yeah, I was able to move some of the divisions. Oh, darn it. Who did I move out? I think it was the 1st Reserve and the 36th Reserve. They've just taken a battering. So I replaced them, I think, with the 3rd and the 4th Divisions. Yeah, so a lot stronger there. And I was able to move some of the cavalry that also are reinforcements over to here. And this is going to be my very first 50 strength point attack, so that'll be cool. I was actually just going to originally do 48, but then I was like, hey man, let's go for the 50 because it's the max out on the screen on the sheet. I know you can go, like, if you do 51, you just do 50 and then you go to the 1 column for the extra. But so I popped these cavalry in here just to give me the 50. What else? I did start. Where did I do it here? Is it here? Yeah, I think I started digging here. Is it here? Yep. So I started digging a trench here, and we'll see what happens. I did want to dig a trench here, or start entrenching here, but then I noticed it's an agricultural spot, and I thought, geez, the people living there or whatever would be like losing their minds, like, hey, you're digging up my farm. So, I mean, in a few months' time, if we're still around here, I'd be like, sorry, but, the war takes precedence. But right now, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to entrench and piss off the farmers. Yeah, so that's it. I'm leaving these guys entrained. I might as well. There's no point trying to bring them up anyway, so they're just too far away from the action. And I can pretend to use them as a reserve, and they are. I can use them as a reserve, and I mean, if things start going weird, I don't know what's going to happen after the Russians do their thing. If they go, because the Russians have already moved this turn because they won the initiative. But next turn, I mean, I don't know if they're going to win the initiative over the Germans, so I don't know. But we'll see what happens. So this way, it gives me an option to, use these troops that are on this train to either help out the people up along the Pregel River, or continue on with the Battle of Niedenberg. However, I am happy, like I said, to get to put in fresh troops here, and that's why we're going to make another assault. I would like to replace these guys, but it's going to take a while because the only way I can really get them out is to, straight back because of the amount of terrain and trying to leave a zone of control and all that stuff. All right, I think that's it. And then, I'll get the combats done and then move off to the Austrian move and whatnot. One thing I'm finding interesting, I guess I don't know if this is unique to this game system, but kind of a neat dilemma in the sense of, I guess, attacking versus counterattacking. They have their pluses and minuses, obviously. I mean, if we're attacking, you don't use as much supply. However, odds are you're going to take you probably are going to take a beating on the counterattack. And it's also a shorter line of supply versus the counterattack. It requires a lot more supply points, but you also have a much better chance of inflicting, way more casualties than an attack because of that tripling. If everything goes well, like you don't have to worry about being unsupplied and all that stuff. And, you also have a longer line of supply from your headquarters to the counterattack. So that's things to think about. Yeah, cool system. All right. Okie doke. So I'm starting the Austrian turn for September 1. And I did get one reinforcement, the 10th Cavalry Division, which was over here at the fortress of Schremsil. I moved them over to here. I can't pop them into an enemy zone of control because I just don't have enough movement points left. I would need 7 to get to here, and it's not going to happen. I'm taking a bit of a risk here. I did have the German brigades that were assigned to Austria that were railed, that were still entrained last turn in Krakow and Tarnow. I decided to detrain the brigades that were in Krakow and leave them there. And moved some of the Landwehr brigades down a bit. They're still in optimum counterattacking supply, which the First Army headquarters are right here. And I'm going to make a bit of a risk here. So I am worried, obviously, of the Russian Fourth Army. The Austrians, it's difficult because, obviously I'm playing both sides, so I know, these guys are coming down here. So it's like, okay, from the Austrians' point of view, it's like, okay, are they trying to whip around and flank to get behind us, or are they coming to it to hit this coal producing area or whatever? So, it's kind of hard. It's like, okay, I'm trying to pretend not to know, but of course I do know. So anyways, I don't know if you want to call it a bit of way of trying to get around it. So I still want to do my September offensive for the Austrians, even though there's obviously been a wrinkle involved in the sense that the 9th Army showed up last turn and the Austrians didn't know about that. They thought they were just going to be attacking the 5th. So I'm going to take the German brigades here in Tarnow, and I'm going to rail them on over to here, which I'm allowed to do, and pop them off. And since they're German units, I'm allowed to pop them into an enemy zone control on the same turn that they use a train, so that's okay. So I'm going to pop them in with the Austrian Battle Group 2 here, pop them on over here, and that just fits. Now they're maxed out at a total of 6 divisions for a stack, so that's them. But anyways, I'm trying to load up here as much as possible. I also have to find out, because gosh, the headquarters are here. Should I can't, I have to keep them here if I want optimum supply. That's 1, 2, 4 with the forest, and unless I went down here, because that's broken terrain. But oh, darn it. Well, we'll see. I'm not a big fan of having the headquarters in the same hex involved in a combat, if that makes any sense. If something goes to hell, I don't want to lose my headquarters. So I may move the headquarters out of here before I do a combat. We'll see. I'll try to, I want to read up a little bit more. So that's the end of that. So I'm going to leave these guys in Krakow just in case, because I don't know what in the world these guys are up to. The cavalry, I'm still going to, the 7th Division, I think are still okay here. Excuse me, if they attack me from this side, I can still use the forest here as a good defensible terrain, and I can get the hell out of here if they only attack me with infantry anyways. And yeah, we'll just take a chance. So I still have to figure out what I'm going to do with the 4th Army, but with this September offensive thing, it's going to be a coordination. Sorry, dude, but this 5th Army guy is going to take a beating. And even though I did say I'm just talking about the Austrians, I do want to make a quick comment about another reason why I absolutely love using these blocks. Even though after this combat, the Germans in the last turn with the combat, they did, the Russians opted to retreat rather than take the full hits that they were going to be inflicted. That's why we've advanced out over to here. Mind you, I ended up with 50 strength points of attack for this for the German attack, and I was convinced that this battle group 3 for the Russians there wasn't very many units with them, and so on and so forth. So I was like, okay, it's going to be a great, a good advantage for the Germans. Nope, I completely forgot how many units were with the Russian battle force, battle group 3, and there was a ton of them. And so yet again, it was like, well, there you go. I didn't know what was under door number 3 or behind door number 3, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. So yeah, and with the option for retreat, even with that, and just a doubling of their counterattack and not tripling, after all was said and done with a low die roll for the Germans, I think they rolled a 2 on a 50 strength point column. And the Russians had 36, and I think they rolled a 5. And so the Germans ended up taking 7 hits, and after, with the retreat reduction, the Russians only took 2. So there you go. I got to be like I said, I was convinced these Russians, there was hardly anybody left, and it's like, oops. Nope. So yeah, yet again, sometimes I'm like, okay, I can remember that. Yep, that's a cavalry. I'll take a chance. But yet again, I'm like, we're going to be ganging up on these guys, but I have no idea what's behind there, like under that cube, until I'm like, okay, we're attacking, and it's going to be like, oops, or yay. So yep, it's I'm loving this bit. Okay. Oh, just a quick video, I hope. Just 2 things. One, I find yet again just the ridiculousness of me loving to use play aids and whatnot. So here I am setting up 3 combats for the Austrian September offensive, and I'm using these little arrows to go, oh, the Austrian units here are all doing their attack on this Russian stack and so on and so forth. I mean, it's a bit overkill, but I just love doing this. And the ironic thing I find is I'm so opposed to stacking, and yet it's like, is there anything else I can add to the bloody things? It's just it's absurd that I'm so opposed to stacking of counters, and yet here I've got blocks and counters, blocks, and then counters on top of blocks, and Lord of mercy. Well, this is just a quick reminder that I have to pay attention. So the last turn, when I did rail some troops 6 divisions worth, not from here, from here. The route I used was all the way here along to Allenstein and then straight up to Königsberg, but that's not allowed. And I just found that out because one of the things I like to do when I'm planning out my stuff or writing up in my little notebook or, painting the cubes or whatever the heck I'm doing, I like listening to people that have put on stuff on YouTube. And one of them, oh my God, I've listened to his intro so many times, is a guy named Callendale. And he was just talking about rail and mentioned the single track, and that you're only allowed to bring a single track, a single division per movement phase, or its equivalent, on a single track. And I was like, oh my God, wait a minute, I can't do that. Luckily, I didn't do any combats or anything with the Germans. So I was like, okay, at least I'll just have to backtrack. However, I did notice, and anyways, this route ended up becoming 22 hexes. So it would have ended up being 3 movement points. And so I went this way, I checked, and was able to go this away, and that ends up being 25. So it ends up becoming the exact same thing. So everybody that I moved around is all right. However, it's just like, okay, this is a reminder of pay attention. And yet again, like I said, it's a learning experience, and I'm going to have to play this game over and over again. And, just like the game upstairs, which is, I would say, lot less complex. Still finding tons of nuances, the game there I'm playing with Rob. So, all right, that's it. Thanks. Okie dokie. So I finished doing the moves for the 1st and the 4th Army and set up their combats. And before going to the 3rd Army, Austrian 3rd Army movement, I'm kind of like cheating and going to dessert first, or in a sense. I guess maybe not. If I wanted to go numerical order, but I kind of was going left to right. But I'm really, really intrigued about what's going to happen with the 43rd Infantry Division and the 35th Landwehr Brigade that are stuck in Cernowitz. I do want to help them out. And it's kind of the way I'm looking at it. It's either I help them out, like really help them out, or I don't help them out help them out at all. Doing it half-assed is not going to help them or myself. I'm just wasting troops. And I would love, obviously, to slow down Brusilov's 8th Army, jumping across the river here and to kill the river bonus. I just don't have the units to do it. The best I can do is move the cavalry. As far as I know, the 5th Cavalry Division is. I'm thinking about bringing them to here. That's about the best I can. To get them to here would cost 7, even if I went this way. So that's what I'm going to do. So they're going to go to here. At least that way I've slowed these guys down. I mean, yeah, okay, he can still, stream some guys over to here. But yet again, so what I'm going to try to do is, as well as here, I was thinking of extending the line. So I'll bring the cavalry over to here. So you can see here the 8th Cavalry Division, and then extending the line out as much as I can, like this, I think should work. I think I can do that. I think I could even do this. Yeah. So maybe that's what I'll do. And maybe I could even, should I push some more people out that way? Why not, eh? Yeah, I think I'll just stick there. So, oh yeah, and then I can move him. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. So I'm helping, yeah, so I'm not calling, well, I think I'm going to do an attack here. I don't really want to do an attack with the Austrians. Like I would rather just use my supply points for counterattacking. However, like I said, I really want to get Brusilov to focus not only his attention, but his supplies towards Stanislaw, and to try to help out these poor guys at Cernowitz. Just to, do what I can. These guys now can't help them out on the Russian next turn. It would take them too long to get out like a zone of control, get across this major river, and then get back into another zone of control. So that'll help. I mean, I've delayed them a little bit, somewhat, you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do, is just slow down the reinforcements against the attack on Cernowitz and try to drain supply. I don't know what else to do. And hope for the best. Goodness gracious, those poor guys. But I'm excited. I really want to find out what's going to happen with this whole narrative. Yeah. All right. I don't know which number this would be now. Maybe mistake number 45 or something. I'm actually going to continue with this mistake till the end of the turn, so that way everybody kind of got equal treatment with the mistake. Gosh, I'm just amazed at how, well, I know the way my brain works when I read things. So I start reading things and just automatically assume what's going to be coming next in the sentence, and I just bypass stuff and miss out on extremely important things. The extremely important thing is about attacking or taking losses. So it says here, strength points are eliminated according to the following priority: attacking cavalry, infantry, then defending cavalry. And the way I've been playing it, I just went cavalry, infantry, and then just completely bypassed anything that said defending cavalry. My brain didn't even see that. It just went straight over to artillery, fortresses, and headquarters. So probably all the armies would have had some more cavalry available to them, because they probably wouldn't have had their defending cavalry eliminated so quickly. Also, from what I've been reading, in the way it's prioritized for taking losses, it would be no infantry takes any losses, like attacking infantry would take any losses until the attacking cavalry have been eliminated, if that makes any sense, except that, you see what I mean? Because it says over here, all the strength points of one type must be eliminated before strength points of another type can be eliminated. Cavalry units, okay, so then it says all units of one type involved in a combat must be reduced to the strengths shown on the backside of their counters before any unit of that type can be further reduced. So from what I'm reading here, attacking cavalry are eliminated first, then infantry, so you would never ever have attacking infantry being eliminated first, but they can have their hits reduced due to the fact that the attacking cavalry would not be eliminated first until other people, I think, are reduced as well. I'll have to, like, I'm going to go and watch his videos again, but yeah, I'm just I was just finishing up. I just finished up the Austrian Second Army move, and started popping in the little arrows for where who's going to be involved in the combat and whatnot. And darn it. Anyways, I'll finish off these guys because I want them to have, be under the same rule screw up as the other guys did. But then, which is the next turn, which will be September turn 2. Yeah, supposedly I'll be doing it properly. Supposedly. I'm sure there'll be more mistakes. I'll find out later. I know, the sad thing is that one thing I would love to do at some point in time is, be proficient enough in this rule system to be able to go and play at a convention. Like I've heard about, they played Dervell Krieg at a little convention in Sandusky, Ohio called Winter Game Fest, I think, or Winterfest. I don't know if I'd be allowed to go there, but I certainly wouldn't be going there now, just because I wouldn't want to piss off the opponents.
Don't think so.
Like, they want to have a good competitive experience too, and not have to deal with someone who's screwing up every 5 seconds. But it would be nice to get to some level where I could actually go to a convention and have a good time, and the other person
ain't gonna happen.
Well. Okay. Anyways, now what I'm going to do is go watch the video, and I'm going to reread this section, rewrite that section of the rules to try to hammer it into my head again. Okie doke. So I'm just doing the very last combat for the Austrians for September turn 1, and it's not, I guess, the most exciting combat in the sense that, boy, oh boy, there was a lot of craziness that went on over here. I'll talk about it later. All I can say is, just a little tiny bit. Put it this way, there was a lot more blue here than there is now. The Austrians took a shellacking in their attack. They lost units in this hex and that hex. Anyways, I'll talk about it later. So this is the last combat, and for this one here, the Austrian second going against Brusilov's 8th Army. Remember, this is just a way for me to kind of hopefully get the 8th Army to use up supply, or at least spend attention, whatever, as much as they can away from these poor little guys in Cernowitz. So that's what I'm going to try to do. And so I was able to, I think I mentioned it in a previous video there, that I, moved the cavalry over here so that way I could, kill the river bonus. So I've got 12 supply points available that I can, 12 strength points available that I can supply. I'm going to. That's going to cost me 3 supply points, but let's find out what's behind door number 2, because this is not good. Just due to the fact that since it's a force marker, it usually means there's going to be a lot of counters. Oh, well, the way it goes. Let's see what they've got here. So that was number 10. Well, that's 4 divisions, and they're all at full strength. So not good. What is that? The 13th, the 14th, the 15th, and the 34th infantry divisions for Russia going up against the 8th Cavalry Division, the 20th, the 34th, and the 17th infantry divisions for Austria. So in essence, the Austrians are outnumbered. And I think, okay, that's just broken terrain. So that's not too bad. It's only -1 to the die roll. And so that'll be 13 strength points in total, because I'm fully supplying for 3 supply points. And then the cav, I don't have to supply, so that's 13, and that'll be -1 to the die roll. I'll go and do it. That's, what did I say, 13? Ooh, not good. A 2. Oh man, let me go record this in the book. Oh well, like I said, this is, and I mean, the ironic thing will be is if the Russians decide not to use any supply, and it was kind of like that was the whole point. So, well, they did do 1 hit. So, and what would I have done if I had? Yeah, shit. You know what sucks is this is when you, well, like I said, I shouldn't be trying to play the game, or you know what I mean, like I should just play the game, or whatever, play the rules. I shouldn't be playing the rules. I should be playing the game, because if I hadn't supplied, I would have got the exact same number of hits. So instead of wasting 3, I could have not wasted 3 supply points. And I would have still done 1 hit with the same die roll on. Oh well, that's the way it goes. And okay, so let me record that down. That was 1 hit. And then I now have to do the Russians. And Russians, that's the, I think he's got a lot of, he's got 36 points. Do I want to do it? 36 points, because I know, okay, from a Russian point of view, I guess I should look at it that way. That'll cost me, how many points available? That's number 10, 4, 8, 16, so that'd cost me 8. If I wanted to fully supply, I don't have to. But boy, oh boy, I could give them a pasting, couldn't I? Yeah, let's do it. I mean, it's terrible. Like, this is what happens, I guess, when you play solo. I mean, I'm like, oh, I want, I'm just so wanting the die rolls to go well for the poor Austrians. And now that I'm counterattacking for the Russians, I'm like, yeah, let's hammer those bastards. So, okay, so that... So the Russians, so that is, I've got, sorry, I write down every freaking thing practically. And then like I said, it's amazing. I still make a trillion mistakes. Good Lord. Counterattacking SPs available for supply is 16. And the Russians will fully supply. And that's going to cost 8 supply points. And just for later when I do my record keeping, and also to go back, like to backtrack and make sure that I'm doing things properly. Anytime it's like an important number, I go over it again with the pen. And right now I'm actually going to record it off on the little sheet here just before I forget. So that was 8 points. So the Russian 8th Army are now down to 28. All right, so, and that's 16. Times 3 equals 48. Counterattacking strength points. And there's no die roll bonus for him, or I should say for them. Yeah, I shouldn't use the middle thing. It drives me nuts when people do that in rules too. It's like, oh, his turn and whatever. It's like, hey, wait a minute, I have a daughter who plays games. Like, what the hell, man? All right, so that's 48 points. So I just do the die roll, and like I said, they're in broken terrain, so they don't get a die roll modifier. But yowzers, 16 times 3, man. That's a lot of. That's, pretty close to the max column where you have to like roll over and go the other way. So I'm sure the Austrians are about to take a beating. Oh, maybe not. That's a 2. But what am I saying? It's still going to be 6 hits. Ouch. So what did I say the die roll was? 2. And the result is 6 hits. And then, I didn't put it here. I usually, like I said, I try to underline the important thing. Maybe it's because I don't normally do this and video at the same time kind of thing, so maybe I'm forgetting to do things like little. All right, so then we know, so now it's 1 hit to 6 hits, and the attacker takes their hits first. So how am I going to do this? How are the Austrians going to soak? 6 hits. Ouch. I don't think, well, we know first off the bat, it says that the attacking cavalry always take their first, and obviously he's a 1/6, so he's got no reduced strength, so that's 1 point off. I got 5 more to go. Oh, Jesus. And trust me, if it looks like, oh, there's more than one counter underneath that thing, no, the guy's just digging a trench. And maybe I'm supposed to put it on top, but whatever. So that's 1 point for 2. Another point for 3. Another point for 4. And then I'm just going to reduce. I'll reduce these 2 guys because they're in the triple river thing. You know what I mean? It kind of makes more sense. So I'll put -1s there, and that'll be the end of the Austrian turn. And actually, that'll be the end of the September 1 turn. I'll probably, I'll do a little quickie recap. But, well, that didn't go well. Well, they did accept I should say, except that the Russians did spend money or supplies, so that's good. But, and of course, as the Austrians, they're just going to probably hope to goodness that they win the initiative next turn, right, over the Russians. So, yeah, I just put a bunch of colored blocks in a sock, and then I just pull them out, and then the first color block is the first one to go, and so on and so forth. So, okay, that's about it. Well, I'm still going to talk more about the whole September 1 turn, but I did want to remind myself about what happens when I don't stick with the plan. So originally when I went back to read, and I was like, yep, you veered off. Originally, so what I wanted to do with the Third Army, and at that time the Coves Army, which is now the Second Army, was to have a nice defensive line, more or less, from Lemberg. I mean, follow this Stripa River or whatever down to the Dniester, and then to Cernowitz. And that was going to be what we're going to do. And the rest of the guys, they're doing exactly what they were supposed to do, the first and the fourth, is an offensive towards Lublin, and it's working great. However, I was doing good here in the sense that I had a nice defensive line along the Bug River and everything. And then I think I just kind of got sidetracked when I started making a bit of inroads around the bend of the river here, and just completely lost sight of the fact that I was supposed to be defending. Anyways, I started going mental, and yay, let's just keep going. And there was this beautiful, nice little symmetrical pattern here. Well, all I can say is there used to be 2 Austrian units there. I think I had it. Yeah, it was like that. The 11th Division and the 30th, and they're not very big. And I went up against, and I decided to attack my left flank over here, to get these guys off my back. And, well, they got obliterated. So now these guys are in a lot of trouble. I've now completely have an exposed left flank. They've got 2 free rail lines to Lemberg. Oh, what a mess. So, yeah, where's jumping? I'm going to have to say, you know what? It was fun while it lasted on the north side of Bug River, but we're falling back like a maniac. And if I had stayed back here originally, I think this probably could have helped Second Army out in the sense that maybe they would have felt less pressured to keep forces near Stanislaw, and they could have actually started to help out the poor guys in Cernowitz. I'm not sure, but you know what I mean? Like these guys would have been closer together. So maybe that they could have said, okay, we can rely on you a bit more, but obviously they can't now. And I'm obviously going to probably have to use this cavalry, the 10th Division here, the 10th Cavalry Division from the 4th Army. Probably going to have to send them to help out with the Austrian 3rd just to help protect his left flank. But yeah, these guys are not going to have to fall back. But I just finished starting to dig trenches here. So I'm going to have to try to do, the little zipping across, but I have to get out of zones of control and the river. It's going to take a lot of movement points. Yeah, and yet again, it was, not just the fact that I attacked here. I could have just remained mellow, but I thinned my middle and my left flank by bringing more forces over to here, so that way I could really start doing an attack towards here. And it's like, well, like I said, I got sidetracked. I was like, whoa, and I was like, no, you were supposed to defend, dude. And also, I'm just going to take a quick look at the points for the end of the turn. It was pretty brutal for the Austrians, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. I'll have to take a look at how many supply points were used up. But for total demoralization points for just that turn, Germany ended up the best. Mind you, they didn't do much. And, they did one attack. Maybe I'll have to take a look, I think. But anyways, they used up, they only got 12 demoralization points. Austria got 37, holy smokes, and Russia 26. So, yeah, I'll talk about the whole thing later, but my battery is just about to go kaputs, I think. But that's a biggie. This is going to have to get fixed. Ouch. And look how close they are to Lemberg. Holy smokes. Like I said, there's two rail lines, and one of the things I did want to do with the Russian third, if I remember correctly, I'll have to take a look, was to secure the rail line here and to start chopping off lines of communication and whatnot from Shremisil and to isolate them. Ay. But this is fun as hell. That's all I got to say. And yep, all right. All right, let's see how long this battery lasts. Otherwise, I may have to get my work mobile. Oh, I just hate mobile phones, man. Anyways, so weirdness in the sense that now it's September turn 2, and the last people to go were the Austrians, but the Austrians won the initiative. I pulled the white cube, and they're going first. So I've made the moves for the first army. I brought some of the German one of the German brigades over to here, over to Katowice, and kept the other one over at Krakow. And yet again, I'm just keeping those guys here, the 101st Landwehr and the 110th. Because I just don't know what's going on with the Fourth Army, and I just can't imagine that in real life they would, not even consider putting troops here when you're getting reports of Russians coming down this freaking thing. Like, come on. Anyway, so here, yet again, I'm just trying to be a little bit. Still hammering away with the September offensive, and maybe it's a good way of looking at it in this way, like that. Since the Austrians won the initiative, it's kind of like the continuation of their offensive. I don't know, maybe like everybody's been caught by surprise. It's not going to, it's not massive. It's not like they have tons of supply points to use up anyways, and their strength points aren't very big. Anyways, yeah, I'll reveal that later. That's why you don't see them here, because I've already finished doing their moves and I know where their combats are, and I've coded which ones are going for whatever. So we'll see what happens. It's these guys here, the Third Army. Like I said in one of my previous videos, I got so focused on the attack and I forgot the whole point of these guys was to defend Lemberg. And here I am going, let's get everybody, let's win the Battle of the Bug, and it's like, anyways, yeah, look, and so I used to have, as I said, I used to have troops here, and now I don't. So I'm going to try to bring these guys back, and it's going to be slow going because I have to go straight back kind of thing, because it's like zones of control and the river. It's like, yeah, it's going to eat up, 4 movement points real quick. So, oh yeah, and these guys here, the 31st and the 32nd, I think. Yep. So I'm not allowed to use column movement as Austrians going towards the enemy or something like this in certain circumstances. This would be one of these circumstances. However, it doesn't matter anyways, because they're not allowed to use column movement on the turn that they're mobilized. However, they were on a rail thing, and I looked around. I couldn't see anything that said that they weren't allowed to appear in train on the train. So I did that. However, they're not allowed to detrain in an enemy zone of control, and they're not allowed to get into an enemy zone of control, I do believe, on the same turn that they use rail movement, I think. Doesn't matter. I wouldn't have wanted to. It doesn't matter much because, like I said, at first I was like, yeah, darn, I wish I could put these guys here. And then it dawned on me, it's like, wait a minute, weren't you supposed to be bringing your guys back? Kind of sucks in a weird way. Like, I'm like, all that work to get around here. And imagine in real life, these poor buggers, I mean, they're friends and they've been injured and, killed. And it's like now we're retreating, but I don't know what they call it. Tactical withdrawal or some bloody thing. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start trying to feed the people back here. And I think I'm going to leave the video here now because I'm going to be spending lots of time staring and looking at movement points. But I'll post this. Why not? Okay, I'm just doing a quick recap of the September 2 turn for Austria, and then I'm going off to the Russians. I've kind of already started, actually, with the Russians. I popped the reinforcements on. Nothing amazing. They got the 10th Army HQ to Warsaw, and what is it, the 68th Reserve Infantry Division over at Kovno, and I'm going to assign them to the 1st Army. I'm not starting to spend 300 years trying to get them down to here, and already with the massive amount of German reinforcements that popped up last turn, I'm sure the Russian first, I'm sure Redenkampf's like, excuse me, I wouldn't mind getting a little bit of help over here. So anyways, yeah, it just makes more sense. Yeah, well, 3 main things I guess I want to talk to you about the Austrians. I guess the September offensive, I think, has gone pretty good in that, yeah, they continued on from the September turn 1, made great progress here. We're able to like advance over to here, and I mean, now you can see they're like right up against the Russian 5th Army, the 4th Infantry guy here. Yeah, that's the problem with force markers. You guys can't even see. It doesn't matter anyways. But yeah, so I mean, didn't go so great here. I think Battle Group 4 took a bit of a beating, but look, you can't get everything, right? However, the 1st Army made great progress. Holy smokes, right over here, we're able to push back the Russian 9th. I don't know if they know this, but they're going to maybe kind of clue in, is that the Russian 9th Army is not, the headquarters showed up on the table the same as the 10th, and with no supply points. So, yeah, it's great having an HQ, I guess, but would be nice if they had shown up with some supply points. Now it's like, okay, do I like give, move some supply points over from one HQ, like, to help the 9th? The problem is the 5th Army has been, dealing with a lot of combats and been supplying a lot of their units throughout before the 9th shown up. So it's not like they have a lot to give away. Anyway, so not too bad. I'm, as from the Austrians' point of view, I think the September offensive is working really well. Yeah, and I think I'm doing the smart move with the 3rd Army. We've really contracted, considering that they had units here and here. So I've shortened the line a bit and brought everybody on the south side of the Bug River. And yeah, we did have some trench works starting there, but tough. I want to start protecting myself. And we cut our own rail line just to kind of spite the Russians. And so, yeah, there's Lemberg and a nice little ring here. And then I'm just going to try to find the best favorable terrain as I can. As you can see, got a nice little urban spot there. So the headquarters are there as well. So, yeah, the 3rd Army is looking all right, I think. And then, yeah, I just didn't know really. Oh, gosh, to be honest with you, it's weird that, yeah, the 2nd Army movement, or what I was going to do, this created the most headache for me, I guess. So I moved the 5th Cavalry Division, which I think we're over here, and I moved them. Yeah, I was able to do it. It obviously cost a lot of points, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I made it across. It's all broken terrain or clear terrain here, so it was just having to deal with out of zone control, in a zone of control, out of zone control. You get the idea. And since the Russian 8th Army were able to bring units over across the Dniester, they've killed the river defensive bonus here. So I was like, well, there's no point in having these guys here, the 38th Infantry Division and the 40th and the 103rd Landwehr Brigades. They were here. There's no point anymore. Well, I mean, I could have kept them there, but it's, with these guys here, it's not like I'm going to get that beautiful bonus. So I'm going to try to help out the poor guys in Cernowitz. I've noticed that up to here, I think. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can create a nice little line of supply here and get these guys over to here and try to help out the poor little devils at Cernowitz. But no attacks here, and there was obviously no attacks here. It was just the September offensive. So that's it for the Austrians. Like I said, yeah, I'm just, I don't know if it's the best thing, you know. I'll try. I mean, with 8 movement points for a counterattack for supply, for optimum supply, I can get pretty far across here. So we'll see. As long as they don't, you know, kill me with a zone of control that I don't have any friendly units to negate it, kind of thing. Well, you know what I mean. I mean, they're both in effect, but if you have a friendly unit in an enemy zone of control, you can, you know, you're not penalized so much. All right, yeah, and then off to the Russians, try to figure out what in the world's going on with those guys. Okie doke. I think this is going to be. I'm going to break the Russian turn down into 2 parts. There's just so much going on. It's crazy. Okie doke. So for the first army, yeah, I mean, they saw all these all these German reinforcements popping up, like, holy smokes. So I'm trying to get prepared for this attack. And like I said, we're still just going to continue focusing north of the Prego River. And I'm now, once I saw all the bloody German reinforcements popping up here, yet again, I'm just trying to use these guys, keep them into optimum counterattacking distance in supply, I mean, and then keep these guys in optimum attacking supply. So I decided to move the HQ across the river. I also moved the 1st Cavalry Division over up with the 1st Guards Cavalry. I didn't want them. They've got nowhere to go, so I'm like, might as well go up here and do something. And yeah, yet again, I just thinned some of the pieces out. To me, I'm making the assumption that the Germans are more interested in counterattacking. So I'm thinning my line out here and bolstering the front up here, so that way we can really hammer away. I'm hoping, anyways. I want to, I want to get to here. Like, I want to secure this whole area. So we've got, like, yeah, I've got a line of communication for the HQ, and I've even got an escape route if I want. So that's good. Reinforcement from Kovno is coming over here. It's about as far as it can get, and that's that. For the 2nd Army, what the heck did I do? What did I write for the 2nd Army? I moved the 6th Cavalry Division to the left flank, so it must be here. Yep. I'm surprised I'm doing an attack. I wonder what got me to think that. Maybe I'll take a look. I think actually, didn't I move? Yeah. So I had the 22nd and the 24th Divisions here, and I think I moved them up to here. I couldn't put them into Battle Group 12 because they're maxed out already with like 6 divisions worth of people stacked here, but not Battle Group 3. So I moved them back, the 22nd and the 24th, even though they're at half strength each, and I were giving them a rest. I brought them back to here. And then some of the reinforcements that were up to here, I column marched them, used column movement to get them up to the HQ, but they can't get, at least they'll be ready for next turn. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And is that all I wrote about Group 9? Yep. They're railed from Bialystok to Warsaw and then, oh yeah, these guys that were going to come here. Because the 10th Army is a new reinforcements just arrived in Warsaw, I decided to assign those reinforcements. I railed them to here, and they actually took up divisions worth, I think, because they were just brigades. I think I'll have to take a look. Maybe they were 2 divisions worth. Anyways, yeah, I did do. Russia only has 5 divisions worth of rail they can use this turn, so I was really careful, which is Yeah, I'm trying to be more careful. How's that? I'm not going to say I was careful. I'm just going to be more careful. Yeah, I think I'll leave this now for part one. I'll put the blocks back and I'll try to synthesize my thoughts a bit better, read over my notes before I do a video for a recap for the movements for the Russian 4th, 9th, 5th, 3rd, and 8th. I'm going left to right kind of thing. So a lot of crazy nonsense going on there. Okay. Whoa. Okay, I'm going to continue on with the just talking about the Russian moves. One thing I was noticing last turn, or as well as when I was doing the Austrians, was that when last turn when the Ninth Army showed up, I didn't clue in at first, but I did when this combat started happening. Was the Ninth Army don't have any supply points. And I looked up on Wikipedia who the commander was for Ninth Army, and his name was Nikolai Lechitsky, I think, or Lechitsky. And what did they say in the thing? And they said something about the fact that he was decisive, energetic, proactive, that type of thing. So I'm role-playing it in the sense that since 4th Army haven't engaged with anybody, and they have like a whopping 39, they did have a little tiny engagement with 1st Army I think, not the first turn, but maybe the first turn. Yeah, it was just tiny. They just used one supply point. So they have 39 supply points. And I'm just pretending that Lechetsky has got a hold with Zelensky there, the head of the whole Northwest Front or whatever, and said, hey, look, you're asking me to help out 5th Army here, relieve the pressure off, Lublin. You better get me some supply points. This is ridiculous. So I've sent 10 supply points from 4th Army, railed them across here, the double rail line, and then the single track here to 9th Army from Lublin to here. And they can do that. They're nowhere near, not in the zone of control, the whole 9 yards. And it was nice to be able to read up on how to transfer supply points via supply point marker and stuff like this. And also, as now, yet again, I've eaten up another division, so that was up to 3, I think, now. Yeah, everything's okay. Yeah, I've been, like I said, I've been a good boy, keeping an eye on the on how many divisions are using up those 5 division rail capacity for the Russians. So that's what I've done, anyways. And since headquarters can't move during a transfer of supply points, I'm not moving the 4th Army at all. I'm just saying, well, if that's the case, we're going to stay here. I can't remember the name of the town. I don't even know why I'm looking it up, as if I can pronounce it. Kielee, Kieli or something, or Kieli. Anyways, but so that's where the 4th Army is going to hang out. Yeah, they're not going to, no moves. That's just the way it goes. So now the 9th Army has some supply points, which is for them wonderful. They're going to do one attack. Yet again, I mean, when they first, what am I doing? Moving the Austrian cubes. When they first arrived, they were able to drive off the cavalry that were about to threaten Lublin and whatnot, and things were looking good here. But then with the Austrian spring offensive and the continuation of it this turn, they've really been pushed back. And also the Russian 5th Army has pulled back. They pulled back, to do a nice little. They had to get the freaking headquarters out of there. The headquarters were over here, and I didn't really want to do a combat here. This one, I kind of, for the 5th Army. What am I doing again? Jesus, Murphy. not allowed to look. I just, you know what I mean? Like I really want to just, the way I guess I'm looking at it is I really want to, you know, have a nice, just push these Austrians, you know, out of the way so they're not threatening to like break through in the middle, and you know, make sure that we've really got something, you know, nice and solid around Lublin there. And yeah, if I had, where could I have put it? I guess I could have, no, I don't know. I don't have enough units there. What else did I mention about Fifth Army? The Ninth Army, what did I say? Reminder that the equivalent of 3 divisions have used the rail already. And then I said, in the spirit of Leszczycki being decisive, energetic, and proactive, I sent the 23rd and the 37th Infantry Divisions to support an attack on elements of the Austrian First Army. And by forming Battle Group 5, along with the 75th Reserve, the 1st Guard, and the 2nd Guard Infantry Divisions, and that's at 2705. So right here, okay. And then what else did I say? And then the Fifth Army, they've got 22 supply points, so still quite a bit. But then I've got, like I said, it was essential to have the HQ fall back as it cannot supply attacks or counterattacks while in the zone of control. So I moved the HQ to the south bank of the Virps River, right over there. And I moved the 7th Infantry Division to the right flank, and I lined up along the side of the 81st Reserve and the 83rd Reserve Infantry Divisions of the 9th Army at 2905. So it must be right here. Nope, there. Okay. And then the 61st Reserve, 3rd and the 10th Infantry Divisions fell back to 3005. So right here, okay. So I was way out here. Yeah, I can see why you don't want to get pocketed there. And then two divisions worth of rail capacity left after moving the, I think, what did I do? Who did I move? Oh, 84th Reserve Infantry Division rails from Brest-Litovsk. So over here. And then, oh yeah, I had to like separate because I wanted to get people over to here, but there's single tracks. So I had to split up the 2 divisions. That's right. So the 84th Reserve Infantry Division railed from Brest-Litovsk west and then south to Lublin. And I assigned them to the 9th Army. And then the 76th Reserve Infantry Division was railed south and then west. So around here and then there to Lublin, and they were assigned to the 5th Army. And like I said, I decided I am going to make an attack on this guy here. I think I'll stop here so I can put the cubes away, and then I'll read up on, there'll only be 2 armies left to chit-chat about. That's the 3rd Army. What I've decided to try to do here. I also read up yet again a little bit more about Ruski, I think his name is, the 3rd Army. Yet again, Nikolai Ruski says that he was recognized for his efforts on the offensive of Lemberg through his perseverance. That's right, because I wanted to, we'll talk about it later. But now it's starting to clue in of why I'm making this attack, even though I think I wanted to wait one more turn to do one. Okay. Okay, this is a little, I guess just a little talk about what I did with the 3rd Army, the Russian 3rd Army move. They are going to do 1 combat as well. This one was the one I was wondering about, and I'll talk about it in a minute. So I guess from the Russian perspective, I guess maybe being a bit perplexed and trying to figure out what in the world the Austrians are up to, due to the fact that, they were pressing their advantage for quite a while here. They had taken over, or they had really pushed back the Russian Third Army's left flank around the Bug River here, and then their latest turn, they've now fallen back all behind the Bug River and have, starting to make a little defensive ring around Lemberg. So I'm wondering, from the Russian Third Army's perspective, I'm trying to figure out, like, what would they be thinking? Someone who's more experienced wargaming and whatnot, I'm sure would come up with all kinds of ideas. I'm going to go with the one in the sense that it looks to me like the Austrians are not thinking about attacking. They're more obviously interested in counterattacking. So with that in mind, I'm starting to think, okay, I'm not saying take my time forever, because I have to start worrying about whether or not there's going to be some reinforcements. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to try to sever the rail line here, back here, the double rail line. But it's just too far away, and I'm also worried about my flank, exposing my right flank if I start trying to do, do attacks on this side. Even though I was having most of my success on the right flank, I've pulled back, and I'm now starting to concentrate my attacks on the left flank. And what I want to end up doing is eventually I would like to have a control of both sides of this bridge here, like over the river, over the Bug River. And I think for myself, in order to do that, it's to kill that river bonus, and that means to start going this way, which means I've got to start attacking this guy first. What did I do here? So I moved the 58th Reserve Infantry down. They were up here, and I moved them down to protect my left flank, and now they're going to actually be part of that attack on whatever's here. I'm just hoping to push them back. Obviously, I'm starting to, it's just like I've said before with this game, it's not about eliminating troops. It's more, about pushing them back. And I think the overarching idea I'm starting to clue into, which is taking me a while, and it's, it's about demoralization. It's about, getting the other forces, your enemy, to not want to fight the war anymore, basically, or what else? I also moved the HQ and the engineer regiment over onto this rail line. They can't do it now, but next turn I'm hoping that the engineer can start converting this rail line. So this is going to be our supply line. This is the way I'm looking at our line of communication for the HQ. So I moved them back here, and that's the way, yet again, I'm thinking of. I'll be able to optimally supply counterattacks here but I'm not worried. I don't think the Austrians are even, like I said, contemplating doing anything like that. So I'm like, okay, I've got all the time in the world here. So I'll just keep concentrating my forces over there. And then with the HQ over here, I can now supply attacks optimally, which is, exactly what I want to do. I was thinking, like I said, about waiting another. So I've been slowly trickling down, the way I can anyways, bringing one little guy over, because it's, in the zone of control out of, you get the whole idea. It's like a lot of movement penalties to get across, but, slowly strengthening the left flank. And I was thinking, okay, should I wait one more turn? Because I've only got about 12 supply points left, or 14, or something like that. So I could probably do one or two attacks, one goodie, and then I think maybe a second attack due to the fact that I'll have taken casualties probably from the first attack, so it'll reduce my strength points, you know what I mean, for the second point. So I can actually supply the second attack, even though it's due to the fact that I've got less to supply, in the sense, So I was going to wait to next turn. However, I went and looked up Nikolai Ruski's personality traits or whatever. And like I said, I think I was mentioning in a previous video, he was given awarded a medal for his perseverance in going against the Battle of Lemberg and whatnot. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe based on that fact, he wouldn't wait until next turn. He would persevere in the sense he would kind of keep trying to hammer away. So that's the way I'm looking at it anyways, and that's why they're making an attack this turn, even though I probably would have preferred to wait another turn. But we'll see what happens. Maybe the two attacks will. But I don't. Yeah, yet again, you don't know. For next turn with the initiative if they're going to go before the Austrians or whatnot. All right, so that's it. And then I think the last one to chit chat about is the 8th Army, and then I'll go off to the Russian combat. Okay, before I actually get on, actually start doing the German moves, I really do want to go over quickly the Russian combats, just to kind of hammer a bit of it into context for me. Okay, so the first combat was at 1605, which would have been here. Okay, so obviously it would have been these guys. And so I was going up against the newly arrived, I do believe, the 22nd Infantry. Yeah, because they had just come in as reinforcements. So this is actually one of the few combats, maybe the very first combat actually, that I had where there was actually more hits inflicted on the defender than the attacker. I think in this one, the Russians inflicted 5 hits and the Germans only 3 hits. So that was pretty impressive. I'm not used to that. And I think actually for the second combat, here I'm just going to put these back. So yeah, it was, and yet again, the Germans opted not to retreat. They could have, obviously, but it was close. I think it was like one more strength point, and they would have had to retreat. Yeah, I'm not here to concede any more ground. So I was like, as well as I was able to counterattack. Not at optimal supply. They're 9 movement points away from the 8th Army HQ, but still, that was my very first supply, not optimally. So I mean, they had their strength point reduced before I tripled for counterattack and so on and so forth. And where was my second combat? So that was at 1714. So right here. Yeah, you know what? I'm telling you, with the Second Army, I didn't use the cavalry here. I think I kept those guys out of it. And yet again, it's just both sides took a beating. But I think it was 5 hits aside. So you look at it this way: the First and Second Army for the Russians, not too bad for combats, considering for this game system and a lot of the World War I attacking, it's just, you better know what you're doing. So yeah, yet again, the Germans just said, screw you, we're staying here. We're not going to, yet again, the objective is to get down to here. So no point in retreating, man. And what happened there? I think there was only maybe 3 or 4 more combats. Because I didn't want to. I'm trying to kind of, I guess. I'm also have to start cluing in that I'm running out of supply. So here was this third combat with the Russian 9th Army, and I think I mentioned that they arrived on the map with no supply points. So I forced the commander Salza from 4th Army to transfer 10 supply points over to Lechesky, I think his name is. And where did we attack? At 2805, which would make sense, which I would assume is here. Nope. 2805. Really? Oh, so we attacked here. Okay, we didn't attack over there. And obviously they didn't have to retreat. Oh my gosh, yeah. So the Russians inflicted 4 hits on those Austrians there. And it must have been these two units. Well, Battle Group 5 and the 83rd Reserve and who else? The 81st Reserve. So they went at it, and this is, yet again, Yeah, the Austrians' September offensive has been pretty good. I mean, they're awfully close to Lublin, but the Russians are fighting back. But they inflicted 4 hits. Unfortunately for them, the Austrians inflicted 8 hits for their counterattack, so that wasn't too good. Yep, and the 4th combat was at 2906, so it would have been here, which means yet again they didn't retreat, and I'm assuming that would have been these 2 guys would have been going at it, and that would have been the 5th Army. And what happened there? So, oh goodness gracious. Well, not too bad. I guess the Russians inflicted 1 hit, and the Austrians counterattacked and inflicted no hits. So, at least I guess you could say the Russians are, they wasted some supply, but at least they're not, didn't take any hits. That's the good thing. Oh, did I knock some stuff over? Yes, I did. I think there was 2 more combats. Yes, because I did a combat for 3rd Army. And what was my 5th combat? My 5th combat was the Russian 5th Army versus the Russian 4th Army at 3206, which would have been here. So obviously I was trying to get rid of these guys, and that didn't work. Or no, it did work, obviously, because what am I talking about? Those are Russians. So obviously I advanced into it. So what happened here? I had the 8th Cavalry Division and the 21st, 52nd, 38th, 46th, and 17th Infantry Divisions against the Austrian 10th Cavalry Division. Well, no wonder. Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, what's amazing? Yeah, I decided not to supply the attack when I realized I was just going up against the cavalry, and lucky for me that everything went well because I only managed 1 hit. So the Austrian cavalry was eliminated, and they inflicted no hits. So, and then I didn't advance as many people as I wanted, but did manage to bring them over here. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm trying. And then the very last combat would have been 3909. So where are you? Right here. So that didn't. Oh yes, it did go. Goody. Okay, so what happened here then? I must have 3909. So they were attacking from the woods. I inflicted 3 hits. The counterattack was 4 hits, but they had. That's right, because they had to retreat. They were forced to retreat, and they retreated back to here. So, and then I had some guys over here. I think I had the 32nd over here, maybe. Or was it? Yeah, 32nd, and then I moved them up to here, and then the 5th. So I moved a couple over here, but I still kept some of the troops, even though they took hits. I kept some of them here just because I still don't want to leave a hole here. And that was it. And yeah, I didn't do any combats here for the Russian 8th Army. What I'm trying to do here is just bring more forces to bear before I actually pull the trigger. And so that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to keep trying to bring more and more and more people there. And then, well, probably next turn we'll hammer away at the units in Cernowitz and see what happens. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be well, I guess I'll find out after the Germans, because that'll be the end of September turn 2 once the Germans do their thing. And I've at least been over here. I've just been really taking my time. That'll be the next video. I'll take all the little gray cubes off and explain what in the world I think I'm going to do. But I'm really happy that sometimes I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's just not make don't do anything for another 30 minutes. Just stare at the bloody board for 30 minutes or whatever, as if I'm going to be the Germans. And it's amazing how all of a sudden it's like, okay, this idea pops up or that idea pops up. And those things would have just either never have cropped up or it would have been too late because I would have made the move by then. So, a perfect example was I took like I said, I took 30 minutes before really making it. I was like, wait a minute. Obviously, the game designer popped this in not just for the hell of it. You know what I mean? So it's like, wait a minute, if I can move, obviously, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm going to start moving some cavalry around here and see if I can bring some cavalry out, around here and see if I can scare the living dickens out of the Russian First Army. That type of thing, is what I'm trying to say. Or is there any way of me squiggling through here? Well, obviously I can if they got the double rail track. So can I bring some units, some infantry over here and cut off their lines of supply here? That type of thing. So, and that wouldn't have popped up into my head if I had just gone, well, let's go, next turn, and away we go. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is just take my time. Okay, so here we go. I'm trying to go over my thoughts about the 8th Army moves and some combats. I think am I really doing combats with these guys? Whoa, I'm doing 3 combats. Holy smokes, can't believe it. So I've got 22 points for the 8th Army HQ. And the core HQ that I made, what was it, last turn, I think, and gave them 10 points. That's why they couldn't move. They're with Battle Group 5, which is where 8th Army HQ is. So what is the first? Oh, yeah, no reinforcements this turn. Well, kind of. I mean, this was reinforcements from last turn, but I left them entrained because I was only able to use... I think 10 divisions worth. Anyways, I maxed out what I could do moving rails. That's why I left them on a 3rd train, because I moved the other two other groups via rail last turn. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is occupy Hex 2008, which is where the Russians had left. They vacated this hex. They had some cavalry here. So I'm going to move these guys up. I don't see any other reason why they should. Oh, geez, I don't know. Do I want to put them? Yeah, no. This is going to be the ultimate objective here. So that's more than easy. That's 2 movement points. 1 movement point to get across in open terrain or clear. What do they call it here? Clear terrain in this game, and then 1 to get into that zone of control. So those guys are done. I'm just going to, just in case, put them sideways. So I don't remember, but I don't think I moved. Well, I could be moving some guys like around, I think. Now, what was the other one I wanted to do? Oh, yeah. I want to send the 8th Cavalry Division along here. I don't see why they can't do it. I mean, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if I force march them, do I want to get them to hop across the river already and scare the shit out of First Army? Sure, why not? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. There we go. And then I'm also going to move the 6th Cavalry Division up there as well. I mean, obviously they're not going to get right there, but still. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Since I'm sorry, not force march, column movement. I got to remember it's not called force march in this. Okay, now what else? What were the other important things before I start fiddling around here? Move the core HQ to Tallenstein and then rail them to Königsberg. And I think I did this right. Hold on, I got to go and grab the core HQ marker. Here we go. Now, so they've got a movement of 4, I do believe. So that's 2 movement points to get to the woods, right? 1 movement point to entrain. And they're going to use the single track rail straight up. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they're in HQ, so using rail is 1/6 of a movement point each hex. So they make it just perfectly. And since in this game it doesn't cost anything to detrain, they're just detrained. So that's cool. So I've got the Corps HQ in Königsberg, with like, you know, in the fortress, and they're able to now supply, you know, like, you know, supply, well, more than anything, attacks. If I was going to do an attack, I don't know if I want to do one there. I know, but I'm amazed I've got listed. Okay, so what else did I say? Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to do, start trying to fiddle around here. I just want to make sure that I've done everybody else, every other thing I was supposed to do. So I moved the Corps HQ to Allenstein, and then I railed to Königsberg, which I did. I want to send Battle Group 4 to help out in the Battle of Niedenberg by railing just west of Allenstein. Okay. So it's these guys. So just west in Allenstein to 1512. All right. So here we go, guys. All the way up to 1512. Yeah, because if I go to Allenstein and then try to go down, take units down, it sucks for the woods. So I'm leaving them here. So that's one movement point, I do believe. Hold on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that'd be 2 movement points. That's 2 movement. Well, let's just make sure. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, so 2 movement points because any remainder is lost. So it's 1.6 movement points, but it'll be 2. So the train, they get off the train. That's Battle Group 4. Now, what did I want to do with Battle Group 4? So there's 2 cavalry units. So he'll be the only one, actually. The I can't see the anybody else being able to move to get in there because that's 2 movements. They've already used up 2 movement points, and it's going to cost them 1 movement point extra just to get into a zone of control. So there's no way they can make it, right? So you see what I mean? They're at 2, 3, 4, 5. So the only ones that can, the only unit that can get in there is that big beautiful 8-5, the first guard reserve. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm leaving the Battle Group 4 marker to show where they are. So they've hopped off the train, or maybe, yeah, that's good enough because I'll remember. So so that's 2 points, 3, 4, 5. Okay, because I think I'm going to try to mount an attack. I don't know what's there. It's going to suck if it's just a cavalry unit, but oh well. Okay, so I think I'm going to bring these guys back and mount an attack as well. So that's, who's on there? That's the way it goes. So they're going to get formed into Battle Group 1. So I'll put them over there. And you know, it's getting a little tricky here with all these crazy. So 6-5 is a -2. This 6-5 is half strength. And this guy is down 1, and then I'll have this guy as well. He's normal, I think. Yeah. Okay. God, these things flip around. That's one thing I hate about thin counters. They drive me up a flipping tree. Okay, so I've put them in Battle Group 1 because I really want to do one heck of a whopping attack here. So that's, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's fine. But do I want to spread out the whole attack? So I think, yeah, that was okay. I actually did write down the attacks I wanted to do. So 16, 14. So that'll be 1 attack here. 17, 15. Okay, so I do want to mount an attack, which would make sense. What in the world? Why would you be bringing forces forward and to add them to Battle Group 1? And then 2013, obviously, this unit, and I'm sure it's a cavalry unit, they're driving me nuts, and I've got my like in a way my best units, the first corps, the first and second division, sitting here. They've done absolutely nothing. All they've done is move down here. That's the only thing they've done all game long, and I really got to get these guys going. So I didn't want to do an attack here, eh? Okay. So if that's the case, I'm going to move more whatever I can to bear. You know what I mean? So I'm going to bring these guys. So that's one. Yeah, I think I'm going to bring them here. I don't know what's there, but so they're going to go to one into battle group 1. And then I think I'll bring one of these guys in as well. Who's going to be 41st or 37th? Let's go with the 41st. So the 41st are going to go into battle group 1 as well. And I think that's, and then I still have to do maybe some fiddling over here, but I think it's fiddling for defensive purposes, if that makes any sense, because I don't think I want to do an attack. What my main objective is for these guys is to weather the storm here, see if I can, don't lose any territory, and then start amassing as much firepower as I can here on this side. And I want to knock out this guy and then bring in this cavalry across here and scare the living dickens out of the Russian First Army. And that should, I think, alleviate a heck of a lot of pressure that's going to happen here. Because A, I'll be threatening their lines of supply.
2 more minutes, Charles.
And, if they want to supply, any counterattacks or do anything, they're going to have to draw units away from going against Königsberg. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'll just be doing some minor shuffling. You don't need to see that, I don't think. Or maybe I'll make a comment about it later for myself. But I'm sure I'll write it down. Trying to think. I think that's it. I can't think of any, unless I can grab any more units. What's in battle group 5? Anybody else that I can pop in? The 1st Reserve and the 36th Reserve. I might as well, because the way I'm looking at it is, unless I take a devastating attack, damage in the counterattack. Okay, battle group 1. Do I have anybody that has not taken any hits yet? Darn it. That's the thing is, you know what I mean? Like I start taking lots of hits now, and it's like, okay, I'm going to end up having to start eliminating units. These guys down to, being 2 5s. It's like, okay, I could have used other units, but that's what I'll do. I just got to hope to God that I don't get annihilated with points. But I'm going to bring them in as well. I think every little point counts right now, because my goodness, can you imagine if I'm able to get, if these 2 units here for the Russian Second Army are able to go away. Whoa, that would be awesome. Because then that means I've got free range around here. Now, what should I do with this cavalry? I should try to figure out something. I'll try to put them around here and drive them nuts. Okay, I think that's good enough. I think I babbled along quite a long time.
Yes, you have. For God's sakes, you have. Alrighty, where the hell's the camera? Okay, thanks for showing up. Like I said, I'll stop now because the war room's on in an hour or so. So, yeah, I don't want to get into that realm or whatever. You know what I mean? Leave people alone. And then I'm going to pop on afterwards because I think Not Jay is just doing perhaps intermittent live stream stuff, like updates from March to Victory convention. So I don't think he's doing his painting tonight because he'll be at the convention. So I was like, okay, well, you know what? Maybe I'll just continue on after the war room a little bit afterwards. But like I said, I would rather just just stare over at my table and just start chatting about that, or March to Victory. Thank you, Mandarin Mike. And yeah, that's it. And also talk about whatever. Yeah, I was talking to Zoe afterwards on the phone. She clued in. I was like, yeah, maybe that's what would have happened. And I'm thinking about previous live streams. She's like, oh, maybe what you should have done was started your live stream the way you normally do, scripted and whatnot, and then lead into, oh, by the way, I'm going to go off into Wonderland or whatever. And anyways, so that's it. Hopefully you'll see you in a bit. If not, well, I'll still be here anyways. So, okay, hope you have a great Saturday. Bye.